and we were contacted by Dr. Melga Rajo and Dr. Annika Linde in the very beginning, years ago, regarding this potential study. Our position on it was we'd be thrilled to be involved, but we are not interested in funding the research. Of course, we don't want to pay for the results of our own research. And so we agreed to a way of participating by just providing product to be used in the study. And then there were some delays with COVID and it took a long time, but we are thrilled to see the results come out and have it be picked up by the documentarian group that put this 7-minute documentary together. So we're very grateful for that opportunity and to work with the lead researchers on this project, as well as some future research that we think will be coming soon as well. Happy to answer any questions or discuss any areas around the plant-based pet food nutrition.
Hi, thank you so much. So if there are any questions, please raise your hand, your virtual hand, or put them in the chat. I wonder how it came about. I'll just start while we're waiting for questions. How did you come up with the idea of doing this? Is it that you had the pet, you heard the research, how did this all begin?
Yeah, it was kind of a couple of things that came together through travels. My late father and my mother, Linda, they were in the UK, and they met some young guys who had a company called Happy Dog, which was vegetarian pet food. And so the conversation came up, and we had already been, as a family, longtime vegetarian, kind of going vegan before the vegan word was that well known. And so when my folks got back to the States, we started chatting about the idea. And at the time, I was studying nutrition for athletes and performance and training, and so I was very curious about plant-based nutrition in my own fitness world, and started to do research on both the pet side and the people side, and just my own internal research. And then we decided to reach out to some PhD pet food nutritionists in the U.S. to see if we could get some feedback from them. And so that's how the conversation started initially back in 2005. And then from there, it just kind of grew, and we started to add more and more information and collect more data. And then we're now, fast forward to 2025, I'm also very lucky and fortunate on the pet food formulation side of the equation to work with some really great PhD pet food nutritionists who are not from our vegan world, who are not from the plant-based community, which I really appreciate as well, because I get their perspective as longtime pet food industry nutritionists to take a look at the efficacy of plant-based nutrition and the evidence that we've accumulated over the years, as well as now the science that's surfacing. So, and there's another couple of, I mentioned earlier, great folks doing equivalent research in the UK, Dr. Andrew Knight, leading the cause there. And so we're putting our research together and connecting the dots, and it's really fascinating to see kind of all this coming together. So.
You're muted.
Oh, there. Yep.
Oh, for those of you who have questions and your hands are raised, your video needs to be on, please. And also, if you have questions and you want to put them in the chat, put them in the question chat. Somebody will be coming on for those. Okay, so I see that Gabrielle's video is on, and so we'll add you to the spotlight. And next person, put your video on, Dolly, when you can. Okay, go ahead, Gabrielle.
Okay, okay. Michael asks, can you expand on what has been observed in science or anecdotally, what you've heard around plant-based diets or certain classes of food helping to alleviate specific pet health challenges beyond the allergies, itching, overweight elements? And then he has a follow-up question.
Would you mind repeating the question? Just it's kind of a long question.
Can you expand on what has been observed in science or anecdotally, what you've heard around plant-based diets or certain classes of food helping to alleviate specific pet health challenges beyond allergies, itching, overweight, and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, over the years, we've witnessed several areas of improvement, primarily though around inflammatory markers and allergy-based ailments. So it's a little bit of a difficult question to completely ask because there's a wide variety of anecdotal issues and concerns that dogs have had that we've had switching to a plant-based diet that haven't seen improvements on. But again, most of them, if not all of them, are related to inflammation and inflammatory markers. So it's a pretty broad spectrum of improvements that we see, and I think that's kind of what the researchers were really excited to see, that over 3,000 biomarkers, and those biomarkers range from all kinds of dietary and microbiome and digestion and other areas of pet food nutrition, to see improvements across the board. They were quite shocked really to see 100% improvement in terms of each of those individual biomarkers. And so it's a pretty broad question. So I'd probably better leave it at that in terms of my answer.
Are there any breeds of dogs or have you seen many dogs that do not want to eat plant-based food?
That's an interesting question in terms of the palatability we use in terms of acceptance, which is the sort of the pet food industry terminology around whether dogs will enjoy or eat or consume a product. And in terms of acceptance and palatability, we see very high acceptability in terms of dogs enjoying the product, even side by side with their previous meat-based products or other products that they might be consuming. So, but again, dogs are individuals like all of us, and not all dogs will take to it. So we do also emphasize that if you have something that's working for your dog and your dog's in tip-top health, that it's important to keep your dog healthy. Maybe they're only eating plant-based a couple of days a week or some meals. And we also emphasize and encourage our VDog and VPlanet customers to make fresh foods and incorporate fresh fruits and vegetables and other fresh plant-based foods into their regular diet for the variety. And so we do a lot of that. We have a lot of fun with that. As a matter of fact, making sort of DIY meals for our dogs to go along with the food that we make commercially.
Okay, well, we have more questions. Do you want to take Dolly first? Okay, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
So more than a question, I just want to say thank you, because we've been using VDog for years and years. My golden retriever had it, and my golden retriever with the mix right now is having it. Hasn't been to a vet. He's 6 years old. And what I do is make a homemade stew, and put some basmati rice and the VDog. And
amazing.
He loves it. And even when I pet sit, I pet sit a German Shepherd, and she takes it. It's like, it's wonderful. So I just want to give a testimonial that
Thank you.
he does not see the vet. And in India, where I'm from, and in the state of Gujarat, where I'm from, it's mostly vegetarian. So our dogs in India for generations have been eating vegetarian, and they thrive. They're lean. They do great. Even the street dogs, because there's certain places in India you can't even get meat. I mean, I'm sure it's different now, but you'll notice the street dogs or dog owners, they give them the Indian food they're eating, lentils, rice, chapati, whatever. And the dogs are thriving and lean and doing great.
Thank you very much for that. And we see that all over the place in terms of where we have product available globally and in the U.S. And I appreciate that input as far as mixing in, healthy ingredients and making your own stew at home. We also have people now using in 2023, we developed our Puppy Complete soft wet food. It's puppy in all life stages, but we're excited to see consumers are using it in ways that we hadn't even predicted, where they're mixing it in with the kibble or they're making frozen treats with it. So there's a lot of variety there as well. And But thank you very much for that
Oh, I
testimony.
had a quick question. I
Sure.
actually wanted to order the V-Dog canned food.
Yeah.
Is that only for puppies?
No, it's formulated for puppy, and adult, and all life stages.
Okay, I think we tried to order it and I was unable to. I think I went on Amazon.
Please email me, and right now it's only available on the website, but if you email me, Darren at v-dog.com, I will make some arrangements to get you some product.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, sir. Have a great
Thank you
day.
very much.
Thank you so much. It doesn't look like we have anybody on camera for any more questions. So while they're getting on camera, I will ask this question.
Sure.
Can you please elaborate on what commercial pet food is made of, and then compare that to your V-Dog pet food?
Sure. So traditional commercial pet food was made conveniently supporting the animal agricultural industry by making the claim that they're upcycling the byproducts from the animal agriculture industry, and largely that was the case in using the sort of unfit for human consumption 4D meats that were otherwise, going to go into scraped off the slaughterhouse floors, and then they render that into pet food, and that would be the primary source of protein and in commercially available pet food. So clearly, we're moving away from that model. And the way we get the macro and micronutrients to meet the AFCO standards for complete and balanced nutrition is by using a whole variety of plant-based ingredients. And that way we can get all the GAs for the protein and the other fatty acids and amino acids to get up to where we need them to be to keep dogs happy and healthy. So again, it's just a matter of just like with people and switching to plant-based diets, it's important to eat a variety of whole plant-based foods to meet your needs. And it's the same thing with dogs, and dogs having evolved over thousands and thousands of years, coexisting with people. And if you look at the research, some of the preliminary research back in 2013 and 2014, which was epidemiological research about the evolution of dogs and having developed the enzymes to break down plants and starches to get all the nutrients they need. Because again, meats weren't available for thousands of years to most dogs globally, especially in Southeast Asia and other areas, developing countries. So but that's what we find today, that dogs really sort of almost have a tendency to want to eat plant-based diets. It's very interesting to see that they gravitate toward it, and then most dogs end up doing very well on it. So.
Wow, thank you so much.
Mhm.
Okay, our next one is Nancy Kogel. You have a question or witness?
Just a quick witness is that we used VDog for years, maybe since 2005 when it came out. We were just so happy, and they all did well. Never went, never needed a vet, just really, really well. Yeah, so my question is, have you found any kind of more competition now with different brands of vegan dog food? And also, how are you promoting it? And what do you think of Dr. Marty Goldstein, I think the vet who promotes his own practice, and what, there are certain foods you shouldn't feed a dog and blah, blah, blah.
Sure. Thank you very much for the endorsement and long time, commitment to VDog. That means so much to us, and we're a small family and team, and so these kind of organic conversations and relationships with our community and our customers over the years is really how we have grown the business and how we're sustaining the business. So we're happy that we could be in touch with people. We have these conversations on a daily basis with people in the U.S. and even now globally, where we have our vPlanet products available. But to get back to yes, and we're seeing a rise in I don't even like to call them competitors. I look at them as mission aligned plant-based pet food companies that are really following in the footsteps of VDog and trying to offer healthy alternatives. And I think that's wonderful. As a matter of fact, I'm friendly or friends with almost all of the plant-based pet food companies around the world and have conversations with them to let them know that we endorse what they're doing. And we try to maintain a very positive sort of, community-based approach about competitors, because although we need to stay in business, it's going to help all of us for the science and to really be able to raise all of us together in this effort to, put a dent in the overall pet food industry by offering plant-based nutritious products. So again, I can't really speak to Dr. Goldstein's. I'm aware of him, and I don't have any of his information in front of me, but if you have anything specific you wanted to ask me about that, I may be able to address that.
Well, just in terms of like, I think carrots or something, he says that you shouldn't never feed your dog food this, but I don't,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to address. I mean, we, over the years, obviously have had conversations with folks either who are, absolutely against the idea of plant-based nutrition for dogs. And again, we welcome everyone to the table for the discussion. We try to remain very open-minded and non-judgmental about what we're doing as an alternative, option for dogs. And many dogs, as I mentioned earlier, do very well. But the dialogue, it's important for all of us, even on the human side of things, to have an open dialogue and have a positive discussion and lead by positive, trying to really pique curiosity is the way I like to describe it in the discussion, so that we don't push people out and away from what we're doing, but we bring them in, and especially people who don't, have the understanding, even plant-based folks who don't understand that there's an option for plant-based nutrition for their pets. So I know I didn't really address that, Dr. Goldstein's. Happy to take that offline though. If you want to email me, would be more than willing to set up a call and kind of get into the details about, whether carrots are good for dogs or not, or any of the other things that come up over the years.
Thank you. They love tempeh and broccoli.
Absolutely. We love tempeh with our dogs and with ourselves as well. Thank you again so much.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. And that reminds me of that. I was treating a sick dog from the vet, and she said, be sure and feed him chicken. And I was like, no. I said, have you ever tried tofu? And she said, well, he just needs protein. And I said, well, I think there's plenty of protein there. So I tried the tofu. The dog loved it, but the vet didn't know. So yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so we have more, and I'm going to let Gabrielle come up with her questions, either from herself or from in the chat.
No, these are from the chat, and there are a number of questions. First of all, can you please elaborate on what commercial pet food is made of, and please share with us how VDOG pet food is made?
Okay, I think I partially addressed that.
I think you did partially, yes.
It's okay. In terms of how VDOG is made, what's interesting is in the world of commercial pet food, in order to produce at scale, which is what we do, and we want to have obviously as much impact as possible by producing as much product as possible. So we have to produce at scale. And we have to work with non-plant-based, non-vegan manufacturers, ingredient sources, and supply chain, et cetera. So we are very familiar now, after 20 years of being in this industry, of how to work with folks who are not from our vegan plant-based world, but they're in the industry, and we need to find a way to work with them. So we come to them with solutions instead of problems, and that's how we present it to the manufacturers. For example, when we start working with a new manufacturing partner for whatever the product may be, we come to them with ways that they can, we call triple wash out or cleanse or flush out systems before we produce our plant-based products, to ensure that the products are clean and purely plant-based. And so that's one example of how we approach our production and our manufacturing. That may be a little different. We take that quality side of it very seriously, and we have a team of quality control folks that extend beyond our pet food nutrition people, even who specialize in manufacturing processes and protocols to ensure that what we're making is as clean as possible in terms of its plant-based final product.
Here's an important question. Cats, can they really be vegan?
That's a terrific question. In cats, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one to answer, and I won't get into too much of the science without having the PhD team here to chime in. There are commercially available plant-based vegan pet foods on the market globally. In Europe, I think they were the initial original groups. We have actually our lead PhD pet food nutritionist is a cat person himself. And so he's again not from our vegan plant-based world, so he's approaching that with us very cautiously. We understand that cats are obligate carnivores, and whereas dogs are true omnivores. And so if we do something on the cat side, and we are working on a plant-based, highly nutritious cat treat, but we're not going to introduce a complete and balanced cat food product at this point in time until we're really, really confident that we can put something into the market that we can stand behind. But it is an area of great interest. We have maybe as many cat inquiries as we do dog inquiries on a regular basis. So that's kind of where I'll leave that for now.
Okay, we'll ask some more questions after people from the gallery.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Okay, so let's bring on Danny and then Paige.
Sorry for that. Thank you, Darren, for your presentation. I have cats, and they've been on vegan food for a while, then they went off for a while because there was like a consumption frenzy on the food, and there were no substitutes, and people were kind of stranded without a choice.
Mm-hmm.
And then new things came to the market, and I have them back on vegan cat food. And not only do they enjoy it, but I just came back, I had them both checked at the vets, and they're in very good shape. So, I
Amazing.
just think with constant monitoring, get them checked, follow up a little bit, they, pay attention, see how it goes, kind of a thing. None of them have had adverse reactions in any way. So that's been a comfort to me. I did have one question for you. When you say clean, it's like, is it possible to get organic food for our companion animals?
Yeah, that's
vegan
sure.
organic? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an ongoing discussion that we have with our R&D team and our formulation teams. At several points, we formulated organic USDA organic versions of various products, only to end up with a product that was completely cost prohibitive to really try to introduce and sell commercially. That's the primary challenge there. Unfortunately, we try to use as many non-GMO and organic ingredients as we can, but it's the challenge is that to get the macronutrients and the AFCO complete products done, it requires so many ingredients, and to get all of them organic is a very costly exercise. And at the end of the day, that's really the challenge.
Same with people. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yep.
All right, let's bring Paige on. Hi, Paige.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
It's always so fun to try to talk when you're muted. All right. Hello. Way to go. What a beautiful VCOP. Hi, Darren. Nice to meet you. I've known your mother for years.
Hi, Paige.
I'm so excited. Hi. I'm so excited to see this come out in a film like this. We did a fundraiser here in Los Angeles to raise money for this study. So I'm so excited to see it come to fruition. That was in about 2018, I think.
Amazing.
I know. So cool. And also thank you for endorsing the plant-based treaty and
Absolutely.
for your support here in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas with all of our events that we're doing. So we're really excited for the future things we're going to be.
Thank you so much, Paige, and very nice to meet you. We're very excited about working with Plant-Based Treaty. As a matter of fact, we just finalized our packaging with the logo on it. So when that goes into production, so it's going to be very exciting. Yeah.
Love this. This is so exciting. Okay, my question is twofold, and I'll make it quick. Are you able to use any upcycled vegetables?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then my second question.
currently.
Yeah, and you too. Oh, that's fantastic. That's a great selling point, I would say, because I'm in the
Yep.
food waste arena, and it's a problem, the
Yeah.
food waste situation. So fantastic. I know there's chips being made and other kinds of food for humans. So I'm happy to hear you're using that. Okay. Second thing is, what has been the response from veterinarians in regards to utilizing VDOG? And I will say, I really appreciate how you said, you could do a mix. If somebody was like not certain if they could completely go 100% plant-based. So just thought on that. My daughter's getting a veterinarian, getting ready to go to UC Davis. So I'll be up in the Northern California area, and I'll be visiting you and your mom.
Please do.
So,
That would be terrific when you come through San Francisco. And happy to talk. Yeah, we do. As a matter of fact, we have used we're currently using upcycle ingredients in our main in several products, and we haven't done a great job of leveraging that. Partly because we've got so much on our plate in terms of what we're doing. But we use, for example, a post juice consumption human grade byproduct from the juicing industry. So it's the pulp and the leftovers. That otherwise goes into food waste. So we bring that in, and then we clean it, dry it, and then it goes into our food product. So we need to do that's on our plate to bring that more to center in terms of what we're doing with it, as well as some interesting discussions going on right now with various upcycled ingredients from the brewing industry to you name it, food industry stuff that we can bring into the pet category. So we're excited about that. To help offset the 40% food waste issue that we all know is staggering. On the vet discussion side of things, we work closely over the years with several affiliate veterinarians who help us with this discussion. But as an interesting side note, through our doctor, PhD pet food nutrition teams, who are again not from our vegan plant-based world, they are, we've forged some really strong relationships with the veterinarian community as well as the vet dermatology community and those channels. And those channels formulate products specifically for the vet community and the vet dermatology that are not commercially available products. And what they're telling us behind the scenes is they're looking for plant-based because they're seeing the reduction in inflammatory markers, they're seeing the improvements in various health issues. So they're not about to go out and endorse vegan per se because it's so polarizing for them as a veterinarian community, but they're behind the scenes letting us know that, hey, we'd love to have more VDOG products developed. And so we're looking at potentially, this is kind of proprietary information, but piggybacking off their supply chain and their manufacturing opportunities to help veganize some of the things they're currently doing and really kind of work with those vet channels and vet dermatology channels. So really excited to see that happening in 2025.
Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Paige, for bringing that up. All right, and now we have Sarah Siegel come on up and tell us what's going on.
Hi, thank you so much. The presentation was incredible, and my beagle, he ate VDOG mini bites when he was living, and he ate the VDOG breath bones, which he loved those. And my question to you is, more and more places are starting to carry plant-based foods, but what about the big industry of PetSmart, Petco? Do they have contracts with Big Animal Ag, and how does that work? Because I know that Natural Balance was in Petco, which I did feed my dogs at one time, but I switched over to VDOG, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's my question is really, how do you get around that big problem?
Thank you so much for your endorsement. And that's a very important question. It's a difficult one to address in the sense that for any boutique or smaller pet food company, plant-based or otherwise, when you're dealing with the supply chain and manufacturing challenges of smaller quantity volume production, you can't compete with the big guys. And so that's really where the challenge lies, that for us to get our costs down to where we can get anywhere near these meat subsidized and otherwise massive volume production, pet food companies, the big 95% of the pet food companies are owned by three big conglomerates, and so these big companies have these, this supply chain sort of monopoly. So it makes it almost impossible for us smaller guys to try to get a price that we can go into the big box stores and still be, still stay viable as a company. So that's really the high level of it. Doesn't mean that we won't continue to try. We have conversations with, KeHE and some of the big distributors. And again, it's cost prohibitive at this point for us. So we have to go direct to consumer. And that's what we've been doing. Of course, we work with Amazon and Chewy, but so that's kind of the high level answer to that question.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. All right, and now we have Gabrielle again with some questions.
Okay, 1 second.
Yep.
Something got added and now it's lost only for a second. Okay, any suggestions or pro tips on helping dogs or other animals transition to a plant-based diet with high success in the immediate to long term? And what challenges may arise and how to troubleshoot those so that they stick to a plant-based diet?
That's a great question. First, I will say that our VDOG website is a wealth of information which addresses both of those questions in depth. And so that I would steer anyone to go to our website and start kind of navigating through some of the information that we have there. Also our FAQ area, which addresses those questions. But really, there's some really, really great over the 20 years information that we've collected that's all on the website. Pretty much answers to anything you might think of about plant-based nutrition for dogs. But really, we emphasize and maintain the idea of transitioning over time and mixing, obviously, over whatever period of time, that whether it's a week or a couple of weeks, to ensure a smooth transition, to ensure that the dogs are accepting and eating the product and getting the nutrients they need out of the product. And then long term, really, the main thing I would say is that we emphasize is adding variety of fresh fruits and vegetables and foods and superfoods and foods that you find yourself eating or making with your own smoothies, for example. Most, if not all of those foods are good for dogs. You definitely want to, ask us either on through the website or ask us questions about if you have a question about a specific ingredient, whether it's okay for dogs. We have all the answers on the site, and we are happy to look into it with going to our nutrition folks and getting answers. We do that on a regular daily basis. So I would say it's that variety factor of really keeping their diet interesting, mixing in some really tasty superfoods and other ingredients that you would normally be eating yourself, as long as, again, do your research and make sure that it's pet friendly and good for them. But that's kind of our approach to keeping dogs excited about what they're eating.
Thank you. Is that it, Gabrielle?
Actually, this person has a follow-up question. Okay. What would you say are the main points of contention for anyone having the discussion or debate around plant-based diets for dogs or cats, for that matter? And if you could educate us so we can share more effectively in these scenarios.
Yes, again, a wealth of information on our website regarding that question and the information about it. But again, I think it's more of a misinformation or misunderstanding from the overall community, including the veterinarian community, who have some, deep-rooted sort of ideas that there will be inefficiencies, and there may not be complete protein or amino acids, or they might not find a full fatty acid profile. They might not find other micronutrients that might be deficient. Most of it is unwarranted or unsubstantiated. And if you do the research and look at the anecdotal evidence over the years of not only VDOG, but other international plant-based pet food companies and what they have found in their years of working with dogs. So it's a variety of things. I would say the top would be that dogs might not get enough protein. It's similar to people. When people ask you where do you get your protein and how can you get enough protein on the plant-based diet, and so that conversation or discussion extends obviously over to dogs as well. And an important one to get to educate folks on that protein and amino acids are found abundantly in all kinds of plants, and we make sure that we formulate things to meet the AAFCO standards. So if they really want that sort of insurance, the regulatory body in the U.S. for pet food nutrition is called AAFCO, and you can look that up later. And if any pet food company that wants to advertise their product as complete and balanced for whatever life stage that may be, whether it's puppy, adult, or all life stages, senior, have to go through the AFCO testing and get the results back. And then once those results are in, they verify that yes, you checked all the boxes on the micro and macronutrients, vitamins and minerals, etc., to advertise and to sell a commercially complete and balanced product. So that AFCO reassurance is sort of the last piece of it, but I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Gabrielle?
No, at this point, there's not. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're bringing up Willow. Hello, Willow. I'm so glad to see you here today. And somebody's going to ask you to unmute in just a moment. There you go. All right.
Yes. What I really need is, hello, Darren, and thank you for this opportunity for me to say my experience. I wrote a chat saying I want my dog to be vegan too, but I didn't send it where I'm supposed to send it. So I've been waiting for a while, and so here I am. What I would like is 5 homemade vegan dog recipes. And since I became vegan, I have been researching, looking here, looking there, and I'm still struggling. So I'm so glad to have you. Not that I have much time, as much as I want with you or whatever, but my primary doctor is vegan. The 3 veterinarians that I've taken my dog to say no to vegan. I have looked up on Google, give me 5 recipes that I can cook at home so that there be variety. And I'm running into having much more trouble with feeding my dog than I ever did for myself. I became vegan day 1, I'm set. Because I rely on wonderful, delicious food for humans. But I've heard every word you said, but I want to just come from my angle and say, and the VDog website doesn't have that. I've looked at hundreds of online locations, and they all go back to providing me commercial. Now, I'll buy the commercial VDog, but what about me having 5 recipes? I say 5, so that I can change it around and have variety. But I need some kind of advice on what are the primary things. She loves broccoli and all that, but she hasn't eaten in 3 days. And my vet sent her to a product called, I'll spell it out, HILL. She even doesn't like that as much as what I gave her. But they're not helping me, and I'm willing to do a test afterwards. But could I not feed her from my wonderful food? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Willow. I appreciate that. And I'd be happy to take that offline if you would like to email us, either info@v-dog.com or darren@v-dog.com. And happy to, we could put together, we have anecdotally, not all of us on the website, but we have, we can definitely help you put together 5 homemade meals that that you could easily also supplement. I would say the easiest way to supplement to ensure that they're meeting all the nutrient levels necessary would be to supplement with our wet, soft food, our puppy formulated food. Not to encourage you to purchase our products, but to have a little bit of that to mix in with your DIY meals. Then you would have the insurance that all the nutrients would be there. But again, happy to. That's one of our favorite discussions, and the team would be happy to hop on a call with you and chat through and give you plenty of ideas.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Willow. Okay, so we have 6 minutes left, and we have Dolly, and we have a question from the chat. Dolly's already been up, so I'm going to let you do one, Gabrielle.
Okay, this is from Liz.
Okay.
She says, I'm grateful for plant-based kibble for dogs, but VDog has a huge list of ingredients, including oil. Would you consider this a whole food, plant-based processed food? Do we have different standards for animals?
That's a good question. Again, this question goes back to how can we offer a plant-based formula at scale that is nutritionally complete and meets the AFCO standards. And so it's very challenging and difficult to, for example, make an organic whole foods based product that we can produce at scale and provide commercially. So we have to use ingredients that allow us to get the macro micronutrients where we need to. So despite the fact that some of our products are made with oils, for example, those oils, believe it or not, actually contribute to the micro and macronutrient levels and get the product to be where it needs to be in terms of complete nutrition. So again, yes, in an ideal world, if we could get up in the morning and cook and bake and make all of our pets their complete and nutritionally balanced foods, that would be amazing. But in order to, again, to provide commercially available products, we have to formulate in ways that products can be produced and in the volumes that we need to be able to produce and put a dent in and offset, the big meat-based conglomerate companies that we're competing against.
Thank you so much. Is that it, Gabrielle? Is that the last
Well,
one?
she just added real quickly here.
Okay.
Maybe we should discourage people from having cat companions because they are carnivores. But she says it makes her sad to see people force their veganism on omnivore and carnivore companions. Let's hope we have cell-based meat for animals soon.
Sure.
Okay.
That's an open discussion. Lots to talk about cell-based meat, and I don't think we can get into it on this call, but I'll leave it at that.
Right. And feeding cats and dogs healthy is the point. And we have time for one more question from Dolly. And I just want to say before, Dolly, you can bring on Dolly up here, but I just want to say that I was so impressed with the research that you did and that you saw and that you got done on Netflix. The amount of land that is being used for growing foods for animals is amazing. That statistic there that showed that it would be a fifth country, for all of the foods that the animal foods that we're feeding. So I just wanted to say that was very impressive. And can people watch that on Netflix?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, look that up on Netflix. And what would they search under?
Let's see, the title of it, plant-based nutrition. Oh, gosh.
Okay, let me see. Maybe I have
They're gonna
it
say
here.
on you.
Oh, I don't have it right now either, but we'll get
Yeah,
we'll get it to them. If you're in the newsletter with the climate healers, we'll put something out there. And did you say
Great.
Is that the link you
contacting you?
sent me, Rebecca? Is that the link you sent me?
No.
No,
It isn't.
okay.
So if you have a question, though, you said to write info@VDog. Is that V-dog on the email?
Actually, even better email would be support@v-dog.com. That's a better one to use.
Okay, support@v-dog.com. Okay,
v-dog.com, yeah, correct.
v-dog.com. Okay, thank you for letting me get that in, Dolly. Go ahead.
Hi, actually, I hope Willow's still on. I wanted to share one recipe that I make for my dog, if I could, real quick. So basically, is that okay, Rebecca?
Yes, yeah, go.
Okay. Basically, I take potato, sweet potato, celery, carrot, and tomato puree, and I put my Indian turmeric. I put fresh turmeric. Turmeric's great for dogs because of inflammation, and a little bit of ginger, excellent also, and how do you say coriander powder.
Mm-hmm.
And I boil it. And the great thing is I'll make a big pot, and then you can just freeze them. So you're not, and I also think dogs, just like us, they don't want to eat just plain kibble every day. It's boring. Or they want something warm sometimes. I warm that stew with the rice and the kibble. And you can always give cauliflower. There's so many things that you can make. Lentils and rice with a little bit of turmeric and salt. These are really great recipes, and you can make it in bulk and freeze it.
Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Dolly.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Darren. This has been fantastic. I'm very impressed and very pleased. I don't have a dog currently, and my dogs did eat partially vegan, partially not, and mostly
Sure.
vegan, but till they passed away at an old age. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you to the Climate Healers team and opportunity to present here. You guys are doing wonderful stuff, and we're happy to participate and contribute any way we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thanks, everybody.
Wow, that was amazing. How many of you have pets at home that that you love? You just raise your hand there in the chat room. Not in the chat, on your visual thing, yeah. That was great, wasn't it? We love our pets. Our companions. All right, so now we will bring on the portion of the Climate Healers team. Climate Healer, let's see here. Climate Healers presents to you the 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, Learning Management Systems for a Vegan World, with Alison Hamje, Amit Gambhir, Ray Kowalczyk, and me, Rebecca Allen. The right to education is a foundational human right. The right education is truly what shapes the kind of world we co-create. Our current education system is based on outdated myths and continues to contribute to climate heating. At Climate Healers, our learning management system team, Alison, Amit, Ray, Salish, and I, recognized this critical gap and developed courses to address it. In this self-paced program, Dr. Salish Rao speaks about what he calls the greatest transformation in human history. He doesn't just present the facts, he speaks to the heart, reminding us why we must ignite purpose and awaken the will to act. With that, I'm honored to hand it over to you, Dr. Salish Rao.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Yes, this course is put together from lectures that I had given as part of a training course on Zoom. And so the team took the videos from the Zoom presentations and turned it into this self-paced course that anyone can take online. And so this allows you to, number one, understand the Climate Healer story, because we are now telling the story of Planet B, of how we can heal the planet holistically by healing each one of us internally. So it's making the observation that what the planet is undergoing is like a series of chronic conditions. And every one of those chronic conditions seem to be amenable to a lifestyle change intervention that would solve the problem. Okay? So just like we know that the human healthcare system, 90% of the costs come from 15 chronic conditions that are caused by 8 risky behaviors. So just behavior change can address 90% of the healthcare costs for human beings, which is why we believe that if human beings heal themselves, automatically the planet will also start healing, because it's the same sort of chronic conditions the planet has. So that's the idea behind the course. And it also helps people understand why we belong exactly as we are on this planet. So I would like to we were trying to figure out how to spread that as quickly as possible. And the team came up with this idea of having a self-paced course on LMS, do that. And in addition, there is a course on Bhagavad Gita, which is about identifying how you can participate and why you should participate in this transformation. So that also we're working on. So with that, I'm going to let Amit take over and show you what has been done.
Yeah, So I'll be handling tech-related questions. So we'll do a short demonstration. Alison is going to share her screen and give you a walkthrough of the learning management system, and you all can simultaneously try and log in. It is live and ready for all of you to use. And Alison, you can
I
start
get to
this.
do show and tell. It's show and tell time. Okay,
Yeah.
so before you log in yourself, let me walk you through it. And then when I'm finished, then we can encourage you to go ahead and log in and experience it for yourself. I'm going to share my screen. Surprise, surprise. Can you see my screen? This is the Climate Healers webpage. And where do you go to find this? You go to, if you look across the top, the tabs, education. And inside education, you'll find courses. So if you're following me, I'm going to go ahead and click on courses. Here we go. So here you see a page where you're going to be given options. At this point right now, the courses that you have to choose from are the Climate Healers training course, which is also the certification course for climate healers, and the Bhagavad Gita course, which will be launched soon, as you can see there. So I'm going to go back up to the top of this before I log in and let you listen to the orientation here from Dr. Sailesh Rao.
Namaste, everyone. I'm Dr. Sailesh Rao. I'm an environmentalist by occupation and a systems engineer by profession. And as you know, we are going through a climate heating to climate healing infrastructure upgrade on our planet. And I'm going to focus on one of the 7 strategic initiatives of climate healers, that is education. Now, why is education so important? The traditional education system is designed for the climate heating phase. If you now want to get people to the climate healing phase, you need a completely different education system. And this is what we're trying to do with the climate healers courses. Give you the foundation, remedial education, so to speak, so that you can take the skills that you've learned in the climate heating phase and now apply it to the climate healing phase. There is so much that we have been taught that have turned out to be myths. So education is important for us to transform those myths into the corresponding truths. Because ultimately, healing is about coming into alignment with the truth in every aspect of our life. We have 2 main courses that are now up there. The first is the Climate Healers Certification course. We call it the Greatest Transformation course. In this course, we are going to tell you the climate healers story, what we are doing, going from a climate heating to a climate healing infrastructure upgrade. How do we do that? And the second course is on the Bhagavad Gita from an ecological perspective. And that is to help each one of us find our place in this transformation. Because that's what the Bhagavad Gita does. It tells you how to find your place in any major transformation. So it's been there for thousands of years, so why don't we use that wisdom that's been handed to us by our ancestors? And in future, we will have courses on compassionate food systems and every aspect of the strategic initiatives. So we will have courses on all 7 of them in due course. How do we scale the Climate Healers initiatives? We are launching this e-learning platform so that it's available for people at any time. It is self-paced. It's available for free. And you're welcome to donate to us on our website. And then we want you to go and get all your friends to come and do this, because this transformation from climate heating to climate healing has to be done very urgently. You know, we know that there are several nonlinear feedback loops that are already being triggered. And so we have to get this thing out there as quickly as possible. So what do you get from the courses? You get all the information for the news story, Climate Healers. You also get all the resources that we have collected over the years. And finally, you join a community that helps you belong and to know how you can contribute as we make this transformation happen. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. So now, if everybody will take just a second and look at the top right of my screen, you're going to see you have a choice of languages. And right now we have English and US English. And I'm going to choose US English, not because it matters much, but there are some words that are spelled differently. And in the future, we may have, hopefully soon, some other languages to choose from. And then in the top right, I'm going to log in. So because I'm already registered, I can just log in, but this is where you will go to register. In just a few minutes, we'll give you the opportunity to do that. Here I go. All right, so I'm in, and this is the course that I am registered for, the Climate Healers Training Course, also known as the certification course. And I am just 2% complete. As a matter of fact, we have only just finished putting this course together. So let me walk you through it. Okay, so you can see two things here. In the center, you're going to see the actual first, the beginning of the course, known as the general instructions. And on the left, you're going to see the whole menu of what you're going to be invited to expose yourself to in this journey. Let me just scroll down just a little bit on the left. The general instructions is where we are now. And then you'll see the first session where it says 1, introduction and setting. And the 2 items in green are the ones that I have already done. As you go through and complete the different elements of the first session, they will turn green. So you can see all the different elements of the first session. Some of them are assignments. Some of them are things like quizzes. Some of them are videos. And then, of course, you go on to session 2, session 3, session 4. There are a total of 8 sessions to complete the Climate Healers Training Course. And there we are at the end. At the 9th session is resources to go forward. So these are movies for you to watch. Some of them you've already seen. Vega, the cow film, Countdown to Year Zero. All of these films, many of them you'll have already seen. In the past, they have been required for certification, many of them. So as you view them, or if you've already viewed them, you can click done and they will turn green. And then at the end, number 10, you'll take a certification test. And then you'll get your certification certificate. So all of this has been automated. I'm going to go back up to the top so we can see where we are. We're in the general instructions. And now I'd like to play for you the first general instruction video.
Thank you for joining the Climate Healers Training course. We hope you find it very useful. It is a course that will help you understand the Climate Healer story, to understand why we have to make this transformation from a climate heating to a climate healing phase, which we consider to be an infrastructure upgrade of our civilization.
Okay, and then here I am in the first day 1. Welcome to day 1. And I'm going to click here on Introduction and Setting the Vision. Welcome to day 1. And again, I'm going to play for you the very first introduction to the course video, just a couple of minutes, so that you can get a feel for what this is like.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here for the Climate Healers Training course. I'm going to begin with a short invocation in Sanskrit. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityurma Amritam Gamaya. From untruth, lead us to truth. From darkness, lead us to light. And from mortality, lead us to immortality. The purpose of this training is to help you deliver the climate healer's story with conviction and with confidence. So I'm going to give you the presentation that I normally make, and I'll go through them slide by slide and go through the science behind it for every slide. Okay, so in that sense, there is a lot of detail underneath every slide that normally I just present the result as opposed to going through the details. But you have to understand the details before you present it. One of the mentors that I respect very much said that before you start presenting to someone, you need to establish credentials as to why they should listen to you. Why would people want to come and listen to you? So that usually comes in the form of, having to send a description of the presentation and a biography. So where you show why people have to come and listen to you. So let me share the document and show you what I mean. This is a title and description and bio that I sent to the UU recently. In the description, I'm saying I'll speak about the work we do at Climate Healers, a nonprofit dedicated towards healing the Earth's climate. So everything we do at Climate Healers is in service of the greatest transformation in human history, to a climate healing civilization based on a sustainable plant-based rewilding economy, from a climate heating civilization based on an unsustainable animal-based consumer economy. This necessary infrastructure upgrade of our climate heating civilization to a climate healing civilization will surely rank greater than the agricultural revolution, the scientific revolution, the industrial revolution, the internet revolution, and indeed even the discovery of fire, or at least the discovery of the spiritual fire within humanity. We are excited to be working on this greatest transformation in human history, and we invite you to join us. Now, this was sent to a spiritual organization, so I included the discovery of the spiritual fire. It was also sent to an organization where people are not vegan. So I didn't use the word vegan at all in the description. When I go through the slides in my presentation, I'm going to bring veganism right away. It's not like I'm going to hide it. Okay? But to entice people to come along and know that they are part of this larger movement, you need to give them a description that lures them in. So that's an example. Okay. In the bio also, I wrote about myself, the founder and executive director of Climate Healers, a nonprofit dedicated towards healing the Earth's climate. He's an environmentalist by occupation and a systems engineer by profession. He invented the protocol for transforming early analog internet connections to more robust digital connections while accelerating their speed tenfold. Still today, any data accessed on the internet likely passed through a device implementing this protocol. So what I'm doing there is establishing my credential as to why should people listen to me? Why should people listen to me? So I have done this before. It's not like you have to show them what you have done before. If you're a certified climate healer, which is what you will become after this training, then, you can say that in your bio, and that will establish some credential as to why people should listen to you about climate healers. And also put your other bio in there. So this is just my bio. So then I add, after my technical contribution, I added a bit about why I'm doing what I'm doing now. So I'm a human earth animal liberation activist, husband, dad, and since 2010, a starstruck grandfather. He has promised the world will largely stop harming the animals by 2026. I didn't use the word vegan, but anyone will agree that we need to largely stop harming animals. So it's a sort of neutral way of putting it. He has faith that humanity will transform to keep his pinky promise, not just for ethical reasons, but also out of sheer ecological necessity. He has created a climate bathtub model to help humanity understand the system solution space for reversing climate change and enabling a thriving planet. So the solutions that we are going to talk about also revolve around this climate bathtub model. The climate bathtub model, I'll go through that in detail later during this course, but the climate bathtub model tells us to focus on the killing machine first. And this is why you will see all the activities at Climate Healers, the 7 strategic initiatives and things that we do, are focused on shutting down the killing machine first. So we don't even look at the energy infrastructure to begin with. We're only, because that's the burning machine. And the bathtub model is telling us to shut down the burning machine slower. So anyway, this bio is to help people understand why they should listen to you. So what are they going to hear? They need to hear something new, which will entice them to come and listen to you. And then the bio tells them why they should listen to you. And I also talk about the sheer ecological necessity of this transformation.
Okay. So now you have a sense of how the program starts. And if you look here on the top right, you'll see once you've completed that first item in the first session, you mark where it says done. Because I had already marked it done, it was marked done, but see, this is what it would look like if you hadn't done it. But because you just watched that video, now you click mark as done, and then it turns green on the left-hand side. I'm gonna slowly go down so you can just see the content for the first session. This is another video. Feasibility of a vegan world. The Oxford Union debate speech. Another video. Read the Oxford Union debate speech. Frequently asked questions. These were questions that came from the Oxford Union address. Here they are. Each of the questions is addressed here. And that's the end of the first session. And there are your assignments for the, oh no, that's going into the second session. Yes, it is. I'm sorry. Assignment 2 for the first session. And check your knowledge for the first session. So that's where you go through a quiz and check and see if you learned everything you need to do. Again, you can see over there, it says to do on the right-hand side, because I haven't done that yet. So once I've done it, I'll click on that and it'll show that I've done it. I'm going to go back up to the top because the team would really like you to hear one more video, the one on feasibility. It's only 3 minutes. I'm going to take another 3 minutes to share one more video with you. Here we go.
I'm an engineer, and in any engineering project that I've undertaken, I start by looking at whether it's feasible to implement my project or not. When I realize it's feasible to implement my project, in my mind, the project is done. And now I'm working my way backwards from the end goal to understand the steps I need to take to get to that end goal. So when my granddaughter asked me, to create a vegan world by 2026, and she actually posted it on my water cup, by the way, it's right here. We will make the world vegan by 2026. She did that in 2016, but 8 years ago, 7 years ago now. And this is the cup she gave me. And so I said, okay, let's see. Is it possible to create a vegan world by 2026? Well, eat this instead of that. wear this instead of that. I mean, it's not that hard. The feasibility is obviously feasible. It can be done. Of course, a lot of things have to change around that. We have to first understand that it's feasible to do this. And then we have to have this vision that it is done. If I have team members who think it cannot be done, they're going to drag me down. I know that. So I have to first convince my team members it is going to be done. Okay, we can easily meet this schedule, right? That we can accomplish this. So then when you have a team of engineers, a team of people who truly believe it can be done, they give their everything to make it happen. This is how human beings work together. Okay? And engineering projects are human beings working together to accomplish an objective. I just did a 10-minute speech at the Oxford Union for a debate on this house would go vegan. Okay, so there was a debate on November 30th. And I had to distill everything down to just 10 minutes. So I put all the facts that show why it makes absolute sense to go vegan today. Why it makes zero sense to be clinging to the upper deck of the Titanic. Okay, when there is plenty of vegan lifeboats around. That's the vision I have, right? People are clinging to the upper deck of the Titanic, saying we will never let go of this, when there are plenty of vegan lifeboats. So people could be getting on the lifeboats and steering to safety. You know where the Titanic is going, right? You know it's going downhill. It's going to go down into the water. Okay, so why would you keep clinging to it? And why would you try to climb up to the upper deck of the Titanic when there are lifeboats down there? So that's the impression I wanted to convey in my speech. And I think we accomplished it. There are 4 speakers on for the proposition and 4 speakers on the opposition. I'll put the link to the YouTube playlist with all the speeches. But I have posted the text for my speech along with all the references for the facts that I've used, so that anyone can go check that what I'm saying is true. So let me just go through that a bit, and then we'll start with the presentation.
Okay, and that leads you on to your next session. So let me just ask the team, is there anything else before I exit this and before we encourage people to go on and try this, to log in themselves? Is there anything else that you want me to show or point out? You can speak up. Go ahead.
I think, no, we have covered up most of the things. If you could go in and open, say, assignment number 2, and then just
You want me to do it on the left?
menu.
Go down or
Yeah.
scroll down?
On the left side of menu, you'll see assignment 2. Just click on that.
Number 2.
Yeah. And just click on attempt quiz. So we can show what kind of questions they are going to see, right? So when, so when the participants have gone through the presentation, gone through all the videos, they will be 100% prepared to answer the questions that they may face when they are out and doing a presentation. So this course will prepare them thoroughly to answer any question that would, or any opposition that would come up.
So it's not all multiple choice. You have to actually do some writing and submit your writing, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
And before you leave that page, I would say let's read a couple of them so you know. Like number 1, vegan meals are not satiating. Vegan foods lack protein. So they're things you can answer. Thank you.
Is there something else, Ray, Sailesh, that you'd like me to share before we encourage people to sign in?
Not
Okay.
offended. Mm.
Okay. So that gives you an idea. That's one of the courses. The Bhagavad Gita is under construction, and there will be many other courses to come, particularly covering the 7 strategic actions, including rewilding, for instance, that we covered in the last convergence. All of the different strategic actions that we're working on. So now, Amit, would you like to walk people through logging in? If you
Yeah,
have a
sure.
second screen, or if you have a phone that you can use to register, then you don't have to worry about jumping off the screen.
I have put up the link for the learning management system in the chat, and you all can click on the link and open it in your web browsers. Are there any climate healers certified people already on the call?
Yes, there are.
There are, I'm sure. Yeah, I see Danny has put a thumbs up.
And I want to say, for people who are going to try to log in now, why don't they put a heart up or something so that we, yeah, there's a thumbs up there, so that we know that you're trying to log in right now.
We're going to give people time and walk through any questions you have about getting registered. Is that right? Like
Yeah,
as much as 10 minutes if we need it. Mhm.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing I noticed at the login, it has 2 options for you, the Google login and the LinkedIn. So that makes it quick and easy. So if you want to try it right now, just use one of
That's
them.
right. Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about a password and putting it in that long list of passwords.
Yeah, I could demonstrate that. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So on the top right, you can see a login button, or when you scroll down anywhere, so you see the course and you click on the course, you'll see that you need a self-enrollment key. As a guest, you cannot access this course. So click on the continue button, or you can click on the login button on the top. And if you use LinkedIn or if you use Google, so you could click on any of those options, and that will open up a pop-up, and you can type in your details and you'll be inside the course. So it's very easy to do if you already have a LinkedIn or a Google ID. If you don't have any of those, there's another button where you can fill up a little form, type in your name, your email address, and set your password on your own, and you'll be inside the course. Are there any people who are trying this live right now?
I don't see any hands up or any thumbs up right now, but they will go back through this, I'm sure, those who are interested on and do a replay.
But we would like to encourage you right now to take the time to sign in so that if you have any technical questions or issues, you can let us know.
Oh, I did see one hand go up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
One hand is up.
There's 2.
Mhm.
Okay, there's 2.
Yeah. Mhm.
Anybody else willing to take the time to do it?
There's
Yeah, I see 2 more.
somebody. Mhm.
I see there's a question from Debra. Someone raised their hand, or was it a thumbs up?
I think they were saying that they're working on registering.
Right. Okay.
And this will also help you to be able to explain it to someone else that you recommend this to.
Right. Yeah.
Will you be putting the key in the chat or giving it to people as they request it, or?
Yeah, I'll put up the key, enrollment key in the chat.
Okay. So you will need an enrollment key, which normally will come to you in an email, right?
Yes.
As you go through the registration process, you'll get an email with the registration key. But there it is, so you don't have to check your email. The enrollment key is capital V for vegan, capital W for world, vegan
Did we-
world.
Oh, I was gonna say, did we want that online? Oh, but you already got it. Sorry. Okay, is anyone having any questions out there? Anyone have any problems? Anybody showing up a screen that they're not familiar with? Raise your hand.
If you're done registering, maybe you can put a thumbs up.
Yes, I see 5 new people have registered.
Okay.
We have a quick question. If they hadn't heard the code, where would they find it?
Oh, I just put it in the chat for her.
Okay. Oh, Vegan World. Okay, got it.
And it would come to you in an email. It has come to you in an email in the registration process. So in addition to having it here, you'll also find it in your email.
Okay.
It's an automated system. Still 5 registrants there, Amit?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, we're handling technical questions. Anyone who has technical questions about registering. And then afterward, we'll receive questions about the courses and the online automated system. You know, the general questions about education, education, education.
Right. Okay, I've gotten something. I've gotten in, but am told I'm not registered in any course.
Okay. So when they click on the home tab, they should be able to see Climate Healers training course. And when they click on the Climate Healers training course, they'll be asked an enrollment key, which is Vegan World, which is put up in the chat.
Can you show that screen again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if you don't see yourself as registered, you can come to the Home tab, and on the Home tab, you'll be able to see available courses. In that, you can click on Climate Healers Training course, and it will ask you for an enrollment key. So it should look something like this for you.
Okay, how did that help? He can't talk, so let's see.
And Deborah wrote in the chat that she got an email, but that she doesn't see the code there. You put the code in here in the chat, but she said in the email she didn't get the code.
Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah.
Okay, I've asked David to unmute if he has a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's at the enrollment key box.
Right.
Okay, y'all raise your hand if you have a question and we'll let you ask it, or if you want to. All right, there's Carol. Good. I'm going to ask her to unmute. Okay, Carol.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, let me see here. I'm in,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't have to put in the words that you said that we were going to have to put in.
Yeah, so I saw you had logged in, and I've manually approved and assigned the course to you.
Okay, thank you,
Yes, that's why.
Amit.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
I saved your time.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is great. Yeah. I already went through a lot of it, but this is containing much more of it, so this is wonderful.
Yes, we have people making, I guess Amit making beautiful animations and adding things to exemplify, and it's wonderful.
Rebecca, whenever you feel it's time, you can go ahead and open it up to general questions about the online courses that Climate Healers is offering and will be offering. I see Willow has her hand up.
Oh, good. Okay. Let me ask her to unmute. Go ahead. Go ahead, Willow.
I've been going in circles, but I did read something that says welcome. I wasn't able to use the name that I wanted, and I wanted to check with Amit to see if I'm registered. Can you do that?
Yeah, I just.
But the thing is that it wouldn't take my name Willow, and so I'm under Rosanna.
Yes, you are registered.
So now how? Okay, so okay. All right.
So you click on the login and then use the username and password that you have set it manually. I don't think you have used LinkedIn or Google. I think you have filled in the form. So whatever username, password, I see 3 more users who have probably done the same, not used Google or LinkedIn, and they have use their email address and passwords. So just click on login and enter the username password that you have set while setting up the profile, and you'll be in.
Well, I've lost all my contacts, so I don't have login anymore. So,
Okay. So on the are you on the climatehealers.org/courses link?
um,
I'll put it in the chat again.
I'm going to put it here. I had that.
Okay.
So I'll go here,
Yeah.
and and now I'm in the home.
Right. And do you see on the right side, do you see login?
Yes. Okay.
And now click on the login button. And enter in the username, enter your email address that you set and the password that you set.
Um, okay. Well,
Are you in?
it says that my login is invalid.
Okay.
So can I just put a new?
You can use the forgot password option, and you should receive a link where you can go and reset your password. So this is the login that you used. I've sent it to you on chat. I see 7 people are already logged in and in the course and using the course. Great.
Oh, am I still on? Well, I'm not going to be one of those people, so I just get
Not
very
yet.
anxious, and I just can't take it much longer.
That's why we are here. We are here to help you. But
Well,
once
that's
you are
why
done through the login process, everything is smooth.
I know. That's why I even dared to try, because you're here to help me.
You're very brave. You're very brave. Yeah. Okay, now I also see, so are there other, do you want to finish working, Amit? I mean, Willow, do you want to try something again?
No, I don't like keeping people, so I'll try
I'll
another
connect with you
time.
one-on-one after
Okay,
the session. Yes,
okay,
I'll help
Thank
you
you.
out.
Thank you.
okay. And I saw somebody else, Donna, come on. And did you have a question? We're opening it up for questions, and you've got 7 people that came on. You're good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's wonderful. And any other general questions? And are you going to be trying to take this course during our next speakers? I hope not. But you have it there available to you for when
Yes.
you want to. And we would like feedback on it. Oh, okay, that's wonderful. And maybe we should put the link in the chat of how to get to that page. It is climatehealers.org. And then you will see one of the tabs. I'm just reviewing what you did, Alison. Is that all right? Just let people know that go to climatehealers.org, then go to courses, and you will see it there.
Mm-hmm.
All All right, thank you. Putting that in there. And I would say we have quite a few certified climate healers, and it is good to get the background on it. I love this stuff, and I love the opportunity to. Oh, the other thing we didn't say is that you will get a chance to talk with the climate healers, Dr. Rao, including Dr. Rao, once a month is what we're thinking. Once a month, or maybe. Yeah, once a month, where you can come on and ask your questions. We hope that the questions are covered, but still, you may want to talk with us. So we'll be having some one-on-one. Yes, go ahead. Some more about that?
On Mondays.
On
right?
Mondays, right. We haven't picked the days yet, but we're going to do it in the morning and in the evening, so it's easy for both people to get there. Okay, Danny has a question.
Yeah, so is this continuing education, and what do I have to do to keep my license?
You don't ask about it right now. Just keep it. Just keep it.
Okay, thanks, guys.
What? Dr. Rao may has other plans. Go ahead, Dr. Rao.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we are working on courses for all the strategic actions. So the next will be on compassionate food systems. That's action number 2, right? And then we'll be working on the other actions as well. So once that's all done, then I feel complete. I would feel complete.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. Yeah, we need the food one. I see Willow has another question. Go ahead, Willow.
I logged in, Amit, so I'm set.
Yay.
Very great. I'm glad I could help you. Yeah.
And so the third class is about food systems.
Yes, that's going to be done in conjunction with the Arihanta Institute. So we designed the course for them, for Arihanta Institute, but then we are going to break that down and put it in our course as well. So it'll be jointly offered.
Okay. And I guess I have a general question about that. That would include food healers and how maybe Sadhana Forest does their food, or just all kinds of food systems, or?
It's basically, there is a whole, I have a description of 4 lectures that I have to do. And I'm working on the lectures. It's not like it's done,
Gotcha.
But I can send you that. I had to do that for the Arihanta Institute.
Beautiful, wonderful. And I wonder if you would type in the chat the name of that, because it is hard for.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
So we are partnering with a number of other organizations who are also in the business of educating people. So this is Arihanta Institute, is a Jain institute. And they are interested in promoting the Jain philosophy of non-harming. And so they have a number of other courses. So we are, so I'm a faculty member there, and I'm teaching about food systems, so systems engineering. And they also want people to be able to take their courses. So if climate healers take their courses, they would donate some money to climate healers also.
Oh, beautiful.
But it costs money to take it at Arihanta Institute. Here we are saying, money should not be a barrier to taking these courses. So ours, we are giving it away.
That's amazing. Courses are so expensive, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And I know y'all have spent a lot of time with this.
Right.
So it's really a modeling for the world what we need to be doing is serving each other. Thank you, Dr. Rao.
So the other institutions are also listed in here. Once you are in the 7 strategic initiatives, you'll find out what those are, and then what are the other education platforms that you could explore. So Arihanta Institute is also listed over here.
Okay.
And I just wanted to show you all one more thing. So climate healers have got regular meetings, and there's a calendar, and that calendar also you can find out if you go to your dashboard section. You'll see the climate healers group calendar, and you can join us for our calls as well. So Movement Monday, or we have a vegan land movement call which is going on. So you can get in touch with us on any of these calls as well. if you think the purpose aligns with your purpose as well. Tammy presented about Calf and Cow Mother's Day, so that call also you can see all those listed in the calendar, and you can save it and add to your personal calendar as well, so it gets added to yours.
Well, that's beautiful. All right, well, we have a few minutes left. If there are no comments, then I'm going to ask who would like to have any closing comments.
We have someone there with Amit who would like to have comments.
I bet so. Would you like to say anything?
Would you like to say hi? He has been missing me for the past 2 days.
I see.
Yeah, thank you for sharing him with us. You're
Hmm.
a beautiful
Who's
girl. Oh, and there's another.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see if I have any new messages or any questions. Okay, what time? The time zone for the calendar is Eastern Standard Time. And that's what our VCOPs are. That's what we do. Thank you. You're welcome.
I think it's US Eastern Time, so it's standard time 6 months in the year and daylight time in the other 6 months, something like that. So it's the calendar that you would see if you were in New York. And but if you subscribe to the calendar, it will automatically translate to your time zone.
Is that Google?
Yeah, it's under Google.
Mhm.
How do you subscribe? Subscribe to CH groups, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
I think also, I don't think you mentioned this, but you may have. I was in and out there for a minute. Did you say that they have access to so many resources? I mean, your slides, the references to your slides. You have been in here listening to Dr. Brown. You're wondering, where did he get that? You know, I need to tell somebody. So it's in there. Those resources are there. And I think that's a marvelous thing for us to have. And one of the reasons that that even if you don't get certified, if you're doing the course, you have access to them. If I'm right, if you're doing the course and you've got lesson 1 done, you have access to those resources. So it's a very valuable course. Those are my final words on it. How about anybody else?
Yeah, the book, was written around the course. So the book, there is a Planet B. I wrote it around the course. So you will notice that it's like a textbook for the course, but it's at a 9th grade level. I try to bring it down to that level so that it's easy for people to understand. And I actually got it tested by a few lay people who don't understand engineering, and they were able to go through it.
Is that the book or the course?
The book, not the course.
Okay.
Yeah, people have to go through the course. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, very good. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Because, I've been talking about, for instance, the fossil fuels putting out sulfur dioxide. I've been talking about this since God knows when. It's there in Carbon Yoga, right? But Carbon Yoga was written in 2016 and it's probably at a more of an engineering level. And so not many people read it or understood it. And then I wrote Pinky Promise, which is more at a 5th grade level book. And of course, I didn't go into all these details there. So I wanted something that's in the general population's level. And so that was the idea behind the Planet B book.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all very much. That was wonderful. I'm so glad to be a part of the team, and I appreciate the people that were here watching and then logging on, and it's been great. And I know now this is something I can share with other people so that they can take the course And it'll be easy to say, just go to the Climate Healers page. You know where you signed up for VCOP? Just go there and you'll see it under courses. So I think that's fantastic. Well, thank you everyone very much. All right. It's going to be a vegan world. That's the vision. We have to see it. Welcome everyone. I'm Rebecca Allen with Climate Healers, and we're at the 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. And I think I had better double check my thing here because we have the book launches next. Oh my goodness. Well, y'all are very patient. I got people off and here it is. Well, I am just going to confirm that. Yeah, it's the Million Vegan Grandmothers book launches, and there's Tammy to help me confirm it. So let me start again. Welcome everyone to the 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, and I'm Rebecca Allen, and I'm glad to introduce to you people who are going to be presenting their books. So they're going to be coming online and introduce themselves. And I think they're going to go in alphabetical order. Silas, you're back up here again. And I see the rest of them. Thank you so much. We're excited to hear about your new book launches. And let's see, we're missing somebody. I think it's Silas. All right, so let's see, who was the first person? That would be Alison, I think, right? Take it away. Oh, Tammy's first. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm unmuting you.
I actually just need you, Rebecca, because my computer's just about ready to die, and I left my charger somewhere. So if you can just put PPAPN on instead of me, and I'm going to shut off my computer.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome everyone to our book launch. I think we're going to just jump right in, but at the end, if we have a few minutes, so this is the Million Vegan Grandmothers time space. And if we have a few minutes at the end, I would like to read the declaration and the pledge of the grandmothers just to remind us why we came together. So Silas, if you would like to bring up I think we did it in alphabetical order, who is reading their book and sharing a little bit about their book coming up.
Yes, it would be Alison first, Alison and Amit.
Yes, Alison and Amit together. Because, Silas, when is it that you first published The Pinky Promise?
It was January 2023.
January 2023. Okay. And since then, you've been working on producing a film about that, or based on the book, isn't that right?
Yes, that's a Bollywood film. So it's been completely massaged. You know, it doesn't look like the book anymore, but it started with that. But the idea is still the same. That there is a little girl who gets a promise from an older person. And the older person is desperately trying to meet that promise. And so it's the father-daughter as opposed to grandfather in the story. And it's got, because they said it started with my classmate who is a Bollywood director who read the book and he said, I want to make a movie out of this. And then he said, your character is not interesting. Because you're this wonky fellow who goes around trying to make things happen. No. You need someone flamboyant who goes into depression and all kinds of things. So the character has been completely changed. So I don't even recognize the person anymore. but it is a quest kind of thing. So it's about a quest and trying to meet that quest and how difficult it is, and then handing it over to the younger generation at the end. So that's how it happens in the movie. So the story has been written. Now they're talking to some psychiatrists to make sure that the story is okay, it's technically correct. And then they're going to convert that into a screenplay. So I don't know when it will happen or if it will happen either. It's just a process we're going through. The idea is to reach the masses as quickly as possible, with the message of urgency.
And you have mentioned on a number of occasions that your friend is totally addressed by the statistics behind the climate. Isn't that right? Isn't that what I've heard from you?
Yeah, he was shocked. He had no idea that there were cooling emissions coming from fossil fuels. So this whole thing seems to be a mystery to a lot of people, and it's been well hidden by the powers that be. And so he's now trying to figure out how to get that urgent message out as quickly as possible. So that's his idea, his motivation behind making this movie.
And Amit and I are here because we have been behind an effort to translate the Pinky Promise into other languages. And I'd like to share my screen and show you where you can find the Pinky Promise in 2 other languages. So give me just a second while I share my screen. Oops, hang on, this is the wrong page. Oh. Now I can share my screen. I'm sorry. I thought I was ready to go. All right, here we are at the Climate Healers website. And if you go to the tab that says For You, there it is. Under there, you'll see books. And there are a number of books here now. You'll see what the book that Silas is going to introduce in just a minute. Here's the Pinky Promise. And underneath here on the right, you see download in PDF. That's in English, order on Amazon. And then you see the Pinky Promise in Spanish and the Pinky Promise in Marathi.
Marathi. That's right. Yeah. It's an Indian language.
Quickly click on the Spanish so you can see that here we have the book that you can download in Spanish, La Promesa del Manique, and also you'll see the creator checks in on Planet Earth, Glenn Mercer's play in Spanish. So you can play that and share that link for people also. And going back, I'll just do a quick click here on
Pinky Promise in Marathi. Yeah.
So there's where you can find the books. And feel free if you would like to take on the challenge of translating the Pinky Promise or any of the other books, I guess, Silas, right, into another language?
Yep. Yeah, everything we do is open source. Do whatever you want with it. If you want us to put it on our website, translate it, then send us the PDF and we'll get it checked out.
Okay, Tammy, who's next?
Thank you. Deborah, would you like to share your book that you've just launched? I think this
Sure.
month, correct?
Well, it's been delayed again. So hopefully the launch will actually be June 4th.
Okay.
It's in interior design, so cover's done, just waiting on that to be completed. The book is called Fear, Food, and Feminine Power. It is a book that does include veganism, but it is not specifically about veganism. It is about the emotions, the traumas, and the conditioning that keeps us from being able to make and sustain the changes that we need to make with food. And, you know, it really is like the majority of women report feeling generally unsafe in their skin. And there is just so much, you know, whether it's from their past experiences or the conditioning or, you know, ancestral, whatever that might be. And we are quite nourished and self-soothed with food. And so, you know, then we struggle with the body that portrays that struggle, our inner conflicts. And, you know, whether it's through our health and the conditions that we develop with our relationship with food, as a result of our relationship with food and of our bodies, or because of self-image things. And then we have all of the societal messages that compound that, and it just becomes a spiral that so many people loop in. And I've worked with people that, you know, to help to resolve their struggles with food for a long time. And there are just a number of subconscious beliefs that come up that keep people just, even though they know what they need to do and they make the changes, they revert and go back to the comforts and go back to the, you know, the autopilot. And so it addresses that. And, you know, specifically 5 subconscious belief patterns that run through the psyche that keep us just falling back and falling back and falling back. So it's addressing that. And it introduces a 7-step healing process to take people through. And the reason it's called Food, Fear, and Feminine Power is because underneath so many of our struggles is that inner wisdom, is that inner power. And, you know, it's the parts of us that are being challenged, right? That cause us to go into those loops and into those struggles. But when we go beneath that and we find what's underneath the part that's being challenged, and we give space for that, we give voice for that, we allow that to like emerge and to really be embodied and integrated into who we are. Right? It's really becoming who you are in order to really stand in your truth, stand in your power, to not be embarrassed or not be, you know, afraid to stand out and be different or any of those things, but to just really own who you are. And it's feminine power because we are in that time of transition with our planet. We are in a transition from, you know, the traditional patriarchal way of doing things, where if we really want to heal and survive, it is the feminine rising that is creating that space and that portal for the humanity to really come through in order to come into a state of unity. And so you know, there's a Native American proverb that says the highest calling of the woman is to lead a man to his soul so as to unite him with source. The highest calling of the man is to protect the woman so she is free to walk the earth unharmed. And if we look at this in terms of collective consciousness, it is the feminine, you know, it is the collective feminine consciousness rising up and really being, holding that space of being. That, you know, the feminine is that state of connection, that state of, you know, connection with source, with the deepest inner wisdom and truth, that which connects us with all that is, right? We're not separate from earth. We are the earth. We are a part of the earth. Every fiber of our being is interwoven into the web of life that is a part of this planet. So
So, every part of that is, that is a part of who we are. And as long as we live in separation from that, that is what's causing, as Silas mentioned on the previous presentation, it's like our separation from who we are, our separation from Earth is what's causing the sickness on the planet, right? It's the human beings that make these diversions from the natural law and the natural order that are causing sickness of the humans, sickness of the animals, sickness of the planet. So it's us that needs to make the transformation. So that's what this book is about. And it's about doing it through healing our wounds, bringing that, connecting with the feminine power and embodying that in a very integrated way that can then bring about change for the planet. So again, that sphere, food, and feminine power. And Renee, you asked for that proverb again. That is I believe a Cherokee proverb that says, I can tell you the whole thing. It says, the highest calling of the woman is to lead a man to his soul so as to unite him with source. The lowest calling of the woman is to seduce, leading him astray and leaving him wandering. The highest calling of the man is to protect the woman so she is free to walk the earth unharmed. The lowest calling of the man is to ambush and force his way into the life and cause her harm. So that's the full proverb. And if you look at just the collective of humanity, we have been for a long time living in the lower expression, not just in male-female relationships, but in pretty much every aspect of life, for the most part. And that's what's brought the harm to the planet. We're living in the lower expression as opposed to the higher expression. So the mission of the book is really to reframe our stories and heal our wounds so that we can move to living in that higher expression, come to a place of unity and really being the stewards of the earth that we're here to be.
Thank you so much. So much, Deborah. It reminds me a lot of the work, so many women were told, who are you? Who are you to? And the answer is, who am I not to be? Who am I not to be? And I love this piece you're bringing forth, is that sometimes we're suppressing our greatness, our inherited gifts with food.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee, thank you for being here. Oh, you're still muted.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you again for inviting me to come on here today. I wish I could have been here all day. And I just loved listening to you, Deborah, about your book. I can't wait to read it. Yeah, can't wait to read that. Sounds amazing. I am presently on the tail end of completing all the final edits in a somewhere around 70,000 word manuscript that I've written over the last 5 years. It's a memoir of the Rowdy Girl story, and the working title is Secret Diary of a Cattle Rancher's Wife. Rowdy Girl, The Secret Diary of a Cattle Rancher's Wife. Hoping it stays there. I am honored to announce that Bloomsbury has picked up my book. Bloomsbury Publishing, it's a world-class publisher. They published all the Harry Potter books. So having them as our publisher is extremely exciting. And at the same time, I'm like, what does that mean? I don't know. It's been a very it's been a very difficult season because so much is expected of me this past 6 months to get the manuscript ready for a publisher such as this. So I've had to hire a book coach. I've had another editor come in. I have an agent. Her name is Amy McConnell, and she is amazing. I actually met her through our friend Cameron Waters, and it's been the most thrilling and also fearful part of my life because, my story embodies addiction from alcohol, drugs, and also eating animal flesh. And the book, it's interesting how the book came about. And, y'all know my story pretty much, everyone on here. And if you don't, rowdygirlsanctuary.org is our website. But to go from a cattle rancher to a vegan in Texas created quite a metamorphosis inside of me. I was always a spiritual girl. I was always leaning into yoga, meditation, even studied ahimsa one time, but I never grasped what it meant to live ahimsa until I went vegan on a cattle ranch. And then it and in the process of all of these years, I struggled with alcohol and drug abuse. And I believe it's so deep because the feminine is so suppressed. So when our power starts to rise, and if we're not acknowledged by the men in our life, the easy way out is to not feel that power. And this book embodies the power that came through after my last, I got sober January the 8th, 2013. But I struggled for years to get sober and stay sober. So if you can imagine, January the 8th, 2013, I get sober. And October 31st, 2014, I go vegan. And it was just a short amount of time. And the reason I was able to go vegan is because for the first time in my life, I embraced what it meant to be true to myself, to not be true to what the world was telling me to do, what a man was telling me to do, what my family was telling me to do. For the first time in my life, I became true to what was emanating from within me, deep into the core of who I am. And I did that on a cattle ranch. So here I am finally sober. My mind is clear. I'm starting to understand, what the way the wind blows. And all of a sudden I'm falling in love with cows. And, and coming home to tell my husband all about it. And he's telling me I'm crazy. And there's this instinct that wants to go back in and get drunk or get high, so I don't have to feel that. But instead, I kept doing whatever I had to do to not only stay sober, but to embrace who the heck I am and what I'm here to do. And that led me to ripping open that place inside of me that I was never able to go to before. And that was who I am at my core. Who I've always been was a vegan. I've always been that girl that loved animals and I ate them. So when I finally saw it and I felt it, the book started writing me. And the book is, everyone that has read my book in my circle of my editors and my coach and my agent, everyone says the same thing. There's not been a book that they've read that really embodies and intertwines recovery from alcohol and drugs with recovery from animals on a cattle ranch, and doing it this way. I weave it all in. And it's just because it feels normal to weave it all in that way. I didn't know it was going to happen that way. It's a soul journey. It's incredibly gripping. It's painful and hilarious at the same time. So it's, I'm excited that the Bloomsbury team, everybody in the whole team, when they got the manuscript, the proposal, there was not one thumbs down. Everyone was thumbs up. And so, you know, a lot of publishers turned it down, but Bloomsbury embraced it. And I am excited about that idea because, you know, Harry Potter, the Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, all the publishers, you know, turned her down and Bloomsbury said yes. So, you know, you just never know what a story like Rowdy Girl the Cow is. That's my boss, you know, is Rowdy Girl, and she's who I listen to. And there's a power coming through that girl that is much greater than any power I have ever experienced. Like, for instance, yesterday at our volunteer day, I'm talking about the book. We're there at the sanctuary where there's people all over in the volunteer day. We're having our lunch. And Rowdy Girl never comes out of her corral, out of the pasture, into the area where the sanctuary house is. She never does that. I mean, she has never, ever done that since we've been at this new location since 2019. When I was talking about the book, talking about all the things, you know, my alcohol abuse, the recovery from eating animals, all this, Rowdy Girl comes barreling up right beside me and stops and was part of the action. That is what Rowdy Girl does. And she's done this on more occasions. I was just like, oh, there she is. It's because Rowdy Girl speaks to me when I'm sleeping. She speaks to me right here, and she's going to speak to the world now. So I'm excited that y'all asked me to come on here, and the manuscript is due May 30th. So it's coming up. I meet with my coach again tonight, 6 o'clock. I'm meeting with her 8 to 9 hours a week right now. It's like pounding, you know, to get all this done because she's expanding scenes. They're making sure that everything is, you know, as good as it can be. And so I meet with her. The manuscript is due May 30th. And from what I know so far, it will be released spring of 2026. And when I think about, you know, what Dr. Rao has always said about, you know, a vegan world by 2026, I can't help but think that Rowdy Girl timed the release in the spring of 2026. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Renee. You're always such an inspiration. And your story, but your heartfelt living, you know, you live it. You live the journey in a really honest and integral way. So thank you so much for that, being the living example, you know, always upgrading and growing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sailesh?
Can I add something to what Renee said, or just a comment? Renee, there was a time in my life where I was a very heavy drinker, and when I decided I wanted to go vegan, when I was hungover was when I had the hardest time refraining from animal products, because there was that craving in me that I needed the grease, I needed the fat, and it was the biggest struggle. And I remember just making that decision of, well, if I want to go vegan, I have to stop drinking. And, you know, it was like the two cannot coexist in my body. And I had to make that commitment at that time. So I love your story. I cannot wait to see the movie. Did you say it's going to be a movie? It's going to be a movie. I can't wait.
Just so you know, there is a movie being written. It's just like Sailesh said, I don't know when or what, but I have a feeling once the book comes out that the demand will be greater, because I don't think Rowdy Girl is going to stop until it's done. So she's working overtime through me. So yeah.
You're muted, Tammy.
Sailash, would you like to share next on There Is a Planet B?
Well, thank you, Tammy. Thank you, everyone. It's this book was an accident almost, because I wasn't intending to write a book. I had just finished teaching the course on the greatest transformation in human history last year. And I was at the Oxford Literary Festival as a guest of Marlene Watson-Tara. And after the closing banquet, the organizer of the festival, she came to me and she said, I would like to invite you to come next year and present at the Oxford Literary Festival. I said, okay, I'm happy to do that. And I said, I've already written a book called The Pinky Promise. I would love to come and talk about it. He said, no, write another book. He said, if you write another book, what would the title be? And I blurted out, There Is a Planet B. I don't know where it came from. He just said, there is a planet B. She said, done. That's it. That's the book I want. And then it struck me, my God, I have to write a book by next year. It's like, this is not easy. And I know I wrote Carbon Dharma in 11 months. Right after I came to see Kimaya when she was born. I came to see her when she was a month old. So it's probably December end, I came to see her. And then I went back home and I started writing Carbon Dharma. And it was released October 31st. So I knew I could do it. October 31st of 2011, just 10 months later. Okay, so I said, all right, I'll take it as a challenge. And then I decided to make that the textbook for the course. So it has all the details that you need to know for the course. And the course is intended for ordinary people. So I wanted it to be like a 9th grade level book for a 9th grade level course. So that's what it is. And it basically talks about the planet that we are working on. So the world that we are working on at Climate Healers, a climate healing world, is Planet B. It looks very different from the world that we are used to, which is a climate heating world. That's Planet A. So Planet A, to me, is a planet where you are playing a game of deception and domination. So it's a game in which you're trying to see who's the winner. Who's the winner? And so the winner will be the most deceptive among us all and the most dominant among us all. And that's where I believe the world is spiraling towards, the current world. This is why it's becoming more and more fascistic, if that is a word. And it's more and more authoritarian. And people are trying to figure out their bunker, that they'll survive, whereas the rest of us are going to disappear. So that's the mindset, right? Because it's a world of competition to see who's going to win, who's going to lose. And simultaneously, we're building this transformation to a world in which everyone thrives. That's the climate healing world. That's Planet B. So it was a riff because I had just read Mike Berners-Lee's book called There Is No Planet B, which is a book full of facts about what we are doing to the planet and why we have to take care of this planet, because there is no other planet to go to. Despite what Elon Musk may tell you, that there is another planet to go to. And so it was a riff on that. And I even met Mike Berners-Lee at this Oxford Literary Festival. He was releasing another book. And I told him I'm going to release a book called There Is a Planet B. And he said, wow, okay, can I write on my book that there really isn't a Planet B? And I said, sure, write it. So that's how he endorsed his book to me. There really isn't a planet B. But what I'm saying is there is a planet B. That's the idea behind the book. There is a planet that we are already working on that is rising out of the ashes of the old. This is the transformation that's happening. And that's what we have been talking about during this convergence. And that's just what we're going to be working on. We have been working on for the last 20 convergences. Yeah.
And Silesh, can I quickly share my screen again and show where they can order the book?
Oh, sure.
Okay, I'll do that quickly. Now I know right where it is, so. All right. So this is the Climate Healers website under For You books, and there it is. So
Yeah.
there's a description of it, and you can order it on Amazon or you can download it in PDF.
Yeah, you can download the interior PDF from the website. On Amazon, they insisted that we cannot reverse the cover. So I'm dissatisfied with that because I think there is a lot of symbolism to actually reversing the cover so that you have to read it like this, you know, because that's the way I got it printed at Oxford. So it's reversed. But Amazon apparently has a lot of bots running the printing process, and the bots would get very confused if the cover is reversed. So I straightened it out to be on Amazon. When I'm looking for a publisher that would do it right.
And Silesh, do you happen to have a copy there so you can show us what it looks like when you're reading it?
Yeah. So here is the book. This is the copy that I printed at Oxford. So, and the cover of the book has a poem that basically says, animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change, and we don't believe anyone who says rapidly phasing down fossil fuel use should be a top priority, because the reality is we have been misled by the UN IPCC. So don't tell us that we have run out of solutions. On Planet A, we have been reading this from the bottom up. When you read it from the bottom up, it says, we have run out of solutions. So don't tell us that we have been misled by the UN IPCC. Because the reality is, rapidly phasing down fossil fuel use should be a top priority. And we don't believe anyone who says animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change, which is Planet A. Okay? Planet A has been set up like that. So we got that on the front of the book, the cover of the book. And the cover was designed by Mark Hurst of the Chase. And he basically got Planet B upside down, which at least they didn't complain about that at Amazon. And the back of the book, there is the description of the book, and then a short bio of me, and the Climate Healers logo and the ISBN. And then there's a quote from Glenn Mercer, which is reversed, which you have to read upside down. And it says, the world is not such a terrible place as long as you look at it wrong. Glenn Mercer. He wrote it in one of his plays. So this is why the book has to be read upside down. Because if you read the book, if you look at the world upside down, there's nothing wrong with it. That's Planet B. Now, Amazon is insisting that I have to open it like this, you know, so the interior is, so it's not reversed. I have to now look for some printers who would do it or publishers who would do it for me. That the right way.
Yeah, the upside down way.
Yeah, that's the right way, the upside down way. Because there's symbolism to that upside down way. And everyone loved it, you know, at the Oxford Literary Festival. Everyone loved the idea. And it's to me, it's a pity that the main, I mean, Amazon is a monopoly. You know, you cannot get anywhere without them. And for at least for self-publishing. And self-publishing, I choose that because it's faster. When you go through a publisher, it takes time for them to release the book. But Anyway, for self-publishing, Amazon has allowed us to self-publish in the past. But we're doing this reversal. Anyway, Amit wants to share a video of Planet B from Oxford. Yeah, welcome to.
Salash, when I was studying with Dr. Gabriel Cousins, he used to say that he called his school the culture of life as opposed to the culture of death that we're living in.
Mm.
And that when things get so upside down and backwards, they would seem normal. And then normal, what is actually right, would feel radical
Right.
and on the fringe. And so, yeah, that's what's happening. Great. Is it my turn?
Amit said he wanted to share a short
Oh,
video of the
Yeah.
Planet B release from Oxford.
Great.
Okay, he put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I could share my screen as well, but it's a 1 hour video.
Oh, no, I don't want to do
Yeah. So for those who missed the launch of the book at Oxford, so you'll get a fair enough idea how the setting was, how the environment was, what kind of questions were asked when the book was launched, and the enthusiasm. And also Viga was present. Viga the cow was present in the audience as well. So it's a fun to watch video. Yeah.
Yeah, we put Viga the cow in this setting that was from a Harry Potter movie, literally. It's like it's the Oxford University's convocation hall, Bodleian Convocation Hall.
Okay, is he going to start it?
Oh, no. I
No.
think
Yeah, he put the link in the chat for everybody to watch. Go ahead, Tammy.
Well, thank you. Thank you. This is a great book launch. You know, it's amazing that we're having we're coming together and sharing all these different ways that we're showing up in our divine essence. And the book that I wrote with a lot of help from my beloved partner, Paul Papin, is The Essence of Sacred Relationships. And the theme through all of this has been sacred relationships. And I mentioned to you in my book, Renee, about that a lot of us, the very first time we're truly witnessed and awoken, it is not often with a human. Some people it's with a human, often a grandchild, maybe a child, and often it's in the other world, like Jordi Casamagiano. It was a wasp, and Renee, you know, rowdy girl, and many of us. So my book is called The Essence of Sacred Relationships. It'll be available probably the beginning of June. So I'm just going to I'm going to read a quote from it, and then I'm just going to share a little bit. To truly see and free others, we must look beyond their past and even their present, seeing them as they have the power to become, while radically accepting who they are in the moment. This ability to hold both vision and presence is the heart of sacred relationship. So the summary of The Essence of Sacred Relationship, and the subtitle is Spiraling Towards Divine Union and Compassionate Service. It explores the transformation powers of sacred relationships and highlighting their roles in fostering deeper connections. Spiritual growth. So it's using sacred relationships as a vehicle for spiritual growth, however they're showing up, whether they're triggering us and showing us what we may have still in our shadow, or whether they're reflecting our light and our beauty and what's being called forth. So they highlight this deep connection through healing, not just within couples, but families and communities and sacred relationships with the animals and Great Mother Earth herself, as we hear so often that we are Earth. And then once we know this, we act accordingly. So then we take this sacredness and we extend it into the broader communal and even planetary healing. And that's what this book does. It encourages readers to embrace their role in collective well-being, to hold each other's hold each other in our true essence of who we're becoming, this human becoming, and into this world of planet B, into seeing our power and the feminine rise of the earth. And throughout it, I share a lot of poetry because there's different ways that we are able to get closest to our heart, music, poetry, animals, walking barefoot in the earth. For me, swimming natural in cold mountain lakes. The book also recognizes the barriers as opportunities. And as the sages often say, what is in the way is the way. By applying teachings from various spiritual traditions in this book, I'm integrating the principles primarily of spiral dynamics and other compassionate ways of communicating and deep holistic self-care, which I really am thrilled that Renee has kind of entered deeper into that whole piece on sacred self-care in the raw food industry. So thank you, not industry, but in the raw food world of sacredness, as I studied that for many years. This book also offers a glimpse into my own sacred relationships and its barriers. So I think sometimes teaching very anecdotally and sharing our vulnerability and our truth. I mean, relationship, we're all in relationship all the time. Whether we know it or not, we're in relationship all the time. And, offering transcendent ways to not allow ourselves to feel like we're falling short, right? I had a friend contact me recently who was being very hard on herself for something she felt that she fell short on. And I'm like, oh, I just wanted to hold her. And when we become that essence, sorry, I'm feeling really emotional. Thank you for being here. When we become that essence, where that Rumi talks about, out beyond the ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field and I will find you there, right? And in order to do that, in order to really connect with another being and see them in their essence, even when they're having a meltdown, even when they're not able to see themselves, it means that we have entered something within ourselves. We have opened up that sacred wound and took a deep look inside of that. And that is the essence of sacred relationship. And finally, this book offers a reader's journey style, questions and reflections. So I have a journal at the end for both men and women. And it's intended to serve as a spiritual guidebook for healing our past wounds that are not only personally fulfilling, like our past wounds, they're personally fulfilling. What a way to look at our sacred relationships. But they also contribute to an ever-widening spiral, to the healing and the honoring and the service of us all. So chapter 1 in this book starts out to talk about the self at the center of the spiral. As activists, we often forget to put ourselves and to spiral back in to ourselves at the center of the spiral. And Dr. Cousins had a quote I often referred to. He says, to see the divine spark in others, we must first see it in ourselves. This is the fundamental beginning place. How do we do that? We do it through sacred relationship, through the reflections, through the push, pull, struggle that we often judge in others and ourselves. And what if something opens up and we're able to see that struggle is sacred? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? So when we first step into the spiral path of sacred living, it begins with one powerful truth, that we're nature, nature's sacred, therefore we're sacred. And that same life force that unfurls pussy willows into spring pulses through our heart is the same sacredness of all life. There's no separation. And yet for many of us, seeing our own life as sacred, truly feeling it, can feel very uncomfortable. And a wise teacher used to say to me, ask yourself often, is what I'm doing right now is what someone who loves himself would do. And when we really pause with this question, we're brought back to the land of the courageous and free, the child within us who once danced barefoot in puddles and laughed freely when something didn't feel right, or cried freely when something didn't feel right. But why is this simple return to self-love so difficult for many of us? That's the question in adulthood. Why do we, I mean, I watch my granddaughter and she'll do something wrong or she'll have a fight with her brother and it's over. You watch a confrontation with animals, they shake it off, it's over. It's because we take a big breath in, we go into the sympathetic state and we freeze. We've been taught to freeze instead of shake it off and cry and release, and we stuff it down, as Debra had said, you know. But sacredness, we learn again, we relearn, we reparent ourselves into caring for ourselves to honor the web of life that we're part of. You know, when I was, and I talk about this in my book, when I was 6 years old, my mother left our family, and I learned very early on that in order to help my grieving father, I could take care of him. It made him feel relieved to come home if I had food for him. And this has become my greatest strength and my greatest challenge, because it was easy for me to take care of people and much harder for me to learn to take care of myself. So I want to leave you with just a poem. I have lots more that I would like to share. There's a huge section on self-love, and I take some of my protocols from my Heal protocol, and also from my book, Sacred Sovereignty, The Infinity Path to Heal. There's poetry throughout, so I would like to end with a poem I wrote in the area on the sacred relationship that activists have in their journey. And I was writing a blog for International Calf and Cow Mother's Day that we're going to be bringing forth into the world. And I was thinking about the sacred relationship with my child, and who brought two of my sacredest relationships to the world, my two gorgeous grandchildren. And I wrote this, so I will end with this, so we have a few minutes for questions. She wandered through her memories, baby suckling on her breast, her most tender memories of this life, until her grandchildren were born. She knew less then about other baby animals and all the newborns that could never suckle because their children ate cheese and coffee had cream. And oh yes, that constant children's pleas for summer ice cream. She did not know, and once she did, she could not unknow. And the heaviness of carrying the knowing, and the throwing of caution to the wind, of sharing this with her own granddaughter, feeding her offspring this unsuckled stuff, and the trampling of pearls and the unfurls of knowing without space, with nowhere to go. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. And thank you for letting me get emotional. Writing this book with my beloved partner the last year has been very healing for our relationship. And it's really been very healing for all of my relationships. I no longer give my daughter any solicited advice, and she's coming back to me and sharing a lot more stuff with me. And it's because in a deeper way, I've let myself off the hook so I can do the same for other people. Thank you. We'll open it up if there's any questions or comments.
Tammy, you're getting lots of love out here. That's what we're noticing. And not just you, but the whole book launch. But yeah, there's love and thank yous. Yeah. I don't see any other questions. Maybe somebody has a question. I guess one of the questions that might come up is, when it's taken a long time, do you find that the book changes? You know, and so if somebody would like to comment on how that happens, how it flows.
I just want to say that I've told Paul that I wanted to re-edit it and edit it and edit it. He's like, that's another time and place, because you can just keep going and going and going, especially when you're talking about something about growth and the power of sacred relationships, because we're evolving so quickly right now as a species. Once we say, okay, I'm in. Yeah.
I was just going to say that I watched my book definitely evolve. When I first started writing it, over 4 years ago, I had ghostwriters trying to help me, and Jane Velez Mitchell heard every chapter I wrote. She's the one that gave me the courage and the permission to just keep going. And she was my muse, and still is. But anyway, it has evolved. It's also incorporating all the abuse, the addictions and all of the sexual abuse and trauma, and it all intertwines and relates to the animals, and how that sacred wound, how that wounding was sacred because it has become my greatest treasure. And so I really related to you, Tammy. So thank you. It's interesting how the book evolves if you just keep, like, I almost self-published 2.5 years ago. I wanted it out so bad, and I had some good coaching, and they were just like, Renee, this book, you just stay with us, because the evolution of what has happened as a result it takes my breath away. And so yeah, it definitely evolves. You got to be careful to keep it reined in, that people don't own your book. That's been really a big part of it, and I haven't let that happen. But I've also had to have a lot of willingness to take very good advice, as long as I knew that I was surrounded by the right people.
I can speak to that as well. When I started my book 8 years ago, and then shortly after was when I moved into my father's home, when my father's health was, at that time, he was told he would have 1 year to live, and he's still here at 102. Thank you for the diet, but diet contributes a lot to that. I'd love to talk about that sometime. But when I came here, it was about 30,000 words, and I was thinking, okay. And over the years, with just like more unpacking of kind of, being in my childhood bedroom again, and remembering my father owned a bakery, and I, had, yes, trauma, childhood trauma, and sugar addiction and alcohol and drugs and everything. And it just like, as things kept unfolding and just, more insights and insights. It's at 83,000 words now. And so it's definitely evolved. And it's also, as Tammy said, we're evolving so rapidly as a species, and as we're, really coming to the place that I spoke about with the feminine rising and the masculine needing to really, it's really needing to hold that portal to bring humanity into a state of unity where we can live in harmony with the planet. It's just like, yeah, as we continue to evolve, I could probably work on it another 10 years, but we don't have that much time, do we, Silas? We got 2026.
Very good.
So at some point, you got to put a period at the end.
I see that we do have a couple of questions, but we have a minute left. So what shall we do? If they can be short, let's see. If that's okay with our next speaker. Okay, make it quick, please. Caller.
I'm ready.
Okay, go
Uh,
ahead.
Question: have you ever heard of Abu al-Ma'ari? He's the first vegan. He lived in Aleppo in the year 1000 AD. He wrote a poem called "I No Longer Steal from Nature," and I mean, this is like, if you can imagine, in the year 1000. He not only, it's a poem. He wouldn't steal the milk, the cow that was intended for the cow's calf, but also wouldn't eat honey. He was a radical vegan in the year 1000 in Aleppo. Ever heard of this man?
Yes, I have. It's a first vegan poet. It's a beautiful, beautiful poem, and we'll get
Yeah,
somebody
and it's
to put
not.
it in the chat.
You could read that poem. It'll only take a minute to read the poem, and it's the first vegan in the history of the world.
Right. It's just amazing. Okay, so let's see if we can squeeze that in sometime today, because we do have an open mic section also. Maybe you would like to, but we will.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to get one Dr. Heister in, and then see Donna's ready to go.
Unmute. I was so moved by this book launch. I have written a book myself, and I know how difficult it is. So thank you very much, everyone, for making it through the process and getting your book published. I would like to know, how are you going to celebrate yourself once your book has launched and is being published? What are you going to do to celebrate yourself?
I'm holding up Dr. Heister's book.
Oh, thank you, Salish. Yeah,
I'm going to go visit Anya and we're going to go hang out at the Earth ship.
that's right. That's the plan, Tammy. I'm so looking forward to this.
All right. Well, it's a beautiful idea of celebrating, and it looks like.
What about you, Renee?
You give me a lot to think
Debra?
about. I haven't even thought about celebrating. I'm sure you probably already had that thought in your mind. That question was probably already answered, because when you're in it as deep as I know I've been in it, it's almost like I've never had any children, physical children. I've got cows and chickens and, I got all kind of animal kids. But birthing this book has been, talk about a labor pains that go on and on and on and on and on. And so once I have this book and it's out of me and into the world, I know I need to celebrate. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but you've given me a lot to think about, and I will. Thank you. Maybe
Good.
You can reach out to me by email and help me ignite some great plan.
No, it's probably okay that you don't know yet, but maybe it's important that you will celebrate yourself once it's done, however you like, Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Does anybody else want to comment?
Can you tell us what you did to celebrate?
What did I do? That's a good question. I don't think I did anything special.
Right,
maybe I should go on vacation. Maybe I should treat myself to a trip to Canada to visit Tammy.
Yes, our next VCOP may just be in Canada also.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for that wonderful question. I'm so glad that you all got a chance to share and that we got a chance to hear from you. It was very moving. And I look forward to reading them, as many as I can. Thank you. All right. So let's see, I'm going to bring up the next person. Nope, it's being done for me. That's fantastic.
Oh, you've unmuted me. I can speak.
Yes, you can finally speak. Bring you on board. All right.
All right.
Welcome, everyone. It has been an amazing day here at VCOP 21, from the animal-free musical instruments to using AI to vegan dog food, 10 days to make big change to a vegan, climate healers courses and book launches. And we have more to come. And I'm Rebecca Allen, your MC, your Climate Healers MC, and the 21st, we're at the 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. Our guest is Donna Sauerberger, daughter of the late Jean Robert Bayard, who wrote the book, the great book, I think it's great, How to Think If You Want to Change the World. And her son, the late loving Stephen Sauerberger, was editor of his grandmother's amazing book. Donna is passionate about spreading wisdom in her mother's book, giving free books away, giving workshops, and we're going to put it in the chat how to reach you, Donna. But also, I'm just going to tell people on the web, it's magisa.org, MAGISSA. She has the books for you, and she hosts free workshops too. So thank you. Because she sees how to change, how we can transform our world, I'm very glad to introduce you to Donna. Transform yourself and transform the world. Yay.
Very good. Thank you so much. And this has been an amazing day. Both days I've just been transported. So I'm hoping that what I'm going to bring was just add a little bit of to the cherry. And in the links, you should, the chat, you will get a link. And for those who are not here, I have a QR code, and this is to my handout. And so a lot of the things I'm talking about are going to be on here. And while I'm holding this up, I just want to send a message to Mark, who's thinking of doing a hunger strike to make people more aware and convince them to make a change. I'm going to be talking toward the end of this about how people can become convinced and change their minds. Just to give you something to think about as to whether a hunger strike would be effective. And so before we talk about transforming our world, let's talk about transforming ourselves, starting by building beliefs about yourself and the world around you, beliefs that support you. So I want you to think, this is not going into the chat, but I want you to think of a belief that you have that pulls you down. And then think about a belief that could replace it and support you and lift you up. And, don't worry about whether either of them is true. That we're going to talk more about later about whether things are true or not. Just write the belief that pulls you down and the belief that could replace it to support you. Write down them both. And then I want to talk a little bit about beliefs. Because our beliefs shape our perception of facts. And I'll talk a little bit about that, how that happens. And they tend to become reality because we impose our beliefs on what we perceive, and our beliefs can affect the outer world. All of us have beliefs that lift us up and beliefs that bring us down. And if we believe we can't do something, the chances that we're going to be able to do it are pretty small. Salish gave us a beautiful example just a few hours ago about his belief that the world can become vegan. And if we believe that that's not possible, it's not very likely to happen. It's much less likely to happen. So if we approach others with the belief that they are evil and they have bad intentions, it's more likely that they're going to react to us less favorably than if we believe that they're good people with good intentions. So our beliefs can affect everything around us. Now, I'm going to give you some examples of beliefs that bring us down. And as I tell you these beliefs of my mother and me, I want you to put into the chat, and I think it's going to be, if you go into the chat, it's going to be, is it called questions? What's it called? Questions for speakers. Yeah. So if you put it into there, I want you to put in there, what would be a good belief, or a belief that would lift us? I'm going to give you examples of beliefs that pulled us down. I want you to put into the chat, what could we have believed that would lift us up, that we could replace these beliefs with? So the first one is, after my son died, my youngest son, Stefan, died, I struggled with the belief that he'd still be alive if I had just done something. If I had done something different, if I had done this, if I had done that, he'd be alive today. that was my belief. And it was a major part of the grief that I went through, besides missing him, of course, and grieving for his loss. It was it was that belief that really made it tough. Now, the other belief is my mother, she was arrested for blocking the animal lab at Stanford because, they were doing research on animals that was not humane. And she was arrested with the others, and the others paid their fine and went home. And she said she wanted to go to trial because she thought she could convince the jury that her action was justified. And when they convicted her, she felt despair. She thought of all the years that she had been advocating and thinking she could think of no reason that they would convict her other than that they're evil. The fact that they weren't there to judge whether she was justified, they were there to judge whether she did the deed, and she said she did the deed. So, but for her, she could think of no reason that they would do that other than that they were evil. And she did not want to be part of the human race. She wanted to die. She willed herself to die. Fortunately, she lived another 20 years, and all she managed to do was give her a really bad case of painful shingles. But she was several years in despair because of that belief that the human race is evil. So, do we have any beliefs that that would have supported us instead of that?
Donna, we've enabled the chat so people can write directly into the chat.
Well,
Hopefully it will support
they're
you.
going to write it in the question thing.
Okay. Has anybody written in the question thing yet?
So I'm going to say there are no questions for speaker, but I think we're having a little technical challenge as to whether or not we're going to open up the chat. In the meantime, I will be.
Well, I see a question in there. Okay, thank you, Danny, and thank you, Allison. So yes, I think we're comfortable to open the chat. Thank you, Allison, for that option. I just, it takes me a bit to change, uplift me when there's a change in the technical. One of the questions that went to the questioner was, uplifting would be if there was a message in the light and rainbows that said you are free of that.
So the belief would be that I am free of that.
You're free of that feeling like you are responsible.
Oh, so the belief would be, I wasn't responsible. I did everything I could. Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other beliefs that could lift us up instead of filling us with despair and guilt and pain?
I have one.
Yeah.
What happens when you feel rejected by an individual?
No, I'm sorry. I want a belief that I could adopt. Yeah.
Okay.
I want a belief that would replace the belief that I was responsible for my son's death and my mother's while I'm at it, by the way.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got it backwards. Okay.
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 Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. I'm glad you're.
I don't see any others right now. How about the belief that I was guided to do everything in just the right way and I wasn't in control?
Ooh, I'm sorry, BJ, but that just filled me with such peace and calm. Could you say that again? The belief that I was guided
in just the right way to do just the right things.
Yeah. Oh, that's powerful. What a powerful belief. Thank you. Any others?
Okay, here's one. I wish I had courage to go to the vegan. Oh, well, I'm not sure this will help you with that one, but I'll read it anyway.
I have a belief that I want to go to the vegans.
It might. I wish I had courage to go vegan sooner, 20 years ago when I first found out about it.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
so that's
thank you guys. I think you get the idea that there are beliefs that pull us down and we can replace them with beliefs that lift us up. So what I'm going to do is ask you to take a minute.
Okay.
And this is not going into the chat. This is just for you. Write it down wherever. My husband, I never write anything on paper. I write it into my phone. But anyway, write down a belief that's pulling you down. It doesn't have to be as dramatic as that you killed your son, or that people are all evil. Something that pulls you down, and then a belief that would lift you up. Some of our beliefs that pull us down is that we're incapable, we're unworthy, we're undeserving of happiness. Like my mother said, people are evil or greedy. And beliefs that can support are that we are capable, we are worthy and deserving of happiness, and people are kind and generous. So I want you to think about a belief that pulls you down and a belief you could replace that with that would lift you up. So I'll just give you a little bit. All right, that probably wasn't enough time, but hopefully you can do it as we go. Because I am actually a certified mind reader, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Donna, you can't change your belief, or I can't change my belief, because my beliefs are based on facts. I'm a rational person, and what I believe is true. How many are not thinking that? Oh, I see no hands. It's either you couldn't reach for the hand thing fast enough, or we've all thinking that. Oh, David doesn't think he's very good. All right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how rational are we, and whether the best way to convince someone that they're wrong and that you're right is to share the facts that are the basis of your belief. Our brains are hardwired to despise conflicting beliefs, cognitive dissonance. So, as we struggle to think about what to believe, is this true or is that true? And we finally come to a belief, it hates things that conflict with that belief. And the stronger the belief becomes, the harder it is to counter it. Your brain will filter out information that doesn't fit with your belief, and it will select things that do fit in with your belief. So it's not that what you believe is true, it's that it's true because you believe it. Has anybody not had this experience that you go and you experience something with a friend or a colleague or somebody, and you both have the exact same experience, or you read the exact same book, or you watch the exact same movie, and you come out with totally different perceptions of what happened? How many has never had that experience? David, put your hand up if you've never had that happen to you. Again, either you can't reach the hand thing fast enough, or everybody here has had that experience. And what's behind that is that our brains are watching the same information. We're gathering the same facts, and we're picking things that fit into our beliefs, and we're kind of ignoring anything that doesn't fit in with our beliefs. So if you have a strong belief, facts against it actually can strengthen it. If I believe I have to eat meat in order to live, and that's really strong, and you come at me with facts that show actually that's not true, not only will I reject them, it strengthens my belief. So be careful when you try to convince people with facts, because if it's a really strong belief, it will actually strengthen their belief that that's not true. Now, the nice thing is that if you have a belief that pulls you down and you want to replace it with a belief that lifts you, once you commit yourself to that belief, your brain is your friend. It will help you find all the facts that support that new belief, and it will reject the things that say, hey, actually, that's not true. So we will have facts. We can find facts to support whatever our belief is. So all you need to do is truly commit to truly believing this belief that supports you, and your brain will filter your perception. It will create your truth, and it will affect you and your health and your well-being and the world around you. Now, at the end of VCOP, I'm not going to say the time because it's going to be different for everybody, but 5 minutes before the end of today, I'm going to do a little exercise to help establish and confirm your belief. And in the meantime, speaking of beliefs, we are hardwired. We have a hormone, oxytocin, that makes us generous, kind, trustworthy to people who we consider to be us. That same hormone makes us stingy, distrustful, and hostile to them, the people we think is outside of our little sphere, our us. And we assume that people in our sphere are generous. There was I wish we had time to share some of the great research. I mean, some of these were the kids that are randomly assigned to two groups. And then they did a little experiment and showed that the kids thought that the people randomly knew it was randomly assigned to the other group. They thought that those kids would be not generous. They didn't want to share with them. And, so this is innate. This is in us. Now, again, there's a workaround. We can expand who is us so that we can feel compassion and love for them. And it would change our world, our beliefs about people and things around us. I was able to do this, excuse me, in my mother's book, in Dr. Robert Baird's, Jean Robert Baird's book, is an exercise to go through, and I'm going to go through it with you, to help you realize that the enemy, the people and the others, are actually like ourselves, and consider them to be part of our group. And so when I was able to do this, it just filled me with calm, and I could hear the bad news, the news about the evil things that are being done, and be determined to fight them, but without hate and anger. And I can't tell you what a difference it made, because I used to be, it's been about 5 or 6 years that I've, walked around with anger and hate. And now I hear the same kind of news, or even worse, and I don't have those feelings. And, I forget his first name, Brooks, wrote a book. All this is on your handout that I gave you the link to, which again is here. And in that book, it talks about how you are healthier when you don't feel all this anger and hate in you. Excuse me. And also it makes us more powerful and influential. Because who would you listen to more? Who would you trust and want to learn more from? Somebody who trusts and respects you, wants to understand you, or someone who thinks you're evil, you're stupid, and you don't understand, and they don't understand you or even want to understand you? Which of those are you going to be listening to? There's a wonderful book, and again, it's on the handout, Diffusion of Innovations. I was trying to change my profession because a couple of blind friends of mine were killed crossing a street. I teach people who are blind how to cross streets and get around, and they were using techniques that we teach or taught. And I tried that was 35 years ago, and I was 30 years trying to change the profession, to change the way we teach street crossings. And what's my place here? Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, people will cling to what they believe. And again, the stronger the belief is. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. So in this book, I highly recommend it. It's Diffusion of Innovations, the 5th edition, and it will help you understand how to change, what can make people adapt new ideas. And one of the experiments in there, or one of the studies that they did, was to find out how did doctors adopt the use of tetracycline. And it wasn't because of research. It wasn't because there were journals and there were authorities saying that it was a good thing. They did it because their friends, people who they considered to be like them, tried it, liked it, shared it, and that's why they adopted it. Not because someone, authority who they don't, who would be an other, told them to do it, but somebody who they feel like is themselves did it. So having the belief that you are on their team, they are on your team, you respect each other, you want to learn more from each other, helps them be more open to your ideas. So, and Braver Angels is an, or by the way, I am very sorry about my name. I asked yesterday for you guys to change it, and I can't change. Maybe I can change it now that I'm a presenter. Let's see if I can change it, because it says Maud. Sounds like the show Maud, and
We can
and it's
change that for you.
because. Thank you. Could you just take out the Maud? I was moderating a workshop earlier today, yesterday, for Braver Angels, and that's an organization that really helps people to. The workshop I was doing was how to disagree, skills for disagreeing better. And what they point out is that if you want to be heard, you first need to connect and make the other person feel heard and understood by listening and acknowledging what they say. And then maybe they're going to be more likely to want to listen to what you have to say. And again, with my certification in mind reading, I know what you're thinking. Donna, how can I be a part of a group or consider myself to be on the same plane with somebody who is evil, an enemy? And so now we're going to start the process to help you understand and even love your enemy. I will have to say, I told you briefly before that when I finally learned to do it, it just makes me feel so good. It again, I can hear the very, very bad news, and I can be determined to do something about it and make it stop. But I don't do it with a feeling of anger and hate. And it just feels so good. And I'll have to say that it was easier to extend that love, that understanding, and a feeling like we're together on this, honey, with the man who intentionally ran over my older son, put him in a coma with brain damage. It was easier for me to love him than it was to love our leaders who are doing things that just seem to me like, oh, how could anybody do that if they weren't evil? But once I realized, no, they're not evil. They're good people, just like me. It was worth, let me put it this way, it was worth the effort to do this. So we're going to go through this process right now. The process is outlined in the handout that you have in the chat and that I showed you the QR code for. The first thing is to look at what is this other person doing that's so bad? And then look to yourself. Have you ever done anything like that? Has your side ever done anything like that? You know, if you can't be specific, like you've never spilled oil into the Gulf of Mexico, you can be more general. Like, have you ever been careless? Have you ever been greedy? Have you ever, make it a general thing rather than specific if you can't put yourself in that situation. And I'm going to ask you to go through this process, and I'm going to share with you how I went through the process. And in this case, the enemy, the people I'm trying to love. And again, at this point, it comes real quick, by the way, just a little hint. If you can do this with the people that are hard to do it with, after a while, it gets easy. I don't even have to think about it. I fight what they're doing, but I do it with love and compassion. I just want to add one more thing. I was talking about this with a friend the other day, and she was saying, I can't do that, Donna. I'm scared of this person. This person is threatening my life, and I can't go through this and feel love. And I want to say that actually you can. First of all, I assured her, you still need to take care of yourself. You need to protect yourself. You need to do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself. And that includes, whatever action she might take to protect herself. But while she's doing that, she can do it with love for the person. I mean, was it Gandhi that said, hate the sin, but love the sinner? And the Tibetan monks, when they were being imprisoned and tortured by the Chinese, some of them said that the thing that they worried about most was losing the love that they had for those Chinese as they were being tortured. Now, that doesn't mean that they were going to say, hey, come and torture me. They're going to try to escape. They're going to try to stop it. They're going, I don't know, they're going to do what they need to do to protect themselves, but they do it while loving the other person. So with that, let's launch. The people I have chosen to use as an example. Oh dear, I have a little story here. So Stefan had anorexia, and it was a vegan. He was a vegetarian since he was 12 and realized that hamburgers are somebody's muscles. And when I told him that was true, he said, oh, I'll eat chicken. I'm not going to eat hamburgers anymore. I said, oh, honey, chicken is somebody's muscles. Whoa, I'm going to eat fish. Oh, Anyway, so he's been a vegetarian since he was 12. And when this happened, he was in his early 30s. He had been a vegan for a couple years at that point. And there's only 2 programs for people with anorexia, rehab programs here in Maryland. Both of them did not accept vegans at the time. They considered veganism to be a symptom of the disease. And so we found a program outside of Maryland. He went there about a month and a half, got so much better. And, just yesterday, I don't know if you guys get this, memories from today, from years past, and because the picture from yesterday was of Stefan with 2 of the people from that rehab program. They loved him there, and he became friends with them. When he needed more rehab, more help, we found out that place had never been paid because his insurance did not pay for anything out of state. He had to go to one of the 2 in the state. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. All right. So, and they did not accept him because he was a vegan. So he died a couple of years later of anorexia. And so last year I decided to make sure that doesn't happen to anybody else. So I contacted the programs to see if they still had that policy, and one did not. One took vegans. The other one said, well, no, our patients have to eat chicken, or I forget what the other thing was, chicken or fish or chicken or eggs or something. They had to eat something to be helped there. So I went to my legislators and whatnot, and I'm still in the process of making a change there. So I'm going to use those 2 people as the administrators of that program as my enemy and go through this process. So what did they do that was bad? Well, those little people refused to allow my son to come and benefit from their program. I mean, who would do that other than somebody who's evil? So the first thing in the process is, what did you do that was similar? And when I thought about it, I just had to smack my head, because I've told this enough times that I'm hoping I can tell it without becoming emotional again, because I'm so embarrassed by it. But back when I was a student, I was learning to teach people who are blind how to get around, how to cross streets and whatnot. And we were sent for a month to a little camp where we had these little blind kids come in, and we were going to teach them. It was my first teaching experience. And some parents had the temerity to bring their blind child to that camp, and the child had a cognitive disability. Now, when I tell that, I just like cringe, like, come on, Donna, get a life. And we stayed in the same house as these people. And my instructors said, she doesn't belong here. This is for blind children who don't have any other disabilities. And we were staying at the same place. And I remember sitting in the living room. Thank goodness I did not have the power that these people at the rehab center had. I didn't say anything or do anything, but I do remember thinking this and looking at them and thinking, who do you think you are coming here? Sorry, guys, I don't think like that now. But I do remember at one point thinking that. So the next step in this is, why did you do that? So I thought, well, why did I do that? That is so not me. Well, I had role models who did that. Basically, my instructor said that she didn't belong there. And also, I didn't know how to teach blind kids, much less a blind kid who had a disability. So I didn't have much confidence. So the next step in this is, after you figure out why did you do that, what would make you stop? So I thought, well, if I didn't have role models that, said she didn't belong there, it never would have crossed my mind. I would have just, taught her. But also, if I had more confidence in how to teach blind kids and the confidence to know that I could probably figure out how to do it with, if they have additional disabilities, I wouldn't have thought that. And then I thought further, if I had the confidence to know that what those instructors were saying was so inappropriate, it was wrong. But I didn't have the confidence to know, to tell my instructors, guys, that was wrong. So what it would have taken to make me stop is having more confidence in myself and role models that, behave themselves. And so when I think about these people, who denied Stefan access to the rehab program, I think, well, maybe they don't have confidence. They don't know how to work with somebody who's vegan. All they know is how to, I don't know what all they do. And by the way, that is one reason that people do not change their beliefs, is because if they have a belief that's based that their prestige, their authority, their people look up to them because they have knowledge about this belief or this rehab program or whatever, and then someone comes knocking on the door and says, hey, the thing that you're teaching, the thing you took so long to learn, and the thing that people look up to you for, it's wrong. I told you that I tried to change the way that we teach blind people to cross streets. And I actually had a professor at one of the programs that train our instructors say he was going to go to the lawyer and sue me for slander because I was questioning what was written in the textbooks. So people who are invested in whatever the belief is, and that the people, other people look up to them because they have good knowledge about this belief, are going to find it really hard to change. So that may be part of what's keeping these people from letting vegans into their program, as well as confidence in knowing what to do with them, and also role models. So I was so glad to see that this happened about 7 or 8 years ago, or maybe sooner. But anyway, I'm so glad to see that now more programs are opening up for vegans who have anorexia, and we're working to change the guidelines that are in the. There's a nutritionist. Anyway, so we're trying to make changes so that they have information, they have role models that they can look to. So anyway, we're going to go down. We figured out that Donna has done exactly what they did. I didn't have the power to deny anybody, but I would have if I could. And we find out why I did that. I wasn't confident. I had role models, What would make me stop is to get more confidence in it and not be afraid. And this next part is my favorite part. So I want you to put, if you have a pencil or anything, put it down. And I'm sorry, I should have told you that I want you, let me stop right here and ask that you please think of an enemy, someone who you consider to be evil or, you know, is causing you trouble. And I want you to go through these same steps. Take a moment and think about what are they doing that's so bad? And have you ever done anything like that? And like I said, if you can't think of anything specific, like you've never beat your spouse or you've never, I don't know, whatever the other person is doing, and you've never done anything like that, pull back and get more general. Have you ever been trying to control somebody? Have you ever been greedy? Have you ever kind of, you know, turned a corner? Have you done anything like that? So I want you to take a moment, and this is not for the chat, but just put it down on your paper or in your phone or whatever. What did they do that was so bad? And have you ever done anything like that? I think I could see people. See people. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. PJ. Hi, how you doing? Did you finish it yet? I'm looking for heads down and coming back up saying, I'm ready, next. All right. I don't know if I gave you enough time. Hey, are you guys ready? Should we move to the next step? Okay, next step. So now that you've realized, yeah, I've done something similar, or I've done something like that, why did you do it? Give that some thought. Why did you do that? And what would have made you stop? What would you need to make you stop? EG and Alison, are you guys ready for the next one? Yeah, okay. So here's my favorite one, part of the stage of it. We've gone through that, okay, we've done something similar. We understand why we did it. And we can, you know, that helps us understand why maybe that other person was doing it. And my favorite part is to say, I did that and I'm a good person. I'm a good person. Just hug yourself. I'm a good person. I did something shouldn't have done. I wouldn't do now, but I'm a good person. And then reach out. I'm reaching out to those people who are setting those policies that kept my son from getting the help he needed. And you guys are good people. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to help you open up the doors, because I found out from my legislators there's a law, which, again, I wish I had known back then, because we would have taken this to court. But I didn't know it then. So while I'm fighting this, and I am fighting this, I'm doing it with love for those people making those policies that I think killed my son. So there you go. So, as I said, when you fill yourself with love for everybody, Somebody said, well, what about Hitler? Yes, I'm going to fight what Hitler did. But again, feeling it without that hate, without that anger, but feeling compassion. And it makes us healthier. It makes us more effective advocates. And I think that I am done. Let me just see if I got, oh, no. We're not done. All right. So I hope you have written a belief that's pulling you down and a belief that can lift you. And I want you to take a look at that belief that can lift you. And I want you to use that brilliant mind that you have, that if you believe this, if you truly believe this belief that can lift you, let your mind go out and search for those facts that support that belief. Don't ignore anything that's against it. Ignore anything that will pull you down. But look for those facts and write them down. I'll give you a minute to find some facts to support the belief that would support you. Oh, I was just reading the chat. I love this. Let me just read this here. David writes, I was able to transform when I found the quote, "You will never look into the eyes of someone God does not love." Wish I'd thought of that. I could have cut to the chase and not have to go through this whole process. That, combined with the realization that acceptance, unquote, does not mean approval. Oh, that's so powerful. You love them. You don't approve of what they're doing. Oh, I love it. Acceptance does not mean approval. It turned my whole belief system upside down. Oh, David, that's so beautiful. We are God's children. Of course, I'm an atheist, but anyway, I do understand. I think we have to start with our shadow. Oh, so beautiful. Beautiful, guys. All right. I think that we are finished, and I'll be opening it to questions, but I will say that please hold on to that belief, because at 5 minutes before we're finished today, I'm going to take you through a little exercise where you can envision what the world would be like if that belief was true. Not if that belief was true. That belief is true. What the world will be like if you are faithful to that new belief that supports you. So we'll do that in the last 5 minutes. Anyway, yeah, I thought I wasn't going to be able to fit this all in. I did take a lot of stuff out to make it fit, but yeah. Any questions?
Oh, come on. I don't need to be up here
Willow.
with you. I don't mind being, I love being up here with you. Okay, Willow, let's bring her up.
Willow, go for it.
You can turn on your camera and...
All right, Willow.
Okay, well, I've been to many convergences, and it seems that this is the first time where they use a different system to have us participate.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so I heard before you started, Donna, I heard that somebody was going to take that away, but they never did. So I'm sorry if it feels like some of us wanted to respond to you, but we're unable to.
I hear you.
Because
I spent the last 2 days thinking, oh, hello, hello, anybody there? Yeah.
you know, you were going, hello, is anybody there? And it's like, we're here.
We're here.
We're here. We just can't talk. So
Thank you, Willow. So you were
well,
engaged, huh?
yeah, I'm an emotional person. I have too much emotion. I take everything in and I go down. So I would have wanted to talk to you some more because I really like the way you express yourself and you're trying to help us. I think that it's not so much what I said. I think some of us that are vegans and activists, it's not so much what I said, but what they had said in return for me being vegan and trying to open up to have them listen to the logic and the reason and the truth. I can have truth on my side, and then it's an automatic defense mechanism. So I
Why
kind
do you
of
think
thought
that
you
is?
were,
Why
yeah.
why do you think, Willow, why do you think that is?
Well,
Why are they
I don't
pushing back?
know, because when I was not vegan, I
No,
was,
I don't want to hear. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were not vegan.
I don't know why that is, because when I was not vegan and I was still, I was not vegan, and when PETA is the first that came to me and said, "Go vegan, go vegan," I
And you said,
never had a defense. I just sort of
okay,
looked around because I
okay.
wasn't ready, but I wasn't
Let me,
angry at them. So I don't know why the anger that I get,
I will share some insights. In general, people are, as I said, if they have a strong belief, they're going to push away anything that's against that and strengthen that belief. So if they strongly believe they need to eat their meat or whatever, or like the professor who was going to sue me, if they are invested in the system as it is, they have a job, they're looked up to. So there are reasons that people are going to resist you, first of all. And Braver Angels really stresses that nobody's going to listen to you if they don't feel like you're listening to them. And so in the workshop Skills for Disagreeing Better, they point out, you don't bring up you got to go vegan, whatever it is that you want to your perspective, until they have felt heard. You have listened to them. You acknowledge it not by saying, well, yeah, but did you ever think, but acknowledging. So what I hear you saying is blah, 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 blah. I'm putting into a minute, an hour and a half workshop. And then even then you don't say, hey, let me tell you what I'm telling, but you ask for their permission. Would you be interested? I have a different perspective. Would you be interested in hearing it? And if they're not, it's not going to, you can rant, but they're not ready for you. So making a connection first. And as I said, the doctors adopting tetracycline didn't adopt it because somebody came down and said, you need to adapt, etc. They did it because somebody who they felt was like them was doing it. So if you come to them, you're obviously strange because you're a vegan. I'm sorry, I was going to not bring this up, but I will anyway. I was watching a program about a community north of the Arctic, and do the whale hunting and whatever. And one of them was saying, oh, you're going to meet somebody. They're not a vegetarian, are they? And I'm thinking, why would you care? And then I realized at one point they were vilified. They were, and so their reaction was, stay away. We don't want to hear you. So I don't know, Willow, but I would think, first of all, connect with them before sharing your thing. And as I said, bringing facts to them, if they have a strong belief, is going to strengthen their belief. So make a connection. All right. Thank you. Zahid, or Zazib.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Thank you very much for your talk. I really appreciate it. I have a question. beliefs can be delusional? How do we make
Yes.
sure we are not being delusional?
You know, Sahib, I'm never good at it. Zazib, I don't think we'll ever know if we're delusional. I don't think we'll ever know. I've even gone so far. My middle son, gets really upset when I tell him, I'm not sure there is a truth, because everything that we perceive comes filtered through our perceptions, which is then filtered by our brain, which is then, and so I'm not sure. Let me ask you, why are you concerned that you're being delusional? Are you thinking that maybe the belief that would support you is just a delusion?
It's just that there are so many contradictory beliefs in the world. They can't all be
Yes.
true.
I'm wondering, can they? I'm not sure they can't all be true. Let me put it this way. Everybody has their truth. There was a quote I heard, but everybody has their truth, and we need to understand or, respect their truth. So I can't help you unless maybe you're worried about that you are being delusional and that you don't want to fool. I'll tell you, I mentioned that I was an atheist. I probably shouldn't go into this, but I, for a long time, wanted to believe that there's an afterlife and that I could talk to my mother and my son again. And I still can't quite let myself go there. And maybe I'm having the same fear as you, Zasi, that I don't want to delude myself. But why wouldn't that be true? Why is that any less true than that we, I don't know. What is truth? And if we delude ourselves and we're happy, what's that matter?
I mean, I think it matters what true is. I mean, if I were to jump off from a high, building, believing I can fly, and fall to my death, I think truth matters. Delusions can have deadly consequences.
It does.
It does matter.
Are you afraid of thinking you can fly and you can't, and then you die? Not literally, but I mean, are you afraid of having a belief that is going to cause more trouble for you?
No, I mean, it's complicated because it's an undeniable fact for me that I am conscious. Okay, there is an experience of what it is like to be me. I can see things, I can hear things, I can touch things, I can taste things, I can smell things. Right now, I'm looking at your, face. I'm hearing your voice. So this is an undeniable fact for me. I'm aware that it might be a simulation, like in the movie The Matrix. It's possible. It's possible
you
that.
You don't know, do you?
I don't know. Yes, it's possible.
Excuse me, I will interrupt just to tell you, I work with people who are deaf and blind, and they can't see me, they can't hear me, they are just as conscious. But anyway, go ahead.
But they can touch you, and they can smell you, and they can taste you.
Well, that doesn't come to that, but anyway, yes.
But I'm just saying they have at least 3 sensory inputs that they can receive.
Yes.
What I'm wondering about is, how would I know whether solipsism is true or false?
Whether what is true or false?
Solipsism. Solipsism.
Solipsisms.
Solipsism. Solipsism.
I'm not familiar with it, and I think
solipsism is
solipsism
is the view that only you exist and everything else is not quite real.
I'm sorry, but I'm kind of down there. The Buddhists with believing that we are not here. Nothing is real. So anyway, we could probably let's plan to chat afterwards. I would love to talk with you about what's real and what's not. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and Mark. Yeah.
That's
do we have time for Mark too, or is it?
Yes. Let's go ahead and get Mark in here because I missed him last time. And go ahead, Mark, but keep it short because our next speaker is here. And thank you, Donna.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Okay, I'll try and keep it short. there is something called the proof of truth, which going inwards does prove objective solipsism, Sazib, for the first time. So you can directly and scientifically realize the objective frame that purifies all the contradictions into truth. But my question has more to do with limiting and lifting belief with these hunger strikes, because you mentioned them in the beginning, Donna. So I'm wondering, factoring the fact that I could be limited and delusional, I built that into how I see hunger strikes as positive. I just want you to maybe tell me what you think. I'm saying that hunger strikes are proportional to the mega crisis that we're facing and can galvanize us like never before in a trusting spirit of self-sacrifice that can actually give us more hope than these superficial solutions, especially if somebody like Silas Rao jumps on board to the death with me. And I'm saying that if this is wrong, if this is a limiting belief, then number one, I'm inviting in your frame of reference to prove that the mega crisis is not urgent, as urgent as I think it is, and I'll get off the hunger strike immediately. And number two, if you can't do that, if you can't prove it's not urgent, then show me a better plan that doesn't involve hunger strikes, and I will definitely not do them. And also, just sensitively to anorexia, I appreciate your point of view, because that's the number one thing we say is don't go on the hunger strike if you don't have a healthy relationship with food. You have to have that sort of peace within yourself, like you're exactly teaching us now. That's the only way to go on hunger strikes, I think.
I thought of that, Mark, when you said you're going on hunger strike. I thought of my son who died of hunger. So, first of all, I do think we're in a mega. I think this deserves something huge like that. So I'm with you on that. And I forget what the other thing you said was, and I agree with you on that. What I'm thinking is, Mark, that is this going to convince anybody? And that's why I'm saying, they're going to listen to people who they think are like them. And do you think that they're going to think that this guy with a long beard dying of hunger is going to be like them? Are they going to listen to you? And so the ways that you can convince people, I don't think that going on a hunger strike is going to convince anybody. It's going to get their attention, but it may, I really doubt. My belief is, based on hundreds of researchers, is that they are not going to, it's not going to change their minds. Let me put it that way. Yeah.
Wow, that's some thought-provoking things, because of what Mark and all of us want is to be able to affect change.
Yes.
So important.
He's right that it's huge. We need to do something. I just don't know if hunger strike is going to do something. Oh, thank you, Mark.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Donna.
My pleasure.
This has been wonderful, thought-provoking. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I so enjoyed. I'm so glad you let me speak. Thank you.
All right. And now we are back at the Vegan Convergence of the Peoples number 21. Whether this is your first VCOP or your 21st, we are so pleased you're here. I'm Rebecca Allen, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you Nancy Vogel. Nancy, a vegan and animal liberation activist who uses a diversity of avenues and tools to promote the vegan message. The vegan message. She's been a non-meat eater for 53 years and gave up dairy just a few years later. She founded an organization, ROAR. She and a friend convinced the WBAI radio manager to give her their own hour-long radio show, yay. And years later, she launched a vegan clothing line. And in 2010, she became a presenter at the yearly Veggie Pride Parade event. So she began a YouTube channel. She's had interviews with people like Carol J. Adams and many others. And she's writing articles in a Substack called Awgasm, AWE-GASM. So I'm going to turn it over to you. Welcome, Nancy. We're so glad you're here. You come to our VCOPs, and we really want to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. I really appreciate your navigating us through this. My name actually is Nancy Kogel, Kogel. And I do have a PowerPoint, if that will work just fine for everyone. Okay, so let's see how I can make it. Whoops. Full screen. Oh, I have to, okay. And now I want to go back to Zoom. Can you see my screen? No, not yet, because I haven't shared it.
We see you, but we don't see your screen
Okay,
share.
I'll do share screen, share it, open system setting. Can you see it? No, let's see.
Nope, not yet.
Okay, privacy and settings. Okay. Suggestions welcome.
There should be a green button on your Zoom. It says share.
Okay, so in Zoom, I did go to share, and then I did click on share. And when I did, it says open system settings. So maybe I should just cancel that.
Right.
Does it have sound? Or just a presentation?
Just a PowerPoint presentation. So,
if you have the PowerPoint running, when you click on share, it'll give you a selection of things that you can share that are running right now. So one of them is your PowerPoint.
okay, I have PowerPoint running, and then go back to Zoom.
Yeah.
And just share or desktop.
Not the
desktop. Yeah, the green share button.
That I did. And then this whole thing comes up. Messages.
One of those windows is your PowerPoint presentation.
I see. Allow Zoom Workspace to share. Open systems preferences to grant access. Okay, I think we got it.
If it doesn't, sometimes we have somebody email their presentation to us and then we run it and you say next.
It says I have to quit and reopen Zoom. May not be able to record the contents of your screen until it is quit. You can choose to quit Zoom now or do it on your own later. Should I
After you click share, did you click on anything else? Because one of the...
I think she has some permissions issues. She has set up some security on her computer that no one can see it.
Oh.
You can just email us the presentation and we can open it for you.
Okay, so email you the presentation. Okie dokie. So just copy it. Let's see, copy it or...
Let's see, I would just open email and then attach it, attach that particular PowerPoint file if that's something you can do.
Okay, so a new message and to Salish?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Do you have his email?
And attach. Okay, and now attach it through.
And PowerPoint needs to be closed, or at least that file needs to be closed, and then you can attach the name of that one.
Oh. Want to save changes.
Yep, you want to save your PowerPoint changes there, probably.
Okay. And okay. So now I'm going to open and desktop and auto saved. And let's see, it says, okay, so I have it. I wonder if I can just grab and send it that way to that email. Let's see. Can I do that? Choose file. See if that works. Use mail drop. Try sending an email. It's a big attachment. I tried an email. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, that might work.
Oh, you're sharing now.
Oh yeah, we can see we can see it. So open your big toe PowerPoint.
It is open. Now I just have to make it full screen. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Full screen. There we go. Let's do this. That. Oh, I think I did it. Right?
No, we're still seeing just your file server screen.
You don't
You have
see.
to stop sharing and start sharing again and select the PowerPoint slide or maybe your entire desktop. Right now, we see just the Finder window where we see all your folders and files.
Okay, so stop sharing. Oops. So stop the share. Let's see. So did I?
You can stop the share for you.
You can stop it for me? Now?
Yeah.
No. Okay, it's stopped. So now try again.
You still see just your file folder.
File
Okay.
folder.
When you click on the share button, you see there are options to select which window you want to share. So over there, you have to select your PowerPoint one, or you can select the one on the top that says entire display. You can stop sharing again and then start sharing. Yeah.
Stop sharing again. Do you see my window now?
Yeah, but we see just the Finder window.
Oh, documents? No. Screens? No. Options. Share sound. Optimize video sharing.
Okay, now you've stopped sharing, so that's good.
No, I did that for her.
Oh, you did it for her. Okay.
Yeah. On the top, when you open the share window, on the top, it should say entire window, entire desktop.
It should say, when I open the share
It
window.
should say entire screen. Sorry, it should say entire screen on the top.
Okay, so
Click on that.
when I open the share window, it says different people's names on that top screen, documents advanced, entire screen.
Yeah, click on that and then hit the share at the bottom.
So desktop 1.
Right.
Okay. And then hit the share.
Okay, now we see everything. Okay, that's your PowerPoint, right?
I have, you have one or more invoices overdue. Don't want
Okay.
that.
We see your slideshow, and at the top it says slideshow, and it can begin.
Yeah, okay. So let's see if I go.
Yeah, the nature of reality is on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. Yay!
Do you see me on the side?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. So my presentation is called My Vegan Big Toe, the Swiss Army Knife Solution to Every World and Personal Problem by myself, Nancy Kogel. And so first, let's see, I think it did not take my latest editions. So I will just very briefly, sadly, let's see if it did. No, I don't think so. Let me just quickly, yeah. No. Okay, so I'm just going to give a little bio. I've been vegan for approximately 50 years. I don't use the word vegetarian. I use the word non-meat eater, which happened in the early 70s. And a few years later, I became vegan. So then I'd like to share a little of my current activism, which is that I've evangelize, basically. So wherever I go, I just spread the vegan message, whether it's on a bus or a train, a New York City subway, or a plane, on the streets, on my bike. I'm a videographer, so I have a YouTube channel that I videograph activist events. I interview people there. I've also, my YouTube channel has the interviews I've done of authors like Jim Mason for An Unnatural Order. I did have a radio show, and we interviewed Charles Patterson for the book Eternal Treblinka, Our Treatment of Animals and the Holocaust, and Carol J. Adams, who wrote The Pornography of Meat and also The Sexual Politics of Meat, and a whole bunch of other people. The woman who wrote Sister Vegan, that's Amy Breeze Harper, and a whole bunch of other people. And I'm currently I've been doing street activism, so and using the videography as well, cubes of truth, and just leafleting wherever I go. So when I evangelize, I hand out either PETA leaflets, or now I have a film slip with books on the back of current films like Cowspiracy, Seaspiracy, Christspiracy, etc. And I helped get the circus out of New York City. Lots of anti-fur campaigns helped get a whole bunch of fur sellers, retailers, etc. out. I participated in the Veggie Pride parade event by talking, and NARD, National Animal Rights Day, and with Donnie Moss, who Jane mentioned about his work with writing to the New York Times, but also his all his different campaigns, protesting with him and the group. I have participated in FARM, the farm animal rights movement in DC, and now it's going to be alternate years. They used to go to LA, now it's AVA, which is the Animal Vegan Advocacy. So I'll be there starting March 14th, and then I'll stay in not in San Francisco, in California, and go to the event to support DXC's Petaluma Farms poultry campaigns to help free Zoe Rosenberg, who's facing charges, a felony charge. So staying pretty active. I have my own TV show in Manhattan, and similar to my YouTube channel, I have clothing design. I can show you, I'm wearing one of them, which is my Roar design. And I write songs. I am writing my memoir, a science fiction memoir, and I have a Substack site, Nancy Kogel, at substack.substack.com. And I've written a lot about the relationship between war and the need to go vegan, because most wars are over land fighting or trying to steal other people's land and resources. And of course, we know animal agri-torture uses more land and resources than all the other industries combined, uses and wastes, I should say. So the and future plans are to extend my public speaking. This is really the first public speaking I've done to mostly vegan or animal liberation audience. So I just decided, screw my fear and my hesitations and my self-doubt, and just know that I'm a divine gift of the universe. I didn't make the cells in my body, and I didn't make the stars, and some amazing intelligence is operating every moment to make the trillions of my cells perform and function amazingly well. And so here I am. That's my future plans after finishing my memoir, my sci-fi memoir. So I'm so sorry that I spent a lot of time doing the Substack visuals for my kind of journey from what would you call it, egg to chrysalis, to caterpillar. Oh no, I'm sorry. Egg to caterpillar to chrysalis to butterfly. My journey to here, to speaking to everybody, and to my activism. I don't know if people know Slumdog Millionaire, the film. It's about somebody who is winning the $1 million, and it starts with him being tortured because they don't believe he knows as much as he knows. But the flashback is all the ways that he got to know all that he found, all that he knew. And for me, it's similar. It's through lived experience. And so I started as a teenager, and it was basically I felt I felt like a nobody, and it didn't make sense for me to have a body with it feeling like a nobody. So I decided to commit suicide. I tried twice, and then I figured, if I'm brave enough to commit suicide, why not be brave enough to, instead of take my life, actually live my life fully. And I jumped into some scream therapy, turned around 180 degrees, first by saying, I'm here, look at me. and just being able to be a presence and to speak after my first 20 years of really barely saying a word outside my little single mom, elder sister household. So that gave me an emotional toehold, let's say, for my big toe. And after that, I became a revolutionary. I was not yet vegan, but I burned every piece of meat that I made, probably because I knew how horrible it was. So I didn't eat that much of it. I learned about dialectical and historical materialism, a lot of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Mao, and how we can understand and analyze the basic laws of nature, life, reality. So it was like kind of like the analytical mind figuring things out. So in my mind, it's basically the kind of scarecrow image in The Wizard of Oz, if you can hold that. And then while I was working at the many jobs I had, I met a woman who was she was part of the Holy Order of Mans, the Order of Melchizedek. And she taught me and then I joined the order as a community member, and I learned all the spiritual teachings. I read the New Testament, and not much of a reader, although I've learned to read. And I started to really understand that besides the analytical and understanding how we can plan, like to encourage class transformation, like a kind of dialectics where the rulers, capitalists or imperialists or dominators, become the ruled and the working class become the rulers. I learned how to do it more like prayer work, visualization, healing work. And I went around the streets wearing one of those black robes and a big wooden cross. And I did healings and shared the gospel, the good word, not the whole regular thing. This was a very different Christian teaching. It was very the laws of creation, basically. And so then I became, it was called The Science of Mind, basically. There's a book by Ernst Holmes. And then I became a mama, and I moved to Chicago, became a mama, and I learned from that all the really like the basic laws of nature. Like I learned I had a natural home birth delivery from a home birth delivery doctor. I learned to nurse my baby. I learned no vaccinations. I learned no circumcision. I learned bonding and staying with him. I nursed him for 5 years, and right now we're pretty close. He's 40, just turned 47 in January. Kind of text him or call every day, every other day, at least once a week, and visit him a few times a year. I also learned about the medical establishment, and yeah, I learned to be leery or weary of it. I learned about how the drug companies lie, and I learned well, I learned not to vaccinate my son. I had to go through a lot to in school to get exemptions, both philosophy-wise, that I don't believe in polluting the body. I believe the body is sacred. And medical-wise, I got an exemption, saying that he couldn't tolerate a vaccination, and that worked through college, and he's never been vaccinated. And unlike the kids in his class, he never got sick. not sneeze or sniffle, and they were all out for 10, 12, 15 days with nose and watery everything and earaches, etc. So basically, the purpose of my sharing this big toe, which I'll explain in a moment, is because I've had friends who have been animal liberation, vegan promoters, activists, who've gotten very discouraged by what they see. And how slow everything's moving and how catastrophic everything seems. And so I really want to share what keeps my spirits up, and that is my understanding of my vegan big toe. So, what is a big toe? Okay, so a big toe is, well, it comes on the bottom, it comes on everyone's foot. It has a big toe, hopefully. And, the foot is very symbolic in a lot of like astrology. It symbolizes understanding because it stands under us. And so I think, the toe is symbolic also, but it does mean, in physics, it means the theory of everything. And it's basically like Einstein, is at the end of his life, he was trying to get a unified field theory of everything. And Hawking was also trying to reconcile general relativity with quantum mechanics. So the nature of reality. So everything is one, everything is in motion. So to understand change, and when necessary, as now, to accelerate change, because I'm into Salish Rao's vision of changing everything by 2026. And according to my deep calculations, that's in about 8 months. So that's why this is important, because it's not only to change reality, but to accelerate it. So to do that, I believe we have to understand the nature of reality. So here are the basics. Everything is part of the whole, interconnected, interpenetrating, interdependent, and interrelated. So whether you approach this as a spiritual person or a scientific materialist, you will agree everything is always in constant motion and change. So idealists say spirit or consciousness comes first. Materialists say matter comes first, but both see reality as dynamic and alive. And understanding that is key to transformation. So the dialectics of change. Let's take a closer look at how change happens. Change usually starts out slow, small, and invisible, like water on a stove. So you see the pot of water, it's just water. Seems like nothing's happening, but we know there's a flame under it, and probably things are getting hotter, but we can't see it. And then what happens is each molecule is getting hotter, and it starts to move faster and hit the molecules next to it with greater impact, and they in turn do the same. And all this accumulates until suddenly it boils. And not only is it hotter, but it actually changes from one state to another. So it goes from slow, very small, imperceptible changes and accumulates with all these different changes accumulating and adding up and becoming fast, big, so big that the changes are perceptible, and not only perceptible, but the whole nature of that thing changes. The state of matter from a liquid to a gas. So I liken this to like maintaining like faith and hope and persistence. So in the Shawshank Redemption, the protagonist, Andy Dufresne, writes to Red, remember, Red, hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. And it also represents persistence. So in two ways, like he persists in making these amazing chess pieces. I don't want to give the plot away, but it's one of my favorite films. These amazing chess pieces, which is also pretty symbolic, playing the game of chess in life. And he persists to where this warden is looking through a hole that he made over time. And that's what persistence does. You're not going to see the end of the light of the end of the tunnel or the other side of the tunnel till you reach it, till that last little hit of the hammer. So materialism dividing to understanding, one divides into two. So here's how materialists like Marx, Lenin, and Engels now understand change. They see everything is made of contradictions. And interestingly enough, this is more of a spiritual symbol, but it's they see everything is made of contradictions, opposing forces inside the same thing, like hot and cold, light and dark, or analyzing society into two basic fundamental classes, the worker or the laborer and the owner or the capitalist or the boss or the ruler or the dominator, whatever. So ruled, the worker, and ruler, the capitalist class or the government that works on behalf of that class. We have a government of the capitalists, by the capitalists, and for the capitalists. So they see that as opposing forces. And just as we didn't see the water getting hotter and the activity of the molecules going faster and moving with greater impact, we don't see the power of working people gaining more strength. At a certain point, workers were unionizing and organizing. And at a certain point, President Roosevelt was so afraid that there would actually be a revolution and the working class would just take over, because that's the end goal, basically, of the workers working for a system that works for everyone. When the people who make and serve everything and everybody are in command, are in power to serve everybody in a system that serves the interests of all. And so that was smashed. Like a lot of the unions were completely, went from like 80, a large number of unions, 60, 70, 80% of workers, the IWW, I mean, there was just the AFFL joined with the CIO. There's a whole history, and which is a wonderful history. Whoops. And what they did was they gained a lot of concessions from the government, and Roosevelt created all these systems of, the Tennessee workers, the projects, all these projects to build dams and employ workers and etc. And it stopped the revolution, basically. But unions are building, and the United Auto Workers has won some amazing new contracts after very smart organizing, and the teachers organized as a whole country and won some benefits, etc. So that's the question is, what's dominant and what's for dinner? And what is dominant determines the nature of the system. Like right now, the wealthy elite capitalist ownership class is dominant. And so we have a capitalist system. But there's the workers are still winning, as you can see in this picture. And they're winning in unison with people in the community supporting them and other marginalized communities. So we have immigrants, immigrant labor, and we have people of color and African Americans and women and and not only immigrants, but non-native. We have indigenous people, LGBTQ. We have all these really marginalized who are in the working class and some not in the working class, who are part of the struggle to change the system so that it works for everybody. So Mao and movement, seeing what's small and growing. So Mao Zedong, we sometimes call him Mousy, emphasize looking not at what's dominant, but what's growing. So in this case would be workers struggles, workers' rights, movements, and all these other movements that are supportive, but also have their own agendas and goals that are part and parcel that we can, with which we can join and empathize and sympathize and contribute. So he said, focus not on the ruling class that seems strong, but on the small shoots of resistance, on class struggle, on revolutionary victories. So the movement of workers, the poor, the compassionate, and of course, the animal liberation, vegan movement. That's the part that's rising. So if you ever feel discouraged, remember transformation begins underground. Water looks still, but soon it boils. Seeds are not seen, but they're growing, and they're reaching everybody. So it's not what it seems, it's not what it appears, but I do believe our animal liberation vegan movement is that those water molecules that are becoming more intelligent, sharing our knowledge, bumping, learning from each other, supporting each other's movements, and just reaching more and more people who are themselves waking up. I sometimes liken it to awakening people who are sleeping, and there's a part of a fire. I was looking at Salish's speaking at the Oxford, I think, debate forum, one side forum, anyway, about fires. They, they start small, but we're here to just go, don't you smell the smoke? Wake up. As a desperation that Mark was talking about just now, that we are in this fire is catching hold. Wake up, get up, I'll help you. We're doing that now. We are those people, and the people who wake up, we're saying, now you wake up everybody in the house. You go on. So not good enough to become a vegan or an animal liberationist, but to wake other people up to do the same so we can accelerate the water boiling and our movement. So now we also not only support other movements, this is one of the ways I think will help our movement, is, as other speakers have said so brilliantly, we can support other, okay. We also not only support other movements if we can and have time. I've gone to, anti-war and support Palestinian freedom, support all kinds of freedom around the world, every kind of movement, abolitionist prison and the death penalty. I fought to free Mumia Abu-Jamal, who was on death row, but people like myself who lay down in front of the Supreme Court and stopped traffic, got arrested so many times, all kinds of liberation movements. We enter the space, and as animal liberationists, we help to make links in people's minds. So not only that, by helping people, let's say on the left, people who are in their own liberation struggles against oppression and exploitation, but we also support our own movement, of course. So I'm getting a lot of, should I let people enter the waiting room? It says admit. So I
No, don't worry about it. We'll take care of that.
Okay, great. So that's part of, I think, accelerating our movement. Part of that is I listen to the news. I pay attention, just like witnessing, like a part of my YouTube channel and my TV show. I have to go through all this horrible footage of animals being tortured and oppressed and abused and killed in order to put it up on my YouTube channel or to edit it in. So not only do I witness that and do some inner cleansing and healing, but to have a vision. And that's why I think what Salish said is so important, is that we need to have a vision and maintain it. And I like to, so I'm part of a spiritual group. If anybody has seen The Secret, which can seem like, oh, that's really cult, and woo-woo. But I believe that the laws of creation, the laws of analyzing reality and understanding how how water getting hotter can boil and change its state, that there's contradictions and that things turn into their opposites, which Mao Zedong talked about, that, and in certain circumstances, which we can make, turning the flame up, etc. Not only that, but I believe the spiritual reality is also true. And I see that not as the scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz, but as the Tin Woodsman, having to do with the heart. And so I part of a group called Infinite Possibilities. We meet every Tuesday and to get some half-hour teachings from Michael Dooley. And his theory is that thoughts become things. And basically, let's see what we have here. Oops, did we lose that? The idealist or the spiritual perspective, thoughts become things. So these are his two books, but he's written 18, two of which have landed. That's Mike Dooley on the New York Times bestseller. And the spiritual teachings also compare change to a seed and how a seed grows if it's getting enough water and heat, sunlight, etc. And then a seed must be buried underground, invisible for a time, but during that time it is growing. Now, I believe that doubt can be likened to digging up the seed. So people who haven't gotten very familiar with or comfortable with metaphysical or spiritual kind of these idealist materialists call it idealism, like Hegel, these kinds of actual teachings that they are to be learned and to be practiced, as this woman is practicing meditation. I've been meditating as long as I've been vegan, approximately, maybe a little longer. So about 50 years, I started meditating, transcendental meditation. And the same time, I started my yoga practice. And I could say if I've missed 15 days in my whole life of doing either one of them, morning and afternoon for the meditation and morning for my yoga practice, that would be, and probably an understatement. I don't miss it. And it really helps rejuvenate me and keep my spirits up. And part of it helps me, the meditation and, yoga is about yoking, or getting in contact with our body, our minds and bodies, yoking, connecting. So I feel that's so important to connect with the quote unquote higher mind, the large self. Some people call it the subconscious mind, the I am, that I am, the all being. People who study neurology, is it, or neuroplasticity. There's a woman named Jill Bolte Taylor, and she had a stroke, and she was a neurobiologist. So she was like, oh, this is interesting. I can't move I guess it was her right side, her arm. And so she learned all about how the right side of the brain is all about the now and the all that is, and being the being. And she also learned about the left side of the brain, which is all about the past and the future. And remembering the past and planning the future, and, being between one and the other, and thoughts, and very, very kind of more analytical, but they're both analytical and emotional, according to her. And it's fascinating to see her YouTube channel. I also recommend Rupert Sheldrake, a biologist, scientist who was a complete atheist, and who was asked to go to India and help with some agricultural projects. And he just saw everybody was so poor where he happened to be, and happy. And it was so in contrast. And he started to what's going on? And he learned of spiritual practices like meditation, like prayer work, visualization, affirmation, all the tools that are in our toolbox. And he became a believer in the one being that we are all part of, and that is part of us. And so let's see, transformation is happening. Feel deeply, then rise. We are animals. We're part of the animal kingdom. And loving all beings is natural. And I think that's why I've heard so many children on Facebook or TikTok going, "What? This chicken wing came from a real life chicken? Oh my God, oh my God, I'm never eating chickens again." And the mother saying, "Well, you know, you need your protein. Where are you going to get your protein?" "I don't know, but I'm not eating chickens." And then, "Well, you'll eat fish," you know, and the child saying, "Well, fishes were alive?" And then the mother going, "Yeah, and I'm never eating fishes," and going down. And there was another one about octopi and, you know, "Oh, this was once alive." So it's natural to love other beings, you know, and to love, everybody says, "Oh, I love animals," but they're really talking about their pets. So beyond the mortal coil, tales from atheists and heart surgeons. So many people today are being influenced by near-death experiences, NDEs, people who've died, heart and brain flatlined and returned. And some of them literally for 10, 20, even more in body bags. And I recommend, if you doubt this in any way, I mean, we're talking about brain surgeons who were totally atheists and then died and had these amazing experiences. Went over to the other side and lived the experiences that have been reported, but with many different variations according to who experienced them. And just the transformations, people with, you know, fourth stage, Amriki, I think her name was, Amri, yeah, she had fourth stage cancer and she finally just died. And I mean, the family was all around and she just left. And, but when she came back, it took her like a week. She was completely healed and up and running. I, yeah, I
Nancy,
heard,
that's so,
yeah,
I just wanted to, I'm sorry to interrupt,
sure.
but you have 4 minutes, 3 minutes, and so I wanted to know if you wanted to, I just wanted to let you know, 3 minutes, and I'll, unless you wanted any questions, but I think we're short of time for questions too, but just, yeah,
Okay,
whatever you
can I bargain for maybe 5 more minutes? Going into the 5 minutes of open mic, or
I tell you what, you could, in the open mic, tell us, because we're going to try to have, you know, a few minutes, 3 minutes each or whatever. If we have time, we'll have more people. That would be really great. So I would say, yeah, 3 or 4 minutes here and then more in
okay,
open mic.
okie dokie. So, so, so I recommend Next Level Soul. So for me, Vor take center stage. You know, I I'm kind of a big follower of Jim Mason's book, An Unnatural Order, and he did like a 10-year anthropological study of prehistory, and I don't even think he gives it enough attention. That we're herbivores. Dr. Milton Mills lists 16 out of 17 characteristics that make us herbivores. And I mean, we have flat teeth, our jaws go from right to left. A carnivore has 20 times the hydrochloric acid in their stomach than we do. And they also have very short intestines, so dead animal body parts go in and out. And the list goes on. So I think that's really important. A lot of animal liberationists give it short shrift, I think, saying that, oh, it's not really important. What's important is we shouldn't be exploiting and oppressing animals. And for me, the whole transformation So this is Dr. Milton Mills' list, and I recommend that, The Comparative Anatomy of Eating. So for me, the disruption of hunting, and I do recommend that book, An Unnatural Order, and my interview of Jim Mason. It's called Sex, God, and Slavery, is on my YouTube channel. So I do interview him. He said, I'll give you half an hour for this interview. We ended up talking for an hour. And so hunting and herding, and from hunting to herding. So hunting was about hurting. And it was the first total disconnect from our natural, herbivorous, kind, compassionate natures. So sorry, there's not time for Q&A, and that I spent so much time trying to get the PowerPoint up, but I really appreciate your listening, and I appreciate having your time and attention.
Thank you so much. I tell you what, I saw some comments about how much they appreciated the images that you gave, the analogies, the boiling water, the planting seeds. So thank you again very much, Nancy. And I know we'll see you again, and we'll see you in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Oops. All right, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I know people have come and gone during the conference, and we really appreciate you being at our 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples. And we are coming up on an open mic session, and I know that some of the things that you just saw were going to be on your mind, as well as the things that you saw yesterday and heard from yesterday. We have so many things. So we invite you to come on the open mic. Dr. Rao will be here with us. I think he's going to lead it, but we're going to make sure everybody who hasn't had a chance to speak gets a chance to speak. And it's been suggested that we have 3 minutes each until everyone gets to talk, but we do want to hear from you, and we know sometimes it takes a little bit longer than that. So as our open mic, what you do is you raise your hand and come on the screen. Let's see who kind of felt, well, I'm not going to go into that, but just say I've been feeling a lot of things today because we've had so many good ones. The book launch was emotional, and we've had some emotional things from the last 2 presenters that were very powerful. People were very vulnerable and opening up their hearts to us and letting us know a little bit about who they are. And so I appreciate that. Okay, so I do see somebody is, Sazib, you're welcome to come on. And other people, you're welcome to raise your hands and come on. Okay, I'm going to bring Dr. Rao on too.
I just have a question. How close are we to achieving a vegan world by 2026?
Good question.
It's a good question. It's a highly nonlinear process. So I used to work on nonlinear things during my technical career, and I have learned that it's really difficult to predict it. Any nonlinear process like that is very difficult to predict. What we are doing now is raising awareness everywhere. So that awareness, I'm finding that it is pervasive. Okay, people do know. And people do know that eating animals is the leading cause of a lot of the problems we're facing now. Okay? So that's what I'm finding in my travels. How will that percolate? How will that transition into a mass movement? It's difficult for me to predict. So this is a long-standing problem, right? It's something that's been going on for 10,000 years. And it's now trying to mutate into something different. So I say we have to keep that message out there, that it's urgent to do it as quickly as possible. And we need to be confident that it's going to happen. So the fact that I keep talking about 2026, and Nancy actually alluded to that during her presentation. And she said it's at the start of 2026. But what happened is that I blurted out to my granddaughter that we better do it by 2026. And she said, does that mean that the world will be vegan by the time I turn 16? Which her birthday happens to be in November 2026. So I've given myself time till November 19th. So I'm saying that's the time, right? November 19th, 2026 is when she asked me, so what does that really mean? And I said, half of the world will be vegan. Half of the developed world will be vegan. So that's how I've been framing it. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Rao.
Yeah. Now,
I hope you achieve it.
Oh, no, it's not a hope. Have faith that we will get it. We'll achieve it. To me, hope comes from a position of fear, while faith comes from a position of love. Faith says that I know people are trying to do it, and I'm trying to help them. Like this monastery in Tibet, that's in Bhutan, that's going vegan, right? It was done by Zach Loas, and his team, who went there and helped them. So we have to meet people where they are. So, and I've been talking about this presentation I made at the Brahma Kumaris in the UK. Again, it is by sheer chance, right? Prabodh had gone to some values conference and he met someone who was from Brahma Kumaris who said, yeah, if Sailesh Rao is coming, he should come and speak here, right? And it's the Global Retreat Center for the Brahma Kumaris. And Brahma Kumaris is an organization with 8,500 centers. And if you can get them, and a lot of the people at the top are sick, they have diabetes. So if you meet them where they are and help them overcome their problems, why wouldn't they help us? So that's how we need to keep addressing this. Okay? Waking people up, not only waking people up, but helping them.
I really appreciate your answer. Thank you very much.
A pleasure.
Sabib, you can stay on if you like. And I want to announce to everybody that you can turn on your cameras now. You don't have to wait. And you can raise your hand, but you can turn on your cameras at any time so you can feel part of the group. I wanted to let you know that one of the things that, because I'm kind of a head person, I like to see the World Wildlife Fund's annual the report that comes out every 4 years. And so that's where they have some percentages of animal loss, which,
right.
Dr. Brown is the one who introduced me to that. And that's kind of where, even though they didn't say 2026, Dr. Rao looked at those numbers and saw that. So it doesn't mean exactly, it means in that time frame because of look what's happening. So with some life, it's 83% are gone, and some it's 73% already since 1970. So that's pretty dramatic.
Yeah. No, look, the calculation was done based on the loss of wild animals, and that's how this whole promise happened with my granddaughter, based on that, right? But I also say that it doesn't matter, folks. It doesn't matter if you're going to get 100% of them gone by 2026 or 94% or 92%. They're dying. There's a killing machine on this planet that's still operating. Yeah. And we have all these scientists and learned people still wondering whether the killing machine has anything to do with the fact that the planet is dying. I say, wake up. Of course you know the killing machine has something to do with it. And, we know this. Whether they know it in the mind or in the heart, we all know this. And we know that we can live without a killing machine operating on the planet. It's entirely unnecessary.
Yeah.
So we need to shut it down. That's the minimum step we need to take in order to signal to the world that you're serious about solving the problem.
Yeah, thank you. Come on up, Danny, and then Mark.
Hi. So I, for one, am always hunting for the good news, and I hope that we get more of it and start to celebrate it, because we all know how heavy the burden is and how painful the what's going on is going on. And I think if we focus on some of the small wins and we uplift ourselves and we take that along with us into our whole movement. And I, for one, have been like just grabbing headlines. There's a great little website called Optimist Daily, and I recommend it to everybody because they're chock full of little, positives. And some of them are big. I mean, this whole thing in Norway where they just completely shut down fur farming and all these designers that have moved away from furs. And I mean, they shut it down. It doesn't happen anymore. And it got shut down earlier than they had predicted, and it was over 300 farms. And that's significant, that means that's like significant of a real shift. And we, maybe we can start to identify more and more and more of those positives and bring that into our movement and create some upliftment and excitement instead of always focusing on what we have to do to change. Let's start celebrating, what is changing, our wins, our shifts, and everybody, then I think we become more attractive because we're the happy ones, right? We're the happy ones. We're liberated from this stuff. And we're working on liberating others. So I don't know. I'd like to,
There's science behind what you're saying, Danny. There is science behind that because basically, whatever you focus on,
grows.
You amplify.
Right.
Yeah, because you focus on it, you talk about it. Other people just say, "Oh, that's true. That's also happening," and therefore they amplify it. So this is why newspapers keep focusing on the negative stuff.
Right.
Because they're trying to amplify the fear. When they amplify the fear, we become, we look to authorities to help us, right?
Yep.
But that's about maintaining the system because the system based on that.
Yeah.
So when we focus on the positive and amplify that, right? We help accelerate the movement.
And I'd officially like to volunteer to be the chief in charge of good news for the convergences going forward. If you will have me. Thank you.
Hey, Danny, put that website or whatever in the chat when you get a chance.
Optimist Daily.
And y'all can stay on the screen if you want to. Mark, okay, we've got Mark and Donna, and we have some people on screen that hadn't gotten to talk, but they haven't raised their hands. So there we go. When you're ready. Hi, Mark. And
I think can't mute.
I think y'all will be able to unmute yourselves now. Maybe not.
Am I unmuted? Okay, I'm good?
Yes.
Okay. Keep this under 3 minutes is my goal. Just ripe with information that I love. That I actually feel like this is a spiritual home run because even Hegelian dialectics was mentioned just now. And like, who talks about that, right? So I really want to say that if we're serious, like you just said, Silas, if we really do feel like our lives are at risk and this is an imminent crisis facing us, we need to act that way. We have to send that signal out. And that gets down to the hunger strike that I'm going on to the death. And I'm glad it was mentioned a couple of times during the conference, because going on a hunger strike not to the death is not serious compared to the proportionality of the problem we're facing. For me, I gotten to the point that the data says that we really are out of time. And artificial intelligence is even more extreme than that. Like, we have the end of this year. And as we saw earlier, when it was being demonstrated, like, it was answering our questions, right? We're all blown away, right? This is just the beginning. This thing is doubling. So we have a very short period of time. And I realized that if we don't get this right, and by the end of this year, basically, we're not going to get a second chance. So if we're serious and the experts are right with the data, and Dr. Silas, you're right with your data, that we're completely in the wrong direction, first of all, the people who want to deal with the solution are in the wrong direction, then I think we have to take this serious approach. And I want to agree to say that faith and hope are important. Faith maybe more out of love, but this proof of truth that we have going on can transmute faith to certainty, and an absolute kind of scientific certainty that can give us a kind of authority. And because, like I said earlier, 85% of the world is religious, you'll never have a global movement unless you appeal to the 5 major religions in the world, especially Christianity and Islam and Buddhism and Hinduism. So I feel like we have to come in with an authority, because our education plan is not going to be enough to convince people unless they really feel like their souls are at risk. That if they don't transition, we don't make a divine decree with real authority, we're going to go in a linear process, which is going to take way too long. I love that, Silas, as an engineer, you know what nonlinear trends are. And this logic that we have, this universal logic that created this proof of truth, the proof of God's existence, or the proof of objectivity in genuine science. So whether you're atheistic or secular, atheistic or theistic, it works for both sides. It sublates the contradictions that we were just talking about in terms of Marx and Hegel. So we have this kind of proof of truth to ground a new kind of education system with new authorities, where we are these spiritual, not just followers, but new divine masters, and claim that authority because of this proof of truth. And we appeal to the 85% religious in the world to say, here's a new divine decree, become vegan as fast as possible. Then we can have massive non-linear behavior shifts, because that kind of declaration starts to change people in a profound way that normal claims don't do. If somebody thinks you're the Messiah or the Buddha, they start to act differently very quickly. So I want to say this. I want to say the hunger strikes earlier were said to not be very effective, but they actually are, because they demonstrate what in the East is very highly respected by Gandhi, who went on 18 hunger strikes with 3 of them to the death. And look at the change that it made for 1.4 billion people who respect that tradition to this day. And I was just talking to people in Nepal. They love it. This is over 3 minutes, but I'm almost done. In the West, we just had a revolution with intermittent fasting. And in 2016, the Nobel Medical Prize was won by autophagy, which is triggered by fasting, when the body cleans up all these zombie cells and detoxifies itself. So if there was ever a time to use hunger strikes to the death, this is a great time for East and West to vindicate these ancient wisdom traditions and to vindicate modern science. So I want to ask people in this conference, if you really believe in the seriousness, will you join me on a hunger strike to the death with realistic goals that we can achieve in this next hunger strike in about 3 weeks from now? Make it go on for a couple of months to build the movement. And then after that, there's a second hunger strike that really is more serious to the death with global critical mass. If you're serious, will you join me on that? And if not, can you provide me reasons why and a better plan? Thank you very much. And Silas Rao, that goes to you first. Will you join me on a hunger strike to the death? You can think about it. You don't have to answer now, but I just want to put it out there as we get into the final stages of this great conference. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for asking it directly. Let me just give you my train of thought. My hunger strike, if I do it, okay, is not going to affect those who are in power, because they're already starving 800 million people. They're already killing 9 million people from hunger-related causes every year. It's already happening. The food system is doing that right now, right? The reason Gandhi's hunger strikes worked was because he was appealing to the masses, to the people, not to the rulers. The rulers were being affected because the masses were upset that Gandhi was on hunger strike, right? So he's waking up to the power of the masses. He was waking up the masses to their power through his hunger strike. So it depends on how many people know about your hunger strike and how many people resonate with it. Okay? And then we'll support you. Because so many people are dying of hunger already. You know? This is why we are in a privileged position, because we have access to a lot of good food. And we are voluntarily saying we won't eat it. Whereas there are a lot of people who are involuntarily hungry and dying. You know what I mean? So that's why I evaluated based on, do I really have the clout to convince the masses that they need to listen to me? I've written books about it, but not many people have read it. I'm not sure I have that clout that Gandhi did. Okay, so I'm trying to build up now based on already there are avenues that are open to me, where I can influence a large Hindu organization, which is Brahma Kumaris. Okay? So other large Hindu organizations, I want to encourage them to open up and understand the power that they have, that the world is looking for them to lead. Because Hinduism fundamentally is about the sacredness of all life. This is why Hindu gods are made of, there are snakes as gods, there are rats as gods, we have animals as gods, we have trees as gods, we have stones as gods, because everything is sacred. That's the foundation of Hinduism. It's one of the most animistic indigenous religions of the world. Okay? And so I'm appealing to them, but I know that 2026 is a firm lifeline in my mind, because I do believe that it was divinely revealed to me that this is November 19, 2026 is like a drop dead date. But it's a lifeline, not a deadline. And I'm willing to put my life on the line for that cause. I do know that as well. So it's not a decision that I can make right away, right? Lightly, something like that. But all options are on the table to help humanity overcome this fire.
Wow. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Dr. Rao.
Go ahead, Donna.
Yeah, thank you. I originally held my hand up because of what Danny said about Norway. I was there a couple months ago, and I was flabbergasted. I went ahead of time to ask if I needed to bring my own milk. I'm used to play. Anyway, long story. They have a policy there, a national policy, supporting not eating animals. They say fish are okay, but not the animals. And so I just wanted to respond when Danny said that, because we need to celebrate that. I know that some people are concerned because they're still eating fish, but let's celebrate this huge, stopping fur and then saying, I was on a tour and I took pictures of the food that was out there, because a lot of it was vegan. They made sure that the vegans had everything we want. So anyway, and then Mark came on. So I wanted to, and Mark, you've sent me a private message, and I appreciate that. And you were saying that maybe I'm not comfortable with this because my son died of anorexia, and that's not the reason at all. It's just that I just wonder how effective it's going to be. Is it going to change anybody's mind? I just can't imagine anybody saying, I really like meat and I think that it's not needed. Oh, wait a minute. Someone's on a hunger strike. And also, I thought you were saying in the private message to me that you were being very careful and you would only do this if you are, healthy. And I'm thinking, what did you say to the death? Because I don't know. When I hear that, it means that you intend to die. Is I'm going to die for this, and maybe that'll change somebody's mind. So maybe I misunderstood what to the death means. Because if you're saying you're going to do another one that's even more intense and then more to the death, and I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, I think you had to die the first one. I'm confused. And what goals you have that, if you don't do this, I'm going to kill myself. What are your goals? So thank you. I don't know if I'm calling Mark back on, but anyway, if we have time at the end, I'd like to hear that.
Thank you. We heard from Dr. Rao and his response on it, and let's hear from other people. And Mark, I know you'll be able to share, but we had somebody, unless you want to, okay. Maybe I'm guiding it too much, and you need to say.
No, Mark, if you want to respond to Donna, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was muted. So yeah, okay. I'll try and keep it a little bit short, but I'm trying to escalate things. So I hope it galvanizes the conversation a little bit, because that's perfect responses from you, Silas, and also about the death. What does that mean? So I'm trying to live on the hunger strikes, right? I'm not saying we're going to die and like sacrifice our lives for nothing. I'm saying we have a set of goals that are very challenging, but they're proportional to the challenge. I'm saying we got to get to 264 million people, 3% of the world's population, basically by the end of this year. And if this first hunger strike gets us somewhere, like if you get 10,000 people who are committed like us doing this through the 6 degrees of separation, we calculated the numbers to show that you can reach 263 or 4 million people in 28 days by getting each person to use a flock strategy. It's kind of a religious term. So each person gets 28 people that they think they have a good rapport with. And then that's it. You just spend like the next 6 months talking to those 28 people, and only 37% of them, like 7 of them to 9, have to get on board to then get the next 7 on board. And that sort of MLM approach with this divine authority that we have with the proof of truth is how you can reach 264 million people without burning anybody out. Just talking to one person per day for 6 months out of 28, that's all it will take to reach global critical mass by 2026 to meet Silas's granddaughter's deadline for him. So I'm saying that it's much more possible for us, even if we're not Gandhis, because we also have social media with those 28 that we can wrap around the world. And Silas, you are very respected and pure. So you have powerful enough connections with your 28 that you can start a ripple effect. And through their 6 degrees of separation, it will cause massive influences, because it won't be you tapping on Al Gore's shoulder. It'll be his daughter or somebody through the 6 degrees of separation that can influence him in their flock. And that, to me, the trust connection is the only way to do this realistically. Social media, paying $500 billion, like somebody mentioned earlier, that we're against this huge advertising juggernaut. It's $500 billion per year they spend around the world to basically keep the whole global culture in this destructive phase. But we can mimic much more than that through the power of the word, but our word has to have authority, which is why the proof of truth comes in. So, Silas, I just want to address your concerns that way. And also, I believe in you. Like, I feel like you look like Gandhi. I was like, you have that essence. And then also, the hunger strike, yes. The next goal for me is 10,000 for my hunger strike, with people jumping on board. And it has to be to the death. Like, you have to say, if I don't reach my goal, I am going to go to the death. But there's a good chance that you'll survive. And then if you get your 28 going, because your family won't listen to you unless they think your life is on the line. Your friends won't listen. They won't break out unless, like, holy crap, he's serious. And if they believe you'll go to the death, then they really get active. But if you say, oh, hunger strike, you're absolutely right, Donna, they're not going to care. I went on 10 hunger strikes, 14 days with no water. But because people thought I was going to live, it caused some movement, much more than in normal conversations. But to the death is like, there's no second chances. If they don't act now, they're not going to see you again. So for me, I'm ready to make that sacrifice. And then hopefully if I live through this one, because we start moving, people, then on the second one, that one is to global critical mass. But at that point, we should have a trend line, non-linear. That's the key word. It has to be exponential. And if we get that going, then I think we will address all your guys' great concerns and do it realistically. So I hope that makes a difference. So thank you so much for giving me a second chance to get on. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, the idea is to create a vegan world where we don't have to die. Although, like you said, everybody's dying. 800,000 people are dying. So, okay, so we have more people on. Let's see. I think I'm going to let
was on next.
I think Ken. Okay, and then our phone call, and then I see David's up here too. Go ahead, Ken.
As an economist, I've been a numbers guy all of my life, but Silas has really infected me with a focus on faith in the last 10 years or 7 years. The way I see this is very pragmatic. Earth has invested a huge number of centuries, what, 500,000 years in us? Can you imagine how fragile we were when we started off? I mean, we didn't have big teeth, we didn't have big claws, we weren't fast. What were the odds of our ancestors surviving? Think about it. I mean, really think about it. I've been doing some reading, and it's really awesome that we survived in the early stages, and then we emigrated to new climates, and we had to learn how to survive one more time and one more time and one more time. Earth's made a huge investment in us, huge investment in us. And along the way, 10,000 years ago, we began to alter the climate because we have a very narrow range where the planet's viable in relationship to the sun, and we're moving close to a limit. Earth engaged us in the process of clearing land and warming the climate. Read about it in Carbon Yoga. And these are just steps along the way, but think of the length of time that the creation of us on this planet has been. And we now are waking up to be the conscious ones who can change that, okay? And there's no reason at all to think that we can't. That's what we're here for. That's why this long, risky development. The risks that we're facing right now are nothing compared to what we faced 500,000, 400,000 years ago in this process. Nothing. I mean, this is minor. So it's a very pragmatic view to see that we are the ones who are here, the conscious ones who are here to take care of the planet as it comes closer to the sun and comes out of its safe zone. That's why we're here. It's a very pragmatic way to look at a faith stance. It isn't airy-fairy at all. It's extremely pragmatic. There's a lot there. And just as a confirmation of this, when you watch a series on Netflix and one of the heroes is in real trouble and you don't really know if he's going to survive or not, come on. You know he's going to survive. There are 6 more years to go, or 6 more episodes to go. So you can get very pragmatic about where we are, and it doesn't have to be religious or anything like that. Just look at the facts. We are here to do a job, and we can focus on doing a job and not worry about it, but really not have hope. We don't have to come from fear and hope that something's going to happen. We know it is because we're here to do the job. So we can just go ahead and do it and enjoy it in the process. And that's where I've come in recent years.
Yeah, I like that. Really good, huh? Wonderful.
Now, the man on the phone has had his hand up for a while.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, we're ready.
You're ready for me?
Yes.
Okay. You know, so many interesting people speaking here. And I had a thought yesterday because people look at us. I'm talking about the mainstream people, the idea of like, well, you know, we're the top of the heap here. We can help ourselves to it. These are gifts from Mother Nature, or these are gifts from the earth, whatever. We can just help ourselves. And the idea of like that we can just help ourselves, that there's no reason to hold back. It's just crazy. I mean, like if you think about like well, you know, raising cattle. I mean, that's like what? I mean, you know how many loaves of bread you have to do to get one hamburger? That's like 50 loaves of bread. Come on. There's no way nature wants you to do that. In other words, I'm thinking about this starting a new motto. Here it is. Are you ready? Brace yourself, because I've been thinking about this since yesterday. That conservation is the royalties we pay to Mother Nature. Okay, so like, yes, these are free gifts from Mother Nature, but we have to pay the royalties. It just, we can have it for free, but don't ruin it. It's a gift, but we have to be conservative. I mean, a conservationist. Otherwise they'll be gone. It's like, you know what I mean? We can help ourselves to the nuts and berries, but don't overdo it. Don't pollute the air. You can say, well, air costs us nothing. It's free. No, it'll only be free if we don't pollute it. So conservation is the royalties we pay to Mother Nature. Don't ruin it. What do you think?
Thank you. Tell us your name, please.
My name is Peter Seymour.
Thank you, Peter. It's nice to hear from you. All right. Let's see. Now we have Abraham, David, and Sebastian. Go ahead, Abraham.
Okay. Yes, I've worked with Ray Kowalchuk to make 2 pictures of the problem we have. One is about the history of global warming, so in a spiral. We start with the agricultural revolution 12,000 years ago, go through different circles, deforestation, dominance of animals, materialism, an industrial revolution about 250 years ago, then global warming and the earth now on fire. That is one picture we have. And the other picture is resolving the climate crisis. And that starts with, in the center, a plant-based diet, then planting trees, liberating animals, using resolving the science and refreshment, and are working together. Then we get on, I don't know if you can see it. So those are 2 pictures which sort of give the whole problem. I think what we have that we have to solve. And I think we can blow them up, make them very big, so that we can all notice it. It's I don't know if you can see it.
One is this, this last one. And the first one is, oh, no, where's the other one? It's another one.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, okay. So are you going to show 2 of them?
This is the first one.
Okay. So it starts in the center?
Yes.
And then works out to the earth on fire.
Right, yeah. So that's sort of the history of what happened actually during the evolution. And it shows that both the agricultural revolution and the industrial revolution are both important. But the industrial revolution, as Dr. Rao has said, it gives maybe more cooling than heating at this point. So we have to concentrate on the agricultural revolution, and that is deforestation. And there's logical steps to do. Start first with the forest, and then the animal liberation, and then we go on with the cycle and working together. That's sort of the. I think it's important to make it in very simple ways so that everybody can see it easily and understandable. That's what our contribution.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And so I'm going to show, if there's time, I'll show y'all how to get to the Trello board where you can reach each other, so you can ask, can I have a copy of those slides or something like that. So you can be in touch. Okay, David?
I live on an island halfway between Seattle and Victoria, BC. There are about 8,000 people on this island, and our county's made up of 174 islands. And we're starting to see erosion of roads from the sea rise. And our government is working on moving the roads. Meanwhile, there's a grassroots effort to do more about food. And so we now have on our island, many years ago, before the 1800s, we were a big agricultural island because the produce was shipped on boats. Then when the trains came in, they plowed under all of the agriculture on the island because the eastern side of Washington got more heat and could grow things better and move it by rail faster than we could grow it and move it by boats. So all of our produce was plowed under at that time, orchards and everything. And now we have gotten together a coalition of small farmers that have created a food hub where people can go online on Fridays and see what's available from those farmers and order it. And the farmers have a sure sale for their produce. So we're doing a lot of things with small farmers. Unfortunately, it does include a lot of animal products as well. But we're making progress in that regard as a grassroots effort, as opposed to our government that's moving roads. So, you know, we have positive things going on, and I agree with the earlier comments about how we keep reminding ourselves of those things, and that from those ripples go out and other things happen. I went vegan in 2020 and lost 105 pounds, and that got lots of comments from people. But the minute they heard that I wasn't eating meat, they just ignored me because they knew I was going to die from lack of protein. And that's been 5 years now. So there you go.
Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that. Wow. All right. I'm sorry about your island. I mean, you know, it's just part of all over the world, right? Yeah. Sebastian, you came on. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I had a question. First, I just wanted to thank you, everybody, because this has been great these 2 days, and it's really inspiring. And it's a question about strategy, because I studied philosophy, and then when I found out about the environmental crisis, I completely switched over to participate on it and to see what I could do about it, and really start exploring political reform. I mean, I also think I like to think in systems, so I'm also paying a lot of attention to the authoritarianism here in the US that is kind of brewing, has been brewing for a long time. So I agree that, or I think I perceive that we need to give people the material things they need first so we can kind of approach them. So what I'm starting here in San Diego is a co-op that gives children sports and activities, arts, like a deep ecology approach, connections with nature, because many of these kids don't even get to see a lot of green areas. And my question is, we have so many people here in San Diego that are activists and want to do something, but they just seem so unorganized in that the political reform doesn't get together with the environmental movement. The environmental movement doesn't get together with the peace activist movement. And it feels a little frustrating to me, because these are people that are dedicating so much of their time and such beautiful energy that I see with them. But I want to have a framework or a map. I think the Taiwanese digital democracy or something like that could really help, because I feel like these conversations are so dislodged that, I mean, we are 35 people here, but I know that, or I don't know how many, but there's so many more people that are willing to do these things and kind of connect. And I feel like, I don't want to call them the opposition, but they are very organized. Like, business leaders get together with politicians and they kind of organize what's happening, and we can see Project 2025 and stuff like that. So I don't know what you, I mean, it's kind of very broad because I feel a little lost in this, even how to go about it with the co-op, that I'm definitely pushing the vegan food and trying to help the homeless population here and so on. But how do we organize that? And is there a way to conceptualize on the platform a little bit more widely global so we can I'm studying a lot of the horizontalism of the last 20 years and how mass protests haven't been effective. And it seems to be because once we have these mass movements, but there's nobody to say this is the demand that we want. There's just not that mechanism, perhaps. So I don't know if you have any advice, but I just want to thank you again. I heard earlier about kind of the sanctity of these things, and I feel like all your activism with everybody here listening and speaking is sacred, and your time too. So thank you very much again. This is maybe for Silas, or I don't know who can answer this.
No, it's a good question. It's something that resonates with me because I used to think like an engineer. I mean, I think like an engineer, and I like to plan things out and say, this is how it's going to happen. But when I started working in the environment, I did that for the first few years. And then I discovered that that's not the way it works in the real world. That's not the way you deal with life systems that have life in them. It's okay to do that with machines, to understand how things collaborate. So they are able to do that because they literally are thinking like machines. And they hire people and they make them like machines, Whereas we are trying to build a system out of love. Love comes fundamentally with freedom of choice. Okay, so it's going to be messy when you do it out of love, and it cannot be coerced. Love is where when you love someone, you set them free. So in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 18th chapter, Lord Krishna, after giving Arjuna all this advice, said, I've given you all this advice, but I love you so much that I've set you free even from me. And you're free to choose whether you want to fight the battle or not. But then he told him, whether you choose to fight the battle or not, the outcome is the same. So you can pretend like you are the actor, but you're not the actor. I am the actor. That's what you're saying, right? And but literally, he's also saying, I'm acting through all of you. If you don't comply, I'll work with someone else. So it's literally, it's an assurance saying that life as a whole is smart enough to know what it's doing. Nature as a whole knows what she's doing. As Ken said, nature has invested so much in us. So have faith, keep at it, figure out what you're good at, how you can persuade people, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I have two things about strategy, if I may. And one of them is what a friend of ours, and James is here today. He's in the call and he comes to all of these. He's an animal rights activist and has been for a long time. And his wife is running for office as an animal liberation office in Kitchener, Canada. Now, they don't expect to win, but they are running she goes to all the beaches and brings up the animals. That means, of course, she has to know a little bit about, as much as she can about the other topics, but that's the point that most people don't bring up. So that's a wonderful strategy. I just want to say thank you for her for that. And the other thing is that the Friday strike, where the kids felt strong enough that they decided, that Greta Thunberg got them inspired to stop going to school. And so many young people, I heard a few years ago, I haven't heard it lately, are not having children because of the situation. So those are a couple of more strategies to throw into it. But I kind of wish I had said that before you, Dr. Val, because you have a nice ending, a nice way to say that it's going to all work out anyway. And we have to, and I'm glad to be reminded of that. Just doing our best.
That doesn't mean you don't act, right? It means that you act constantly. You're constantly trying to figure out what's the best next action you can take.
Yeah, I particularly think the approach of art activism and providing people with delicious food and those things are the most important things of any conversation almost, because it's when we're bonding, right? When we're listening to the other person and serving their needs, really, like caring for them, I think. So this deep ecology approach is something that I think is the most important thing actually in the movement, instead of these kind of more tactical or technical things. So thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, I'm sorry to remove you. I had to remove somebody to bring up Tammy. So Saziba, that was why I did that. All right, go ahead, Tammy. Saw your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's good seeing you again, Mark. We need you here. You know, as a grandmother, you know, as I'm getting to a place in my life that I've had lots of interactions, you know, through different multi-generations at this point. My grandparents and parents and children and grandchildren. Everyone just wants to feel loved. And very much like what Silash said, is no one changes from being judged. They just don't. They might be able to judge themselves at a certain degree and really be hard on themselves at some point and make the change. But that won't be how it will initially come, from guilt or judgment. It has to come from seeing them, from truly seeing them, and giving them a home in your heart to some degree. And I know that sounds really airy, but it's true. Like when somebody feels loved, they feel that they matter. And when they matter, what they have to offer matters. And it's not even so much that people aren't on board. It's they're on a survival mode. And, you know, Paul and I have been writing a book for a little while called Grief Mapping. And it's like the whole premises of the book started from people don't have enough space. And look at, we're in stimulation overload in our world. Information overload. They don't need more information. They need more care and consideration, and they need a place for their heart to rest. They just need a place for their heart to rest. And if we can give them a place for their heart to rest and say, you know, I got you, and I've been there. But what I do know is that when I stopped eating flesh food, I settled somehow, and I got to know myself deeper. And I found these communities, and I realized I wasn't alone. And that even though I came to this world feeling like a stranger in a strange land my whole life, even though I wasn't, you know, the first time I went, my dad brought me, because we didn't have very much money growing up, and he brought me to the Ringling Brothers Circus. And it was a really big deal for him to get these tickets. And I looked at this elephant. I was 5 years old, and I started bawling. And I said, that elephant's so sad. I want to go home. And he, you know, he was disappointed. He understood me. But, you know, a lot of us come into this world feeling like, what the heck am I doing here? And people just need a home. So my whole point being is if we can give people a home in our hearts, they want to be part of that, because a lot of people don't even feel they belong. They truly don't. A lot of people don't even feel they belong here. And I get it. There were lots of time in my life I didn't feel I belonged. I felt comfortable in nature, and I feel really comfortable with my grandkids. But I even felt a little bit uncomfortable as a parent, to be very honest with you. I was doing my best, but there were times I felt like my husband, I call him, had way more influence over the values I brought to. But that doesn't end up being true. Anyways, I'm not going to go on. That was my whole point and I'm actually learning it in reverse in some ways. I'm learning to give, it's going to make me cry saying it, but I'm learning to give my daughter a place to call home in my heart, by not judging anything and just letting her know she's okay with whatever it is, with the anxiety, with the struggle of motherhood, with an eating disorder, whatever it is, that I got her, you know? And so the people that we meet on the street that we're quote unquote trying to bring along, they're actually healing us. They're actually healing us. They're providing a sacred relationship for us to learn to love more unconditionally and to see them fully. So anyways, thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Tammy. Well, we have, okay, good. Ray, come on up. And that means I have to take someone off.
You can take me off. I didn't realize we were all being spotlighted. I thought we were just going to see the whole gang. And when we're all spotlighted, we can't open up the one to see when Abraham had the thing. So you can take me off.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Our spotlighter will start taking off.
Hi again.
Oh. Got somebody.
This is Liam. We met at the Dublin wedding. Liam!
Okay, Ray, I think we're all good. And we've got 4 minutes and then our speaker is here, so.
You'll get the importance of what I'm about to talk about. Which end of the banana do you peel? Peel from this end or this end? Hands in the chat. Do you peel from this end?
No, the other
Yeah?
way.
My granddaughter taught me to peel from the bottom because she said that her dad taught her it's poisonous at the bottom, so to always peel from the bottom. So my granddaughter taught me to peel the banana the other way.
Okay, so a long time ago, decades ago, one of my coworkers said, she's Filipino, she said, why do you peel it from this end? Everybody in Asia peels it from this end. It's easier. It's harder to peel it this way. And you also have this handle. So every time I peel a banana, I always think of when she said this, decades ago, but I still peel it from this end because my mom taught me to peel it from this end. Everybody I know peels it from this end, except for a few people. And a little while ago, I saw on a sitcom, somebody said they saw in a documentary that that monkeys peel it from this end.
Yeah.
And of course, bananas know monkeys better. Monkeys know bananas better than we do. So there's an appeal to science there. And for some reason, when it happened in this sitcom, the characters in the sitcom made fun of this guy because he watched a documentary. Oh, he watches a documentary. Look at him. He's so smart. So I started peeling the banana from the other end, and I realized how difficult it is to retrain your muscle memory. And so this is a little bit of an experiment that has to do with vegan outreach. You're asking somebody to suddenly start peeling from the other side. And it's also a bit of the sociology of behavior change. I've known this information for many, many years because this woman told me about it. And I ignored this information. My behavior change didn't do anything different. There might be also a 100th monkey effect, if anybody knows what that's all about. But I want everybody to, every time you peel a banana between now and the next time we have a VCOP, I want you to think about what I said. You don't have to change the way you behave, but I want you to think about it and ask other people to change the way that they peel the banana too, and see what their reactions are. Because a lot of people will fight you on this. Yeah, it's such a trivial thing, but they'll fight you on it because of tradition. My mother taught me to peel it this way. And if you want to try to change, you'll notice how that it's difficult. Like there have been times I picked up the banana and peeled it from the side I'm used to. And that's how our habits are guiding our actions. We also will decide, is it really easier to peel it from this end? Is it really? I want you to prove it to me. So now there's a proof element involved in something very mundane, but we know that with veganism, everybody wants proof that it's safe, that they're not going to die. So
You know,
now I
I
just
want to
want
say
everybody
something.
to, when you see bananas, when you have bananas, I want you to think of me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow. All right, we got it. Got lots of love going on there. Thank you so much, Ray.
I just like to ask Ray real quick, does that apply to all fruit or just the banana?
Do you have a technique of peeling an orange?
I was thinking about blueberries, but okay. Yeah, I can flip over all my fruit. I mean, that
I
would be
would
a
say,
good experiment.
Danny, you're controlling the conversation. That's another thing that non-vegans do. They'll try to
Excuse me?
shift the conversation and
Excuse
make it.
me?
Let's talk about something else because I'm uncomfortable with what you're saying.
Excuse
Especially if
me?
you're talking about me and my behaviors. Let's talk about your behaviors.
All right, do I have non-vegan behaviors?
All righty, folks.
You have non-banana
Take this-
behavior.
Let's take this into the private room.
Breakout room.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I tell you, this conversation was very deep and meaningful, and it's no wonder since we are talking about transition, the greatest transition, that we have ever gone through. And so now I'm fortunate enough to introduce to you. Hello, Claire. I've heard about you, and I'm glad to see you here in almost person. Welcome, everyone, to the Climate Healers 21st Vegan Convergence of the Peoples Gathering. I'm Rebecca Allen, and I am honored to introduce you to our amazing keynote this evening, Claire Mann. She's a vegan psychologist, existential psychotherapist, author, and communications trainer. She runs a private practice in Sydney, Australia, as well as working online with vegans all over the world. She's the author of numerous books, including Dystopia, The Anguish of Being Vegan in a Non-Vegan World, and Myths of Choice, Why People Won't Change and What You Can Do About It. Claire created the free Vegan Voices 30-day online training to help vegans communicate veganism and has several online programs, including Steps to Great Relationships for Vegans. Please welcome Claire Mann. Turn dystopia into powerful change. Claire Mann. Well, Claire, we can't hear you. Oops. You're unmuted, but the microphone is not. Let's try again. Sorry, that's interesting. Nope, not yet.
Is there a mute on your earphones?
Oh, there it is. There she is. I think I heard her. Claire, are you there? Yes, she's there. We can hear you, Claire.
Oh, here we go. Test microphone.
Yeah,
It's
we
working
can
at this
hear you.
end.
Can you hear us? Can you hear me, Claire? Okay. No.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
can't,
but she can't hear us, Ken.
we can't hear her now, but we did momentarily. But she doesn't have to hear us, does she? Hello? Donna is giving us some good hand signals. Now, other people have had this trouble. Come on in and tell us what, Dr. Rao, haven't you had this trouble before?
Yeah.
She's got her earphones out. So
No,
now she's gonna
they
back
can
in. Okay. Yeah. We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
There's a mute
Is that
on
better?
on her earphones. There's a mute on her earphones.
Oh, you did for a moment. That's great. Okay, wait one second.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Is that any?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, I can't. Can you say something?
Hello, hello, hello.
Because I can't hear you. That's very
Hello.
amusing. But you can hear me.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, it seems to be a little quiet that I can't hear you. I have to say, I've now just been admitted to. I really am a 50s housewife without a checkbook when it comes to technology, and usually my husband's around, but he has popped out, so I apologize for that. I really wish I could have been here for the last 2 days, but it would have been the middle of the night for me in Australia. It's very early morning here in Australia. But, you know, just from the very little time I've had to hear the comments, we're also on the same page. And I see such wisdom coming from this. And I'm hoping to get a chance to catch up with the ones afterwards. Yes, I am a vegan psychologist, author of Dystopia. And my job really, I guess, here today and in my work is to help people navigate that burden of knowing and transmute it into something positive. Because the power of it has the power to be part of the solution, which is what all of us want to do. I want all of us to eagerly anticipate every conversation about veganism or every action, because we're calm, we're confident, and we're focused. Okay. Now you no doubt you've had such an inspiring weekend this time, and you're probably feeling inspired, eager to be part of the solution, to put tools and techniques into play. But I just want you to stop for a moment and really reflect on, how are you feeling here? Now, it's pretty late at night there for many of you, so maybe you're a little tired, and maybe you are excited and you're eager to get on, but maybe there's a little doubt within you, a bit of fear, a bit of anxiety. Is it really going to happen? You know, it's great that Celeste is so positive and so is everyone else, but, you know, are people going to change quick enough? You know, I'm seeing more people do X, Y, Z. Now, this isn't a bad thing, but it is, you know, a clue really, because these are signals of the things that are going to stand in the way of each of us, that self-talk, that mindset, that are going to stand in the way of us being the unique part of our solution, the solution to the problem really. And all creators know, whether they're making a documentary, the, you know, wonderful Climate Healers initiative, a new product on the market, a new book, bringing a gift to the world, planning a relationship, whatever, they all know that it starts with mindset. And I think it was the late Bob Proctor, the sales trainer and manager, who said, whether you believe you can do it or you don't, either way, you're right. Okay, so I just want you to think about that for a moment. Now, I've been vegan 16 years. I was vegetarian for 30 years before. And like all of us, I wish I knew way back then what I know now. I would have been vegan on the spot. But I'm also challenging what a vegan is, because I realize I don't say I'm vegan, I say I'm becoming vegan. You know, Sebastian and Ray, Tammy, and others have contributed the little I've heard there of realizing we're learning as we go along. And, you know, this is very important. But I say originally I was an organizational psychologist, and for many years I worked in large organizations, big corporations, many of which I would not work in today. And often we have prejudice against those large organizations, feeling they are the seat of all the problems, and the greed, the initiatives that are abusing our planet, people, animals. But the reality is there's a lot of good people working in these places. And one, I'm going to apologize for any tapping or banging here. I'm in the middle of outback Australia almost, and it's a little bit very windy here today. But for those organizations, if people go onto LinkedIn as a social media platform, there's just one group there that I'm part of, which is Vegan Leaders in Corporate Management. There are 5,000 members, and they're like the French Resistance. They're in these places of sometimes seemingly darkness that are rolling out amazing initiatives. They're doing the things that they need to do in the specific places in which they live. And this is really important, because I want to give you an example. About 2012, I think it was, just I guess, or perhaps a little earlier than that, I hadn't quite become vegan. I was in an office for KPMG. Now, KPMG is one of the top 5 accountancy firms in Australia, but probably the world. Okay. And I was coaching someone there, and they told me about this story that I hope inspires you. It's the story about the little plastic spoon. And the little plastic spoon story is there was a woman who went into the tea room and got her coffee or tea, and she realized a new policy had been made to save time so people could be more productive. They had changed from using metal spoons to plastic spoons, because all these seconds or these minutes could be saved when people didn't have to stir their tea, wash it under the tap, put it in the dishwasher or whatever. They could just swizz the tea with a plastic spoon and then throw it in the bin. Okay, and she was observing this, so she did a back of the envelope calculation and worked out how many people were in the organization, how many used the room, how many times they had coffee or tea each day, how many plastic spoons were being used per hour, per day, per week, per month, per year. And she went to the ideas committee with a shocking statistic of how many so the spoons were being used. And she asked, you know, we need to change this because we have all these recycling initiatives, sustainability, looking at our supply chains, etc. But what are we doing here? And they said, well, what would you like to do? We'd like to do a survey. We want to talk to the staff. And overwhelmingly, they said, there's no way we should go back to metal spoons. And within a shorter period of time, it was rolled out across Australia. They went back to using metal spoons. The question is, what is your little plastic spoon? And from everything you've done this weekend, it's you choosing. Almost like Gandhi said, if you think something small can't make a difference, try going to bed with a mosquito tonight. Okay. I know I can't see all your faces, but I can see Rebecca, yours. Yeah, I'm glad you can hear me. Now, we've all heard, of course, if you want to change the world, we have to change ourselves. These lofty, sort of broad sort of terms, but what does that look like? But it is actually true, of course. So if we want a responsible, happy, creative, kind, proactive, open-minded, loving vegan, then we have got to start today, as Tammy reminded us and Celeste did, that we've got to donate a responsible, happy, creative, kind, proactive, open-minded, loving vegan in every aspect of our lives. Because when I did, and I've worked over many years, over 30 years as a psychologist, and I've seen hundreds, thousands of people probably in groups and individuals, and a lot of enormous amount of vegans, which is I've been able to do a lot of research from to hopefully help us, is often people come, well, definitely people come and we dig around for a while trying to find out the source of their agony. Often with vegans, they know the source of the anguish, but like all of us, we all have all the normal problems of life, and then we just throw dystopia, the burden of knowing on top of this, and a call to action, of course. But often people said, well, I started working with you and I've been doing some different things. My family have changed, but I don't even see them. How is that possible? Okay, now often in the interactions, of course, we know we can't change people, but when we change ourselves, the dynamic changes. But it's not just in the interactions, it's energetically. We are giving out to the whole. I love this social ecology approach that we are all, it's a systemic, organic, unfolding process. You know, the biggest polluting element on this planet is people's attitudes, really. But often people say that, but I'm reminded of the late writer, beautiful writer, Mark Twain. He said, I left home at 17, and when I went back at 21, I couldn't believe how much my father had grown up. I think that says it all, doesn't it? But it is so true, is, you know, if we're going to be, we are the vehicle for change, each of us, we're like little lights all over, and a rising tide raises all boats. We don't have to do the whole lot. And I see a lot of, and people probably of similar vintage to me on this call, is we've been around a few decades. We also realize that we have to be part of this global relay race, this lifting of consciousness to reach a tipping point. Because in whatever rendition of life they're at, is a lot of people follow. That's what they're doing at the moment. And I think Tammy's right. People are absolutely overwhelmed. They don't have any space for this. And then we throw something else on. So let's invite them back to their vegan birthright, what they have chosen to forget, the solution to their own problems. So I said a little bit earlier that I've really stopped saying that I'm vegan. And there's a number of reasons for that. And when we look at communication in a moment, relationship-based advocacy, tools and techniques you may already be using, but hopefully I'll bring something else to bear, is there's a reason for that. We assume that other people know or really know what it is, and I'm still discovering it. But I say I'm becoming vegan, particularly when I hear and talk to vegans have been vegan 50 years, and they say, you know what, the more I find out, the less I know. Like everything in life, of course. We know it's so much more than a diet. But of course, it's also not just about not using and exploiting animals, non-human animals. What about not using or exploiting ourselves, as we are expressions of consciousness? Being kinder to other human animals, wherever they are, whatever their actions, their behaviors, and the earth on which we live. It's a constantly unfolding process, because I really see people these days as pre-vegan becoming pro-vegan. Now, Celeste and I are part of an initiative, Ubuntu Veganism in India, and we're doing some talks there. And this lovely young man, Abhinav, he's only about 28 years old, and I believe he runs or set up the first vegan cafe in Calcutta. He doesn't say it's vegan, but he just reminded me, I won't say out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, although he does call me mother. He said, Claire, it's not about non-vegan or vegan. It's pre-vegan to pro-vegan. Non-vegans care enormously about other animals, sometimes their own animal, their own children, their companion animals, exotic animals. We just need to expand that window of compassion and care to all living beings, and to encourage the vegans too, to expand it to the non-vegans, not yet vegans. See, if you have habits there with bananas, I love that in that initiative, Ray, but what a wonderful example. Let's use that in all sorts of things. But it's really, what is standing in the way is our beliefs, our values, our beliefs about what is possible, our value, our unconscious drivers, from our own history, our own experiences, our own traumas. They come into play. And how do we find out about those? It's often through our self-talk, our language, our typical reactions to things. You know, we really, all of this has a potential to inhibit, you know, us being part of this bigger part of change. And so briefly, in the very little amount of time, and I'm really aware of time because I really want to open it up for questions. I'll talk only probably for 20 minutes or so. It's about putting our own house in order. That is the most we can do by donating that shining light in many ways, is a little bit of neuroscience. I always think neuroscience and science full stop catches up with common sense, okay, is a little bit to bring to bear that actually we can't be out there advocating with a smile on our face if we are resentful in our hearts, because people not only pick it up, but things happen in their brains and their bodies that inhibit the potential for them to hear. Okay, so we do have to be the change we need to see. And then to remind you, or to hopefully offer some new things, is relationship-based communication, relationship-based advocacy. So let's look, in the short time I've got, at putting your own house in order. Is think about something in your life. And if you had a chance to watch the little clip that Tammy asked me to do, and I believe it came out, I ask you, you know, are there things in your life, or have been in your life, when you, maybe a period in your life when you kept attracting a certain thing, a certain coworker, and you go, I can't believe it, I've changed jobs and this type of person is still there. It's as if that person I had a problem with comes back, or they're just like my dad or my sister-in-law or something. Or you keep attracting something that you only get so far, and then you financially get challenged again, and just when you were feeling abundant. What's going on here? Or attracting a partner and if you were looking for a romantic partner and you go, gosh, it starts off well, and then suddenly they're like the previous, whatever. And it really was Carl Jung who said, we'll put down to chance and bad luck, things that happen to us, until we actually see that, you know, we have a part to play in who and what we attract in our lives. And so we might say that about vegan groups as well, is when people join groups or potlucks, or whether it's outreach, vigils, talks, speaking at Rotary meetings, constantly, you know, putting the information out there. If we find that we keep attracting someone perhaps a little overbearing, you know, too controlling or something, what is it within us that has co-created that? That's very much an existential approach, of course. We're not just this person with personality and interests and things like the psychologists. I think a little blindly sometimes like to think that we're this little package of thing that comes out and might change over time and we can change our behavior, but our core is we are co-created. You know, the only Tammy I know is Claire, and the only Claire Celeste knows is Celeste. We are co-created in that sense. But if you keep doing that, it's really, these are clues to, you know, what do I need to change if I'm not getting the results I want to get? And really it was Sigmund Freud, although I'm not really a Freudian, who said something, and I seen it in my own life, I see it continually. He said, we keep attracting a similar situation to get a different outcome. Well, some people might say that was madness, but he really said we're self-healing creatures. And Tammy said it. She said, these people are here to heal us. They hold up mirrors to us, and we do the same to them. Freud said, you know, things happen to us when we don't have as much agency, when we're young people, we're children, and we so want to belong and connect, that harmful things happen to us. We're verbally abused or shamed or embarrassed or more, you know, strongly abused in some way. And it's so painful that we put it deep down, we push it down. But then we find in life we keep attracting those things. Is it bad luck? Freud would say is that we are attracting the opportunity to rechange that. Now, we can't change it in the present though. You have to sort whatever was happening, that initial source of the pain. And unlike Sigmund Freud, we don't need 25 years of psychotherapy, but we do need to make conscious what those conscious drivers are. And for us as vegans, we have been called into a world, we are strangers in strange lands. It's so very true. So how do we change this? Now, firstly, we have to become a self-detective, I always think, is we are works in progress. Often we've had challenges that have happened to us that are so damaging and harmful that we seek out counselling or psychotherapy. And I've certainly been through my own many years, not only in my training, but in my own journey to become that. But it's really learning from others. It's being at events like this. It's learning to be humble as well, reading lots of books. For many young people, that art has been lost, and yet we are so much more present when we read books. We can discover there's a lot of positive psychology out there and spiritual practices that we can do. We need to become the self-detective. The self-talk, what are the words that go through our minds? These are all clues. And sometimes we need to get help, but we need to do something about it. Because all the people we see do what we consider to be great things. And all of us are doing great things, by the way. Whether we're doing the most worthy of jobs is bringing up a family and influencing the next generation and teaching people how to be in society around a dinner table. Or, you know, we have documentaries, or we're on the world stage, or where we bring products to the world. All of us have gifts, and there's no comparison here, nor there should be. Is all the people we see do things that seem to do it seamlessly. We've all found a way to invest in that strong foundation every day. And it really is going back to the basics. And, you know, I'm reminding of you of things here, but hopefully I'm going to add a little bit more. The routines and habits we have every day. It goes without saying, a whole food plant-based diet. The microbiome in our stomachs probably contribute about 80% of our serotonin, our happy hormones. And so I'm sure a lot of us have these things in place who are of a certain age and time in life, but for so many younger vegans, they don't. And yes, they like a lot of the processed foods or whatever, but it is facilitating that process to be plant-sourced and the energy from the earth, that part of that connection. Having adequate exercise. I was listening, and I always invest every year in the Food Revolution Network, and listening to Michael Clapper talk about the blue zones, where people seem to be healthier and live longer. And they're not all vegan, of course, but although many are, is they have far more fruits and vegetables and beans, and they also have community. And they have lots of these things, but their exercise is in everyday life. It's walking, it's gardening, it's building, it's connecting. They're not going to the gym and you know, doing something they don't like. They play tennis, they do things, and it's very much part of that. To celebrate life in many ways, but also make sleep is so important. And people often don't notice that. And I know quite a bit about sleep, actually. And there's different stages that we go through in sleep. And tell me, perhaps I'm telling people already things they know, but there's some really cool stuff that if it's not for ourselves and we have this in place, we have to understand the people we're advocating to. Because often if they're overstressed and they're working 3 jobs and they're doing all sorts of things, they wouldn't have had adequate sleep. All mammals need between 7.5 to 8 hours. Probably if we get older, maybe it's a little bit more. And we go through different cycles of sleep. And if we have less sleep, say we only have 6 hours and we need longer, when we get in the car, we might as well have had a glass of wine. Our reaction times are that affected. But also we cannot read the nonverbal clues of what people are saying. Now, if people are sleep deprived too, they're not, we have to be really explicit in our communication and pick this up through the engagement, through kindness, because they will push back against this change of which way to peel the banana, okay? But there's also something really cool that happens at about the 3rd stage of sleep. And if we go through these cycles, and they're repeated over time, and particularly our REM sleep picks up a little bit as it goes through the end of each cycle. But about the 3rd level of sleep, the top of the spinal column opens, and it puts a fluid across the brain to process emotional reactions. And that's why, of course, our grandmother said, if you sleep on it tonight, the problem will be less tomorrow. Again, science catches up with common sense. But this is really cool because that's why people have been severely traumatized, or a lot of people working in particularly the animal advocacy space, and undercover work and do the enormously powerful documentaries that are available to us that have woken so many of us up. You know, they become so traumatized that the serotonin wakes them up in the middle of the night. They're not having that process. Nature knows best. You know, Mother Nature didn't mess it up. So revisiting these things, of course, making time for learning, for reading, for fun, for self-reflection at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, and encouraging young people to keep away from their social media, to not do that until they've put all that credit back in the bank. But I will just, if it's, I say, it's not for us because we're a little more mature, is a little tool I teach people is called what I call the daily mantra. And it's asking ourselves, what did I wake up? The first thing that comes into my mind when I wake up in the morning. Okay. Now, for many people, sadly, in our world, we see, you know, oh gosh, we need more sleep. Oh, I wish I didn't go to bed so late. Oh, I know I've got this big thing on. It's negative, and young people particularly, a great travesty we've done to them is to pick up the phone and look at it. Be pulled into the world of the dumping ground of all these expectations and problems. But what do we wake up thinking? Now, probably this morning you woke up thinking, great, I'm on the summit. But often it is other things for people. Now, I encourage people to do a daily mantra because I have one. And until I change it, I won't be able to change it because it's become a habit. Okay. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing that comes into my awareness, because I've trained myself, is what a grand and glorious day filled with love, opportunity, and potential. And then somewhere in the house, in the little eco cabin I'm in at the moment, a rescue animal will start wagging their tail and be so excited. Oh my gosh, she's getting up. And it reinforces it. Okay. Now, how did I create that? I went to a conference in LA many years ago and I learned the daily mantra. It has to be in the present tense, positive and personal. Mine's a statement. What a grand and glorious day. But it could be, I'm happy, I'm vibrant, I'm an excellent communicator in every day, in every way. I'm ushering the world into this vegan world. It is in the present tense, it's personal, it's as if it's already happening. We need to live in the moment of the wish fulfilled. Okay, so live the dream. And I remember, I think it was Celeste, I think it was in 2017, 18 it would have been. And we were at the Animal Rights Conference and I had been talked late into the night with a group of people and Jane Velez Mitchell and Celeste was talking about Vegan World 2026 or 2028. And he said, and you know, we were all excited. He said, live in the moment of the wish fulfilled. And I remember I got up after Melanie Joy, and Melanie, I have enormous respect for her great work, said, I'm sorry to tell everybody, but we're not going to see this in our lifetime. And I was watching the audience because I was on the stage, and I also saw Celeste in the audience, and he would probably shake his head. And the whole energy in the room went down. And I couldn't wait. I was glad I was up next. And I came on next, and I said, well, I have to respectfully disagree with you, Melanie. We will see a vegan world in our time. And it's not because I just want us to feel all warm and fuzzy, is because the vast majority of people are going to follow. We have to reach a tipping point, and it's living in the moment of the wish fulfilled. We are nearer people's reactions and resistance to you know, oh, I'd never be vegan, or their reaction, they are so much nearer to this, because if it didn't matter, they'd go, you do what you want to do and I'll do what I want to do. Collectively, we know it's returning to a place of living in harmony with ourselves and all living beings, including Mother Earth, in a way to usher to return to what we have chosen to forget. So create a daily mantra if you don't have one, because we don't put a thing on our phone to remind ourselves, do we, to clean our teeth? Because like the banana peeling, our mums or fathers, or hopefully a good guardian, said to us, clean your teeth and go to bed. Clean your teeth and go to bed. So what do? We go to the bathroom, we take the toothbrush, we do it. We don't remind ourselves. We can train our minds to, you know, in a very conscious, present way, to not learn the habit of being negative, you know, and we wouldn't be here if we felt that, I'm absolutely sure, but we are works in progress, okay? I know myself, I've done yoga for nearly 50 years. And when I first started practicing, I thought, oh, an hour is a bit long and it was all too much. And, you know, and then I got in the car and traveled home. And so I thought, well, I'm going to apply this principle of habit formation. What is the minimum I could do each day? And I made the thing, I could do 5 to 10 minutes of yoga 3 to 4 times, 5 to 10 minutes of yoga each day or more, 3 to 4 times a week or more. Okay, so the minimum I've got to do is 5 minutes, 2 times a day, 3 times. So it's 15 minutes or so. That's right, or 30. Okay, the thing is, if I go into the next week, I can't carry it forward. And that has kept me, because my body now tells me viscerally, I've learned it in my neurology, is I feel a bit achy. I need to move. Okay, and I don't have any pain in my body like people that do move, you know, usually don't. And so we can do that with all sorts of things, whether it's reading books, half an hour religiously a day of not half an hour, half a chapter per day, every day is about 10 books a year. We could do that with everything. Watching 2 documentaries a month or more. Okay, remember you can't move it forward. So now why is this important, this strong foundation? Our health, our physical thing, our diet for the mind. What are we watching? I'm sure many people here, I've had a television for over 30 years. I do watch things, of course I do, but you know, the doom and gloom, we really got to, it's so, but we do get an insight into what people are being brainwashed with, I have to say. Now, there were some people, of course, that we just feel absolute at ease with. It just flows, doesn't it? And we say, even if I'm having an off day, everything sort of works. And other people that rub us up the wrong way, there's actually, and we go, oh, I can't believe it. I started off well, but when I try and advocate to my sister-in-law, it's all these sort of problems. And it really is, there's something happening in the brain at that time. So if, particularly when we have history, we move back to it, is when there's resentment, there's irritation, there's history, vegan or non-vegan, whatever the issues are, our blood tends to flow to the back of the brain, to our fight and flight area. We become closed-minded. We can't take constructive criticism. We're judgmental, we're defensive. When we are on top of our game, we're positive, we're generous, we are doing meditation. That was another one, of course, I didn't flip in. And we're learning to breathe, which is regulating our parasympathetic nervous system to bring us to ease. When we're open-minded, we can talk with compassion and care and choose the exquisite words we need to say to nudge them in the area along the continuum of awareness, really, but our blood needs to be at the front of the brain. Okay. Now, when someone comes across us, or we got a history with those people, often we're trying to be positive. We're logically and cognitively trying to make a difference, but our body knows best. We zip to the back of the brain. And so we need to learn and have practices of visualization and meditation and, you know, breathing to pass this through our bodies. And also, so because they're influencing us, if they're resentful, and oh, here come the vegans again, or you're the fussy one. And someone said to a client of mine the other day is, you people, wow, you people. And she immediately reacted in a negative way. What do you mean? I shared a different way in which she might respond to that. Okay, we'll look at that in a moment. But it's keeping our blood to the front of the brain, because if we can encourage people, it's called the contagion effect. And there's a lot of research out there in organizations, with children at school. They will gravitate to where the person who is influential, often, particularly with children, will move to. Or the leaders we like, the managers we liked at work, and the ones we didn't, there's things going on in the brain. And The people who are at the front of the brain are more empathic, listening, open-minded, and then people lean forward. Because we all know by this age, we can't kiss someone who's leaning away from us. You know, advocating is a bit like kissing. We need people to lean forward. Okay, so again, doing that work on that strong foundation brings us to a readiness, and then learning more about neuroscience and the contagion effect. If people are really interested in that, my colleagues have written a wonderful book called The Success Zone, which talks about blood flow in the brain. Not enough time to explain here at the moment. Okay, as I say, I'm really aware of time. So this links really into our ways of exquisite communication. Now, there is no shortage of training on communication. Okay, we just have to get online and follow Earthling Edge. Surely this calm educator, or Salesh in his way, he just advocates seamlessly, or other people we admire. But the reality is that's only part of the thing. All of them have in place an energy within them, within us, and all of it, I'm sure all of us here actually, have a way we remember how we make people feel. But I'll share with you, and I'm almost at my end now, just to make some time available. I think I'm all right. 3 years ago, I left Sydney in Australia, and I moved for all sorts of reasons to mid-New South Wales in a rural town. I used my husband's name, and that ended up being that because effectively I've done 3 years of undercover work, not deliberately. I lived in an area of cotton and wheat, and deliberately not animal agriculture. Although I can say just in those 3 years, I paid testimony to 512 slaughterhouse trucks that passed through the town at the time I was walking. And that's not even a town related to that. Wonderful form of advocacy, of course, because the non-vegan neighbor I was walking with said, oh, don't look, whatever. And I was able, at the end, she said, you know, Claire, I was brought up in a sheep farm. I can't look at it any different. I can't look at it the same way. All right. So, but the key thing, I think I was the person who mostly called the ranger. But it also taught me about the most extraordinary people, pre-vegans, really good people doing habits and traditions and hard slog and doing good work. But I'll tell you a quick story about this relationship-based advocacy, communication, because I'm a swimmer, so I was swimming regularly, and people knew there was no secret that we were vegan, although I didn't actually say it immediately. They just, in the local cafe, we sat outside, had a flat white coffee and avocado on toast with no animal-based things on it. And they presumed we're just those vegetarian. We look quite healthy, but good for us. And one day at the swimming pool, the lady said, oh, Claire, I've got some free-range eggs. This was 2 years into being there. You know, I think she'd know the extension of this. And she said, would you like some? And I said, actually, no, I don't need animals. Oh, no, not animals. They're eggs. And I said, well, actually, they belong to animals, and I don't eat animals or anything that's come from them. Oh, are you a vegan? And I said, it was appropriate to the situation. I don't know. What's a vegan? And she said, well, it's one of those people, you know, they don't eat eggs or cheese. And some of them don't even wear wool, which made, I'm sure, make us all smile. And I said, well, I suppose, you know, can I tell you? And it's important because when we say, even in the middle of a conversation, can I tell you? Neuroscience tells us is the person could say no. So immediately they can't tell us we're preaching to them or telling them what to do. They've just given us permission. Okay. It's like, I said, can I? Yeah, of course you can. I said, well, it's really someone who does. I've discovered done a lot of homework. I've discovered that, it was appropriate to her. What's happening? I said, so I do anything I do to not use or exploit animals. And one of them is not eating them. Oh, so she looked at my husband and said, I bet you're not a vegan. And he said, well, actually, I was vegan before she was. But this is important. She said, but you're really nice people. Okay. And that really shook me because many people in their busy lives, their overstressed lives, they're just trying to make things cope in the middle of very harsh, rural Australia and droughts and floods and everything else. Testimony to it all is pig dog hunters, been bailed up by those two, is she actually had a perception, a view of what a vegan was. She said, but you're really nice. And she said, well, I suppose that's why you look much healthier than the rest of us. I'd like to think that she would have said, well, how could I do it too? And lose 100 kilos, which she needed to. But, that's important to us. So how do we do this? What tools can we use? And I'm coming to an end here, really, is don't assume that's what myths of choice is, why people won't change and what we can do about it. Don't assume the myths, the unquestioned assumptions. People know what vegans are. They really don't. We can't shame them or blame them or raise our eyebrows and go, are we going to get another question about protein or calcium? It's much easier to resist someone when we think they're trying to change our diet than to actually reconnect with the enormous reaction everybody has to the heinous treatment of animals and to our planet. They do, the vast majority of people. All our research tells us, except they're not. Their actions are not linked with that. We've got to usher them back into that. So don't do all the, expression to this, don't do all the heavy lifting. All right, I didn't immediately, are you a vegan? Yes, I am. This is what it is, and I'll better get it in there quick. What do you mean by vegan? You know, or someone that says, oh, I could never be a vegan. How come? That's strange. What makes you say that? Well, our vegans are all unwell. Really? Oh, God, that's not good. What experience do you have of this? Get them to defend sometimes the nonsense that comes out of their mouth. Ask lots of questions. What do you mean by that? Give me an example. So when the person said, you people, oh, that's a funny term. What do you mean by you people? Make people accountable for what they're doing. We don't have to defend anything. We don't have to shame and blame and, you know, really, do I have to tell you what a vegan is? Don't we know by now? There's a reason people resist. It's very, very uncomfortable. It is such an inconvenient truth. We have to be the soothsayers, the people that share this with people. But most of all, let's use trance breakers. I love trance breakers, and I'll give you a very quick one. And I am going to invite you to a free event of mine, actually, called Beyond Dystopia, a 3-day event, an hour a day. I'll give you that at the end. But I do a lot of this on communication and neuroscience and trance breakers and that foundation. This is a trance breaker. You may have heard it before, but I'm walking along with my current rendition of rescue animals, lots of dogs around me, and the person comes along and they're holding a McDonald's burger and they drop to the ground and go, oh, I love animals. Okay, there are many other ways which we can answer that. We could say, well, yeah, you only like some animals, and younger vegans often do, or we're reactive. What do you mean? What about those, etc.? You're eating a burger. But this is what I did. This is a trance breaker, and you can work your own out. It's when somebody's not expecting something, but it's also in that citizen-based advocacy, really, what is reasonable, having a conversation. So she drops to the ground and she says, oh, I love animals. And I go, oh, great, I love meeting vegans. Oh, I'm not a vegan. I say, well, how does that work? Well, I'm not one of those. What did you? Well, I'm one of those people that don't. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. Do you know what a vegan is? Yeah, it's one of those people that don't do X, Y. No, I said, it's not. Can I tell you? Yeah, sure. Okay, the neuroscience again. Well, it's actually someone who does everything they can to not use or exploit animals. So when you told me you love them, I kind of assumed you didn't eat them. Okay, it was still conversational. We're talking about the dogs. I'm just this crazy person just talking about. That's a trance breaker. Okay, when the person says, I was introduced to a vegan psychologist once, and they said, well, I'm a carnivore. And I went, oh, what a funny way to respond to a job title. Yeah, and we can do that when we're grounded, when our blood is at the front of the brain. We're all works in progress. So if we want to make big things happen, we've got to create that strong foundation, keep revisiting it. I'm learning all the time to return to meditation. That's a big one for me. We've got to become self-detectives of our mindset, our self-talk. We've got to work on changing that. We've got to keep learning and growing and coming to events like this. And we've got to learn tools and techniques to break the trance, invite people back through relationship-based advocacy. So really, it is about, and if there's one thing I leave you with today, is decide what your little plastic spoon is and encourage other people to do the little plastic spoon. So thank you. I hope I can now hear you. I know you can hear me. It's very quiet at my end.
Hello, Claire. Can you hear me?
No. This is going to be fun.
You have a...
Check from the chat. Let's do it like that. Gosh, we're almost in person. Hey, lovely, great. Of course, I'm looking at the chat. So I'm that 50s housewife, remember. Great. So I hope I've given you some food for thought there. Here we go. So if someone could just put things into the chat,
So
just as we're doing.
I know that it was said, raise your hand. You will just write them in the chat. She can't hear.
I come from the era when my mother said, well, it's either hairdressing or typing. And so I can actually type quite quick, which is good fun. This is good. I think this is working. Yeah. Could somebody just put hello or something so I can, let's move the thing. Here we go. Please raise your hand if you'd like to raise a question. Here we go. We've got one thing. If you think you can or you think you cannot, you're usually right. Henry Ford, was it, Celeste? Oh gosh, I know Bob Proctor. When people think of Bob Proctor, he's late, no longer here. Yeah, exactly. So same thing, whether you think you can or you're not. So our beliefs really are things. There's a process called entrainment, actually, where, you know, it is about that tipping point. But I'll go for your questions later first, and maybe I'll bring that in, and I talk about it in Dystopia. Here we go. Will she join me on a hunger strike, potentially to the death, if our goals are not met? Wow, you asking me that? Oh gosh, that's a big question on a Monday morning. I'm working with a man from KPMG and helping. Oh, let's have a look. It's going to. I'll stop you putting any more in because it's going to wrap around. Just if you can hold it for a moment. I'm working with a man from KPMG. He's helping me keep alive on a hunger strike. Do you know anyone else in your area who's like him who'd help me with a really strict strategy? Gosh, we need 5 for. Gosh, now you've got to bearing in mind this was probably 30 or 15 years ago. So unfortunately, I'm not someone at KPMG. But if you were to go onto LinkedIn or get a colleague or a grandchild or child, thank you for what you're doing. Each of us have to bring our gifts to the world and decide which way. Absolutely, it's. I personally will have a quick look and see if there's anybody from KPMG. But certainly corporate leaders, vegan leaders in corporate management. So, wow, thank you for everything you're doing. Can you please click a little up carrot next to the mic button? Yeah, let's have a little next to the mic up thing. Yep, that's right. Here we go from your computer. Yeah, I've been doing that.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Let's have a look. Default.
That any good, or have you lost me
Can
now?
you hear me?
Can you hear us? No.
Afraid to change it.
I think we've got that audio.
Oh, that's right. We don't want to lose her voice. And if
Hello.
No, just in the chat.
No, I think we're going to spend a little bit of time on this if we don't. All right, here we go. Nothing good. That's which makes it so, absolutely. But as Celeste said, we also need to take action. Dr. Will Tuttle spoke on an event of mine a little while back, and people were going, what do you mean we don't just have to sit and meditate and do all this stuff and not do anything? He said, absolutely not. But become focused, see where your area is to take action. Absolutely. A little song, a little dance, a little salsa down the. What was that? Isn't this wonderful? Beautiful. Down your pants. Oh, that's fun. Got a lot of.
Maybe we can make short questions.
Raise your hand. You take questions. Hi, Claire. And we've done that. Perhaps a little headphone. Take out the headphones. Yeah, we're sorry.
I got one. Please say something.
Hello, can you hear us now?
Nope.
No.
Gosh, isn't this a nuisance? Gosh, all of us have vegans we see in groups and ask, we never bring all of us have vegans we see in groups or work, and they do not ask, do we never bring up veganism? Do we never bring up? I don't really understand the question there. All of us have pre-vegans we see in groups. Sorry, it's a little bit like this, lovely people. Oh, it's flicking around if we put too many things in. I'm sorry. Oh, carrot, here we go. I'm just trying to catch up that one. All of us have pre-vegans we see in groups or work, but they do not. Do we never bring up veganism? There's always opportunities to bring up veganism, isn't there? It is about meeting people where they're at. I think I'm reading a wonderful book called The Joyful Case for Being Vegan, Matthew Haltman, just a wonderful book. And he refers to a lovely woman, I can't remember her name, it's in the book. We start with the visceral, we move to the cerebral, and then we move to the political. I'd like to examine that a little bit more, but there's always meet people where they're at. So if they're talking about what to eat, they're talking about their grandchildren's health, I really examine that first and ask them questions. Let's get it out of them. Let's not immediately jump into the, so I would always answer things about, diet and health. People, I could never give up my cheese, people say, and go, well, yeah, I understand that. I like cheese. I particularly like macadamia cheese, and go, but actually, do you know there's actually a reason for that? Do you know what that is? You're very curious. I've become very curious, even though I've known for a very long time. And then they say, well, I just like the taste. Oh, no, actually, can I tell you? I said, I did some research on it recently. It was actually a long time ago. I said, and there's actually an item in there called casomorphines. It's actually for the little baby calf to run after mum. So we kind of become addicted to it, which is kind of It's pretty awful, actually, but it's weird, isn't it? That, I've ever thought about that. So I'm not this preachy vegan trying to make, and it's very conversational. So your medium with that is when I talk about, people say, I'm vegan for the environment. I'm not even sure what that means. We kind of know what it means, but it's, you have to slice off a little bit. Or I'm vegan for the animals, but I don't care about me. It's not quite that. Is actually meet people. And I always segue it back. But, at the end of the day, if we could live happy and healthy lives without harming others, why wouldn't we? All of us, both you and I agree that this is wrong. Engage with people and using the word we. So definitely it's always there. Everything from people's practices to the new cashmere sweater they've brought, or the spray they just put in their garden to kill the insects or something. So it's always there. So we bring it, we ask questions, we, do those things. Can you click the little thing? It'll take less than 20 seconds and choose the correct mic. I can try, and I keep seeing this one. So I'm looking at microphone. There's two options here, the Canon Point LP definition audio controller, select a speaker. And that's all it is. They're all the same. Audio options, I can link on there. Leave computer off. I don't want to do that. Computer audio connected.
Hello,
Okay,
hello. Oops, now we can't hear her.
You can still hear me? I hope so.
Now we can, yay. Okay.
Thing is when you fiddle around.
She can't hear us. So.
All right. Thank you. I hope that's been valuable. How do you mend fences over veganism? I wonder what we actually mean by that. How do we mend fences? I guess where there's disputes, or maybe I'm going to guess here, perhaps where there's been friction before, when we've refused to go to Thanksgiving, or we'll join later for coffee, or there's been a bit of a spat, let's take a principle here. It's never too late. We've all gone away from a conversation about veganism or otherwise, and we go, gosh, it sits with you and you're irritated and you think, gosh, I should have said so-and-so, or it was not okay that they were sarcastic to me. We can always visit it. And I call it the ATOMS technique, which is ATOMS. You'll remember it. Firstly, we sit down with our assumptions. What are assumptions? So if we're going to mend bridges, what do I think went on? What do I think they're thinking? What do I think I'm thinking? What do I assume is happening? Because these you're going to examine. And then the TOMS in the ATOMS is be tentative and open-minded while you're examining that. And you'd open up the thing. Always ask for a time is, have you got 5 minutes? I'd like to talk about something that happened at Thanksgiving. Okay, or this happens every year. Yeah, sure. And if they're busy and you can see they're rushing around, make another time. But when you make time in a time way, they can't suddenly remember they've got a meeting to go to because they're not happy with the conversation. You go, yeah, no, it's fine. And go, okay. And say, look, we've had Thanksgiving and this sort of happened. And I couldn't help thinking there was a time when maybe I got it wrong, but it seems to be every time that I bring up something about veganism, there's ridicule and there's laughing and there's whatever. And, maybe I'm getting it the wrong way. Is that how you see it? Because it and the person starts to get a little uncomfortable, and we examine that and we get them to explain it. And, oh, I'm only joking. Well, it may be joking to you, but really, for me, what I've seen, it's really kind of laughing at cruelty. And I know you don't want to do that, but I suppose I'm giving you the principle. You take each of those assumptions. Hey, when you answered me like that, it came over as sarcastic. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, I'm glad you didn't, but can you see where I'm coming from? Is because when we raise things or go back to mend bridges, people can't unknow that you are a person who's prepared to put it on the line. Okay. And they're more likely to take more responsibility the next time you're in a thing and not laugh or not do whatever. I really am guessing here. Hey, let's have a look now. There's a lot of things coming through here. How long did it take neurologically to change your habit? Yeah, that's a good one, Anya. Psychologists, therapists say about 30 days on average. However, for some of us, if something is very emotional or connected, the video we see, we can become vegan on the spot, for instance, and we can change something. The more emotional it is, the more connected it can take a much shorter time. Does it take 30 days? Does it take 10? Does it take 50? With the daily mantra, write it on a piece of paper, try that one, and write it in the present, the positive, and the personal. Have it next to your bed. You wake up, you read it out with real meaning. Okay, what a grand and glorious day filled with love, opportunity, and potential. You put it down. You wake up the next morning, you do it again. And then on the fourth day, you forget. So you start again. It's almost on average, it's going to be, and we can do that for a lot of things. Okay, around abundance and solving problems and all sorts of things. Because remember, we don't have a reminder to clean our teeth. It's a repeated thing till it becomes automatic. Now, I am looking, is there a friction between activists who deal face-to-face in outreach, which leverage psychology, and systemic activists or observing, who are observing? Actually, do you know, this is really important because, do you know, if there was one way that everybody knew how to do it, I can assure you we all be doing it, wouldn't we? Okay. There is a wonderful book called Doing Democracy. Well, there's a lot of things I don't agree within some of the principles, but they talk about 4 different means of bringing about social change. I'm just trying to think who wrote that. Celeste, you might know it, or somebody else might. Is the key thing is that some people are rebels. They push the envelope, okay, and they are needed often because they will make other forms of animal rights campaigning more reasonable and palatable, because those people are, you know, it's actually very interesting. But in and of itself, it can be very powerful. There are ones that actually work with behavioral change and systemic approaches and changing systemic things in society and dynamics, the social ecology. There are others that are policymakers. All of us are needed, I would suggest, and have a little look at that. But there is often a friction. And it's, as I say, if we knew the best way to do this, we'd all be doing it. I personally came to both vegetarianism and veganism by watching graphic footage or knowing about it. Okay, for other people, it sends them 100 miles away. I actually became vegan before I even knew there was a name for it. It was quite interesting. I knew that there was no way I wanted to be part of something like this. Each of us are different and each person is different. So remember, there's lots of ways to actually move people in that direction. So is there a natural? I think there is, and let's be the elders here. Let's work to that. I'm a plant-based food educator. Thank you, Elizabeth. I've been hosting wonderful culinary workshops in public library. Oh, fantastic! They love my food, but all my ex-they have no interest in giving up animal products. It seems that many people have been brainwashed. Is there no helping them? Well, never say never. If that person, I was once asked, you know, somebody asked a question, and they said, if you tomorrow somebody told you that you have a life-threatening illness, that you've got to give up all animal products, would you say, I can never change and, oh, well, I'm just going to die in the next 3 months? Or would you do anything you can do to do that? And of course, they would say. So that's someone who says, I could never do this. We know we can, okay? Influencing our family, there are so many influences around. There's such a history. People knew us before we knew ourselves. Your parents, our grandparents knew when we tripped on the step. And now we're suddenly going to go back and challenge milk and cookies and chicken soup for the soul stuff, where, you know, it's no interest. Constantly bring this back. When you give your family and they say, oh, this is lovely, I love this lentil lasagna, it's wonderful. And say, yeah, it's absolutely. Do you know the great news is that you can have all the taste and all the flavor and all the fun and all the celebration, and you come forward and no one has to suffer. Just keep saying that, maybe, you know, and they go, oh, here you go again. No, yeah, it's an inconvenient truth. And then just walk away, but just keep planting the seeds. We are here sowing seeds. Never lose an opportunity to just give a chink of consciousness, because we never know when a person will change. I've got so many stories for you of people that back in the 60s were there with a child's program. It was the person who set up the Ohio Vegan Festival, I think it was, a Vegetarian Society. And he had long hair and he was a hippie. I think he was in the early 70s. And he had a board about animals. And it was in probably 8 years ago. He was at the Ohio conference. And someone said, you know, I wish I'd become vegan so long ago. There was this guy back in the 70s and I saw him with a pushchair. And he said, that was me. So the seeds were planted. So do the same. But family, the resistance is often not to you, I would suggest. Love the idea of a mantra. I'll be asking you to come up with a mantra in closing ceremony. I wish I could hear it. Absolutely. We'll try. Bill Moye, yeah, that's it. Nancy, thank you. Lovely to see you here, Nancy. You did some wonderful, we had a little exchange a while back on myths of choice. Natural freak, and we've got there. Thank you. We love this. We want to know about Beyond Dystopia too. I'm sure I've missed some questions here for which I apologize. Yes, I run a series of events. I run 3-month coaching events and all sorts of things, but I do, as part of, you know, all of our advocacy as we're giving to the world. I run, it used to be called Recovery, but I've changed this and I've changed the focus. I run free 3-day Beyond Dystopia masterclasses, an hour a day, when it's helping people navigate dystopia, the anguish of being vegan in a not yet vegan world, and to set in place the tools and techniques. So if you'd like to sign up for that, I don't have a date for the 1-2, but you can join the wait list. So it would be, we can put it in the moment, veganpsychologist.com, easy to remember. /master-class-register. So while someone else is talking amongst themselves, I will just put that in for you.
Oh my goodness, hasn't this been wonderful? Okay.
I think that's it. Here we go. Here we go, veganpsychologist.com, masterclass.register. And also it's a way of, if you resonate with anything I'm doing here, I give inspirational things out. And if you're on LinkedIn, I do a Beyond Dystopia newsletter. I really like LinkedIn. Vegans are all over the place. I started talking about what I was talking about, and tens of people have come forward and their profile doesn't say they're vegan. So we have far more people than 3%, I could assure you. Lovely. I think I need to stop. You're probably telling me to stop, actually. How long does it take? Here we go. All of us are pre-vegans. Please do that. Anya, lovely. Something wonderful, very inspiring. Appreciate a positive mantra. Good. We've done that. Natural friction. I'm just looking. Oh, have I been doing this? Thank you. All of you are just the most extraordinary people. And I think we're there. I'm going to try one more time to see if I can hear you.
Thank you. Oh my
I'm going to
goodness.
go. Please say something, Rebecca.
That was wonderful. No, well, bravo. Anyway, you were great.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Oh
Thank
my
you so
goodness.
much.
Sorry we didn't get to all the questions, but my goodness, that was such a beautiful, insightful talk.
Hello, Nancy. I see you there.
All right. Wow. So not only just beautiful and insightful, but it's a reminder of the things that I need to work on, because it is about transforming myself. And that's what I've been hearing. But I think maybe I'm probably not the only one that has some reminders here of how we can do better. It was beautiful. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Join us on any Monday. We meet every Monday, but not all of us, just who can when they can. And you can look at the Climate Healers calendar for that. And somebody may put that in the chat for you. While it's fresh on your mind, you may take some notes. After the closing, we'll come on and say bye to each other, and the closing song will be played. And now, for the closing words, we have the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, Donna Saarberger. Donna, thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been so inspiring. And like I said, it seems the theme is going through here. So many things connecting together. Claire had mentioned creating a mantra to kind of set herself up for the day. And so I'm going to, at the end of this closing, ask you to come up with a mantra. Earlier in my session, some of you weren't here for my session, I asked people to come up with a belief that would support them and to find facts that confirm that belief. So those of you who were not at the session, please take a moment and come up with a belief that will support you, because I'm going to ask you to envision what the world would be like with that belief. So I'm going to give just a moment for those of you who were in the session, to collect your notes, come up with the belief that would support you. So if everyone could take a deep breath and think of that belief, a belief in the world and the people and yourself that supports you. And think, what is the world like if you're faithful to this belief? How does it make it feel? How do you feel to know that this belief is true, absolutely true for you? How does it feel to know that you're in a place of peace, knowing that everything is going to be all right? Well, everything is all right when you have this belief that supports you and carries you through challenges. Take another deep breath and feel that sensation of peace and calm. Notice your shoulders relaxing and dropping down, and staying in this vision of what the world is like, knowing that this belief is true. Take a few more breaths and then slowly come back. Now, this is from Dr. Jean Robert Baird's book, which is in the Fred, could you go to the room and get a box that has a, never mind, I'll give it to you in a minute. I'm going to give you the link to the handout that has this, because at the end of this, what I want you to do is come up with a mantra, something, some kind of a phrase that will remind you of this belief, so that when you are feeling down, things are not going as you had hoped, you can call up this mantra to remember the belief and the knowledge that all is well. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to run and get it. I'll be right back.
Miracles happen because I can now hear you by not even doing anything. So I'm very blessed.
That's beautiful.
This is a link to the handout. We can put it into the chat as well, but for those who are not live. Anyway, we have learned so much. And like I said, there is so much of a common theme with so many variations of people doing things around the world and in our own ways. And so it's very encouraging. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Donna.
Donna, I can now hear you. It's Claire here. A miracle happened. I didn't even do anything. This is, see, look at the power of the collective.
You had the belief.
I did. Seriously.
That is so funny.
Yeah, so I caught this. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone for everything you're doing.
Yours was wonderful. I just thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. My honor.
We invite you all to turn on your cameras and wave goodbye as the video is starting. And we'll all be on gallery view.
World we see is going dark, but here's the happy part. We start to look within ourselves and find the loving spark. Then collectively with hearts aligned, we work to put the past behind. And with our minds we map it out, and big change comes about. Big change. Big change. Big change. It all starts with us. Big change. Big change. Big change. It all starts with us. start to look within ourselves and find the loving spark. Then collectively with hearts aligned, we work to put the past behind, and with our minds we map it out, and big change comes about. Big change. Big change. Big change. Big change. It all starts with us. Big change. Big change. Big change. It all starts with us.
I saw a glimpse of ears behind you, Claire. Is your dog behind you? Oh,
Rex,
yes.
Rexy. Rex. He's very sleepy. Oh, that's right. He's a wonderful. That's Rex, and he was a breeding dog, and he has been a wonderful advocate, as people say. Isn't he lovely? Where does he come from? And of course, the conversation opens up, and there are more sitting around the house. He's very sweet. Rexy, gonna say hello. This is the beauty, isn't it? Of I love it when I come on to calls. There's scratching, there's snoring, there's all sorts of things. You never have to apologize in this group ever. Of course not. Yeah, which is great. So I'm sorry about the hearing earlier, and I really don't know. I don't think I did anything. It was meant to be as it was meant to be, I guess. But you were able to hear me. I'm so glad. And then at the end, very importantly, I heard you. Thank you. Nobody wants to go, do they? This is the thing.
I'll be the first. I'm taking off. Oh, this has been lovely, as always. Take care, guys.
Yeah. Lovely to see you, Donna.
Lovely
Thank
to
you,
see
Nancy Koga. Lovely to see you on there. And I saw Nancy Posnek. Gosh, people that have been in the movement for so long. Amit, you're here as well. Fantastic. Lovely to see you. And fantastic.
Very late for him.
Yep. I had a little nap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Must be very late there. So yeah. I love it when I come across so many different names, and people here are coming across different names, you know, I'm sure. And this is the beauty. We are really like the French Resistance. We are everywhere, and reaching that lovely tipping point, which is wonderful. As nobody wants to go, Salesh, could I just say something about entrainment? Just fits in with what we're saying. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Now, I'll just get back so I can just make sure I'm in the frame here. It's entrainment. It was in about, I wasn't 1776. I think that's another date, but it was a late 18th century when a guy called Christian Huygens, he wasn't a clockmaker, but he was very interested in old grandfather clocks. And you can actually just go and look him up, Christian Huygens. And I like to think it was in Switzerland. I don't believe it was. It was another European country. But he was very interested in clocks. And he had grandfather clocks, big ones, little ones, with the swinging pendulum. And one day he came into his studio and all the pendulums were swinging in synchrony. And he asked people around him, who's touched the clocks? It was an impossible feat. They said, we haven't done anything. And he, as the story goes, I think he was a physicist or something. He set up tens of grandfather clocks and they were all swinging at different levels. And one day, over quite a period of time, he came forward, he came in, and all the clocks were in synchrony. So he started to do research around this, and he called it entrainment. And it's where two or more oscillating bodies over time will oscillate in synchrony. And it seems to be a phenomena in physics, botany, architecture, engineering, psychology, but also in society. So at the moment, we are this little clock over here, and the rest of the world seems to be going this way. We have to keep doing this to get the other pendulums to entrain to the other side. Now, we're all online, I imagine. Go onto YouTube and look at entrainment metronomes. And those little click machines, as you know, you will see right in front of your eyes about a foot squared of little metronomes going click, 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 click like this. And in front of your eyes, you start to see them change. And then you've got this little objector at the end doing over here. Everyone's going like this. And then suddenly it seems to slow down. And then suddenly everyone's in synchrony. So the reality is we all are, how we behave, how we think, what we do, we are all in training towards a solution that we've chosen to forget. So each of us has a part to reach that tipping point. And it cannot come a day too soon. So that's helpful.
Go ahead, Paige.
Hi, hello everyone. Well, I'm in the city of Santa Barbara, California. Hi, Claire. It's wonderful to see you.
You too.
This is the birthplace of Earth Day. Back in the 60s, there was a massive oil spill that was huge, and the community came together to basically band together to bring about awareness for our coastline in the West Coast and the importance of keeping us safe and the animals safe. There was a lot of animals that lost their lives. So I bring this forward. I came up here to bring forward the plant-based message, vegan message. And there, I really love what you just said, Claire, because it felt as if there was not opposition to what I had to say. People were really open. And it's such a difference from 2018 and 19. And I've come from being a climate solution. So I just want to thank you because I've read your book. I refer to your psychology a lot in a sense of like a Socratic way of having a conversation, meeting people where they're at. I just really want to thank you over the years for the contribution that you've made to myself and my family and friends. So thank you so much. Passing the mic to the next. Thank you.
Peter, go ahead.
Me?
Yes. You had your hand up.
Okay. Well, I think I was asked to unclick, but I was actually just thinking about that oil spill, and that was a good example of not in my backyard, because you know that the environmental protection, whatever, was starting. People are surprised by Richard Nixon. Like, why was Richard Nixon into environmentalism? And the answer is that oil. It came up on his beach, in his property. So what happened was that President Nixon saw the light because the oil slick came to his backyard. But anyway, so it's something to keep in mind. People say NIMBY, but it's even President Nixon. It wasn't this enlightenment that came to him. It was the oil slick that woke him up to reality.
It's a great thing to say. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Tammy? Hold on, let me just turn on. Yeah, you can unmute yourselves.
Hi, Paul. There you are. Oops, there you went away again.
They should be able to unmute themselves. I turned it off.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. Is Claire still here?
Yes, she's here.
Claire, you're so rich with energy and experience and your ability to tell story with with your understanding of psychology. So thank you for that. You know, we were thinking about our mantra, and even Paul was even kind of you know, reflecting on what he often says to himself that he wasn't really aware of. But the one thing that came to my mind was, you know, when I was in social work, I studied the person that did the first course on love, Leo Buscaglia. He said that what the world needed was love, and that was it. And so he set up the first course, Love 101, I think. And he tells a story about how in his village, this little beautiful little old grandmother was passing away, joyful, lovely woman, and everyone wanted to know her secret for her beauty and her love. And everyone just felt so rich in her presence. And so they gathered around, and she said in a very quiet voice, she said, no matter how people seem, no matter how they behave, they all need your love. And, you know, that hit me deep, because there's so many times we can get triggered, and we can forget that their reaction is part of the same wounding that's being triggered in us. And the answer is always love. And sometimes, though, Claire, you put it in a different view, because sometimes people need our love in other ways too. And it's to say, do you know, when you said that, you know, I felt hurt, or, you know, not that you hurt me, but I felt hurt when you talked to me like that. I just kind of feel hurt inside. And that's another form of love. And I think it's nice to ground the word love as well. There's different ways to love. If we come at it with a intention to love someone. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Do you know, I think it's sometimes the greatest love we can show people is discipline. It's showing that we put a value on how we choose to be treated, and say it's not okay to talk to me like that. Because we're mirroring back to them the value they need to put to themselves often. And rather than, we see so much of, don't we, in the world, I guess, of, you can't treat me like that. That's not okay. Whereas if we say, well, you can treat me how you want, but when you do that, I'm going to walk away, because, and when you no longer do that, I'll come back, rather than, but I think, say, sometimes the greatest love is discipline. And anyone with children knows that, of course. You know, you can't let them eat sweets all day, and or watch television or do anything, things like that. So thank you for that. I think you're absolutely right. It's about setting boundaries and putting a value on and mirroring how you want the world to be. And I think it's like forgiveness. You know, it's often people say, well, I struggle because this terrible thing happened. And, you know, I can't believe, now I've got a snoring dog to resonate in the back. You know, I can't believe, surely if I let it go and I forgive, it says it's okay. And I always say, no, it doesn't mean that that behavior was okay. But in forgiving, you're releasing yourself from the consequences of other people's actions. And you're doing a spiritual service to yourself and them to be able to move on. Because, you know, even our dear old friend, the new friend, neuroscience, you know, shows that, you know, when we are shocked or we're hurt, it only lasts for probably less than 60 seconds, the initial primary reaction. It's what we make of it. We're great storytellers. We don't need to watch films. We're great ones at, and which is good too, but we tell ourselves a story about who and others are. We don't want to be judged in a certain way. People see an element of us, don't they? And so why are we doing it to other people? And so all of us are works in progress. You can hear him snoring, yes, isn't it wonderful, Ray? It's that's another couple of them, but got a Rex there. It's in this little eco cabin. So I'm actually going to have to go in about, I've got a meeting on the half hour, so it must be getting very late for you.
Claire, this is Peter. I spoke to you a few months ago. Do you remember?
I do remember. We spoke on the phone, and that lovely lady from In Defense of Animals, I think it was, put us in contact. How lovely.
And yeah, and it occurred to me what I could be saying is I should love everyone. It's like I can say about someone like Vladimir Putin. he's a real challenge. It's real difficult to love him. Claire, it's easy to love you, but there are other people who they're just more challenging to love. So I should think of it that way. Like either it's an easy or it's a challenge.
Yeah.
But I'm going to love you either way. There's nothing I can do about it.
Oh, that's really very kind. It's coming right back at you. Do you know, I know we're going, but I'll give you another story because you've said it, if it's okay. One of my most challenging rescue dogs was a golden retriever who had been beaten. Whoever beats her, goodness me, long time ago in New Zealand. And I remember as I was invited to, please, can you come and save this dog? It's nearly 20 years ago now. And I thought it was a 2-year-old, she was a 2-year-old puppy. She was a 15-year-old dog. She was actually 2 years old. She was all bent over and she'd been hurt and brutalized. Lovely ending to the story, by the way. And I remember he raised his voice and she dropped to the ground in fear. And I remember a rage, almost murderous, wanting to attack him. And I don't know why, maybe it turned into absolute compassion. What on earth happened to you to do this to a golden retriever? Now, what if, like Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump or Nancy Pelosi or anybody else, is actually, they bear the shame, they don't know it, they bear the shame, the ridicule, the darkness to bring out the compassion in the other. That's a huge leap of personal development theory, I guess. But there's something there, because when we see that, we go, enough, I've got to act. And so I keep thinking back to that guy, what happened to him to make him, and I actually think to a large extent when we see animal cruelty, mirrored back is a vulnerability, a need, a gentleness, a kindness of a golden retriever in that case. And that man couldn't handle his own vulnerability and sense of weakness. So he tried to stamp it out in the other, work with that theory, you know, that possible interpretation. But absolutely. So, you know, love is sometimes the greatest love we show people is discipline. It's not okay to do what you're doing. And I'm going to call it out. So, lovely to speak to you. And I do remember our conversation. I remember I was living in the central New South Wales, and it was an inspiration to me at a time when the outside my house was a little challenging. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Danny.
I must go, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to go, but I'm going to be late for a meeting. I apologize.
Thank you,
I wanted to thank
Much love to you.
Claire and thank
Bye.
all of our guests. And I wanted to thank my team. It's a privilege to be here. And I also want to say hello to Jamin Shively, who I have not seen in a long time, who's looking spectacular. And I love you, bro, and I hope everything is going well.
Thank you, Danny. Love you
All
too.
right.
Love you all. Thank you all for carrying on so beautifully. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say too that it was great to see you and other people that I hadn't seen in a while, Carol, and I was, you know, just everybody that I know that came, and then also the people that I don't know. But it does give your heart a boost when you see people that you love there.
Yeah, I know Carol has something to share with us on faith. I know that about her.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
It was wonderful to be here. Just so wonderful. All day long today, yesterday, and thank you, everybody, for your contributions. I was thinking when we were talking about the difficulty in forgiving or loving particular people. And I was thinking, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Course in Miracles, but okay. Jamin, nice, cool. Yeah, so it talks about either our actions are loving or they're a call for love, demonstrating a need to be loved. So I just really love remembering that, because I think that's what it is all about and what we've been expressing. Yeah. Thanks, Ken.
I knew you had something to say. I knew it.
Oh. You're muted, Alison.
Yeah, I was just noticing, I thought Mark had his hand up.
Oh, I did. I just wanted to add that I kind of feel like I was invited here for a divine reason, because you guys are supposed to be the ones that rise up to help do this movement. And I'm like, you know what? The meeting's ending. Maybe it's not supposed to be that way. And then we mentioned Marianne Williamson out of the blue, and I'm meeting Marianne Williamson in the next couple of weeks. So I'm going to tell her about the hunger strike. She already knows about it. And she said she's open to talking about it, even though she's supposed to be going on a tour in Europe. So, you know, I just thought that was another sign I'm supposed to mention, that I really do think the hunger strikes are probably one of the only options left, and it has to be to the death, or at least you actually have to declare it. Because if you don't declare that, it's like how I feel right now, ending on the conference, just to be totally honest, is I feel like the 780 million people who are going to bed hungry tonight and feeling like there's something more that needs to happen. And I'm in solidarity with them. Like, I could die just like they could die in a couple of months from now. And it's real to me. The crisis is real. If we really do feel like their lives are on the line right now, and we don't have decades, then why aren't we with them in this real kind of way? And I'll just say this as maybe a final, is there's one thing that made me realize Marianne Williamson was real. And I was invited to her inner community by some hardcore people who were helping me before. And she got destroyed in the presidential election, right? And in her inner community, I don't know, are we recording this? I think it's over, right? Anyway, in her inner community, she came on and she says, you know what, guys, next time anybody spiritual takes on, you know, the belly of the beast, you need to be there for them. And she said, I think our spiritual community is part of the problem. And she called them out. And I think we need to do that right now to the spiritual community. We need to call ourselves out and get real. If we're going to be the change we want to see in the world, which was said tonight, and Gandhi has said that, then why aren't we doing Gandhi-like things in not just one emergency? Climate change is just one of 6 existential crises happening all at the same time. We don't know what to do about one of them, never mind all 6. The problem is way worse than we think, not just for us.